every student
kids.
in America in front of a
Yep.
television screen. It's
Watch
like,
his teacher
hey,
die.
we're going to send a civilian to space, and it's a teacher, and everybody, and all the teachers are like, teacher, and then he's like, oh my god! Anyway, so they sat every single little kid in front of a television to watch while they were at school, to watch a teacher die.
Or so they told us.
She didn't even get to space. Oh, it was fucking horrible. But it didn't actually happen. I mean, that woman's still alive. Oh, I don't know if she's still alive now, but she didn't die in that fucking explosion. And neither did any of those other astronauts.
Yeah, there's one they couldn't account for, so they figured he may have passed away at some point in the past 30 years. When they figured out that all these people were still alive. But the thing is, I was looking into it. I didn't know. The official story is that them people that they supposedly they were still alive until they hit the water and the impact from the fall because they were in that cabin thing, and that hit the water.
Do you think they were actually in there in the first place?
No. I'm just saying. That's the official story. That they lived that whole when they exploded, they were still alive after the explosion. It wasn't until they hit the water and supposedly when they died. No, they actually died.
Oh god!
I was like, that's even much more horrific. I'd rather know that they died in the explosion. That was instantaneous, not fucking. They're like, oh shit, we lived. Oh wait a minute, we're gonna die.
Well, it's just like with every other rocket launch. I mean, do you think any astronauts ever went to space?
No. They flew above. They just flew around for a while.
No, there's no such thing as space. No astronauts go there. No such thing as space. Nobody went to the moon. Nobody on the ISS. That's all the green screen shit on Earth. I mean,
I always told those people that believed in the moon landing, I was like, okay, I'll believe it when they show, because there's supposedly it's actually called Lucifer, that Lucifer telescope that they have that has a dual lens that they can see. They said that I've watched stories about this thing, and this is years ago, that they could read the headlines of a paper if it was on the moon. I was like, okay, if they can do that, let's do a live stream of that. So that everybody a bunch of people can verify that this is live, this is not nothing made up, and they zoom in on the moon and they show the stuff that's still on the moon, then I'll believe we went to the moon. But until then, I don't believe it.
And guess what? They'll never do it.
I know.
And they'll never do it. And an optical telescope couldn't do that anyway. And neither can a digital telescope. Because it's
what they claimed. They claimed it could do that.
Dude. Yeah, I know. They claim a lot of shit, right? Don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, the moon is not 250,000 miles away. Even if you had, which they do have an optical telescope called Lucifer at the Vatican. Yeah. But it's not going to zoom in 250,000 miles away on something.
And read a newspaper headline on the moon. I was like, well, if they can read the newspaper, like you can see the damn rover, or where they had the bottom part.
Yeah, I mean, all the shit they left on the moon, you can see it, right? I mean, if you can read a newspaper, you can at least see the rover, the fucking rover or the launch pad or where they landed. I mean, they have like several sites that they supposedly landed on the moon. And anyway, yeah.
I suppose they went 5 times.
The whole thing is silly. The whole moon landing thing is silly. And the Lucifer telescope is one of the largest claimed optical telescopes. Matter of fact, I think it's the largest. But most of the other telescopes are radar telescopes, which is an array, and so they're not optical. They're just receiving waves of data from the electromagnetic field, and
That's why they're saying that you can't get it. They have to recreate it with the computers and stuff. That's why it looks
yeah,
CGI. They're just using data.
yeah,
It's like that. Okay, sure. Uh huh.
yeah. And so
Okay.
you have like a 2 mile field of electromagnetic telescopes, which are not telescopes; they're just receiving data
Yep.
from the electromagnetic field. Magnetic field. I mean, they can project somewhat, but that's, to be honest, when you get too far into projecting and getting involved with the electromagnetic field and altering it, it's pretty dangerous. It can damage a lot of shit really fast if you alter the naturally occurring magnetic field. So
What
they're
are your
very
thoughts
careful
on
about that.
what are your thoughts about then going through the Van Allen belt, which is radiation, and how it would interfere with not only transmission of signals in their bodies, but the film that they used to be able to supposedly take pictures of the on the moon, and then to transmit from the moon past that radiation belt, which I think is
Well,
just
I already told you.
crazy.
I already told you that they never went to the moon. I mean, what
Yeah,
do I
but I'm
think?
just saying
I don't
their
think
whole
they ever went to the
concept
moon.
of if it was possible, them going through a radiation field. So
The
it's
whole
it's
thing
used
is
their
ridiculous.
logic. It's like how would they even be able to get transmit anything through there, or be able to take the film there, the undeveloped film, and then taking pictures and bring it back after it's been from one point of the film canister or film thing to the other, which it makes it, if you know anything about photography, it makes it more vulnerable and exposed to elements once it goes from one
Sure,
point to another as you're doing that.
sure yeah, sure. I mean, it's did some of the images that they claim were taken from the moon. Yeah, but and the way that they claim with the Hasselblad cameras and stuff just doesn't really seem legit.
Yeah,
But I mean, going to space isn't legit. There's no way anybody can launch a rocket into space and go to the moon anyway. So it's
yeah.
obviously all bullshit.
No, see, I remember as a kid, see, I never got into the whole space thing like Star Wars and Star Trek and crap. I always
Oh,
thought that we
yeah,
had no business.
I'm still a huge fan of space dramas and shit, but
Well, it's funny to watch them
doesn't, I
now,
don't
and
have
like,
to
oh my
believe
god.
that it's real. I love
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. It's all
drama,
fantasy, right? It's fantasy.
dude, yeah, I love the fantasy part of it, but I don't have to believe that it's possible.
Yeah,
Just like when they asked uh, Captain Kirk, what's his name?
William Shatner.
Um, William Shatner. They asked him, so what's the difference between science and science fiction? What did he say? You remember?
Oh, he said, oh
There
gosh.
is no difference. That's
Oh,
what he said.
that's
He
pretty
said there
simple.
is no difference.
I thought it was longer. I thought it was a longer explanation, but yeah, basically
No,
that's
that's
it.
what he
There's no
said.
difference.
There is no
There's no
difference.
difference. That's so funny.
So, and I think William Shatner is as much of a fan of science fiction as I am. I'm a huge fan of science fiction. So anyway,
But
but
yeah, so
it's not real. It's not
I
real.
never thought we
Not real.
had no business out in the space. Anyways, if it did exist, I didn't feel we had any business going out there. Especially the gajillions of dollars it would take to be able to get what 10 or 15 people out there. Like, what would be the point? You can't just uproot everybody here. So it had to be a select few people. And it's like, well, how would that be fair?
Well, they're putting out these doomsday films where it's like
Oh yeah, I know.
destroying the Earth, and they have to leave Earth to go to and terraform another world and all that kind of shit, right?
Oh yeah.
That is, I mean, that's apparently some people's future. If you think you can leave this place and shit on it, then go for it. Go ahead and
How
get.
about the?
If you want to go, go. I'll stay and I'll make this place better while you're gone. You freaking retards that think you're going to destroy this one realm that was only thing. I don't know where they think they're going to go, but
Yeah. How about them landing on the sun?
there
You've
you
seen
go.
this.
Let's send all the idiots to the sun that think they're gonna go somewhere else and terraform another planet or something. Send them all to the
Yeah.
sun, and people that know that Earth is a level stationary planet. Let's all stay here, and we can
Oh yeah, of course.
we can just do what with what's left. I would love for, I mean, even if they're your family. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just saying you've been manipulated into a position where you're just it's all fear porn.
Oh yeah,
You're
of course.
you're afraid of war, you're afraid of Earth itself, you're afraid of men, you're afraid of everything. So there's nothing left for you here on Earth. You're going to have to leave Earth. I mean, you remember that movie Wall-E, the Disney movie
Oh,
Wall-E?
is that was the little animation thing?
Yeah, there's a little robot.
Yeah.
They have an arc up in space, and it's not the only movie like that. They have an arc up in
Yeah.
space, and they send this little robot back to find out if Earth is habitable again.
Have you seen The 100?
Yeah. Well, I didn't see the entire season. I watched like the first 3 seasons of it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So I
Yeah.
basically got the gist of that. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's so funny with all TV shows. I know I've been noticing it because I've been rewatching all that stuff, not to
Yeah,
get
all of them
into
are
it.
freaking apocalyptic, freaking,
No, no. It's like
evacuate
any
the
TV
planet
show.
because we're destroyed.
Yeah. No, any TV show, the first three seasons are the best seasons, and after that, if there's any more seasons after that, they're shit. But it's like they just run out of ideas. And that's any TV show going back, into the '60s. I mean, if you look at some of the stuff, some of
I
them are
don't know. I mean,
interesting,
that's not
but
every
even
show,
in
but
comedy,
yeah, yeah.
a lot of comedies, those comedies and stuff like that. The first couple seasons are funnier and shit, and then all of a sudden it just takes a crap. Which I've only been watching them because I see all the propaganda in them. And it's like, there's so much. I mean, I started recording clips. It's like I have so many clips of
Well, I mean, it's
just little
funny you
things.
brought
Or
up the 100. It was exactly like that. The
yeah,
whole show,
that's what reminded me of.
the
That's what reminded me of.
whole show starts from them being in space, like, and the
Well, they're
planet's
hovering.
already
They're not
dead,
out. Well, that's the
and then
funny thing is they're not.
they come back, and I was like, oh shit, there are people that survived,
Yeah.
which it's fucking stupid. To be honest,
Well, the interesting thing
I
is
mean
they
the
never go
story's
into space.
okay, but at the same time, it's just like it's like some apocalyptic shit, where it's just like, oh, it's
Yeah.
greenhouse gases and
But no, the interesting thing I thought was different from the rest of these movies is that they're actually just hovering in the sky. They never actually go out into outer space. They're just above the Earth,
true, and
waiting.
that's another thing.
Waiting.
Same thing with Wally. There
Yeah, it's
was the
just above.
arc. Yeah, they were just above, and Elysium, same thing, right?
I haven't seen that.
Elysium is with Matt Damon and I think
Oh, I'll never watch that. I hate Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. You know where that comes from.
It's South
That's
Park. Yeah.
Matt Damon.
Yeah. It's South
Anyway,
Park.
but no, he was. There was a movie Elysium, and him and can't remember her name. Starts with a J. Anyway,
I thought for sure. I thought for sure that South Park was going
there's
to go
like
to Flat
a
Earth all of a sudden.
there's like a big, you know, big elite space station above Earth for all the elites, and Earth
Yeah.
was turning into a shithole. Yeah, so I mean, these kind of movies have been promoted for a long time. They want Earth to turn into a shithole, and then,
Yeah.
but they can't go to space because we know that's all.
Yeah. They know they can't do
So
that.
yeah, so it's like, where are they going to go? It doesn't matter because they can tell the populace anything they want. They can convince the populace that they actually did go to Elysium.
Yeah. Well, see, this is like when did they start doing the Mars thing? Probably about 15 years ago, right? They started talking about trips to Mars and stuff. And this is way before I knew about flat Earth. 2015. So I'd say about like 2010, 2012 era. Maybe even sooner than that. I'm trying to remember exactly, but I remember thinking, I bet you I know what they're going to do. They're going to put people on ships, and then they're going to get so far up, and all of a sudden it's going to be something, catastrophe happen, and people paying all these hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, and they died. They fell into the ocean. I thought that for
Kind of like
years.
when we were talking about Challenge earlier. It's like they
Yeah,
sat everybody in front of the TV. The first civilian going to
yeah.
space. It's a teacher, and you're element. I was an elementary school kid. I think I was in fifth grade, sixth grade. No, I was in
How old
junior.
are
I
you?
think I was in seventh grade. It was 1983, wasn't it? I think I was in
86.
seventh
It was
grade, 86.
2026.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I was I think in seventh or eighth grade. Anyway, but they rolled TVs in every classroom, and it was like, first civilian in space, and it's a teacher, and
Mm-hmm.
they had all these kids watch this shit live on TV.
Yep. And then they
Boom!
killed her off. And they killed her
Teacher
off.
dies. Death of the teacher. This is how dangerous it is to go to space. Oh, thank God for this teacher. I mean, she sacrificed herself for the sake of exploration, space, and everything. Thank God
But
for this
it's funny.
teacher.
And we were so sadistic that we had jokes about, like, that teacher had blue eyes, right? One blew that way and one blew this way.
Oh my God. Oh
I'll never forget that fucking joke.
God.
When I think of the Challenger, I think of that joke.
Oh shit. And I think
But just imagine what they're gonna do with the
half of these
with the
globies
Mars.
in the YouTube chat probably think that
The one I
that
heard was
teacher.
something about the Head and
Half,
Shoulders commercial. After the
Oh,
after it blew up, they Head and Shoulders wanted to hire them, but they couldn't find enough of them on the beach. Kid.
dang! Oh my God! But I think half of the globies here that are listening to us in the YouTube chat think that she actually died in that space shuttle, and the other astronauts, they died in that space shuttle. Um. Hey. Hate to tell you, globies, that was a bunch of bunk nonsense. Nobody died.
nope. But they will die when they go to Mars. When they have a bunch of people with a ship going to Mars, they'll have that thing blow up somewhere.
Hey,
Like,
Orc
well,
Cloud,
it better not
you want
catch
to go to
fire.
Mars? Hey, Orc Cloud, you want to go to Mars? I'm talking to the guys in the YouTube chat. Orc
Yeah,
Cloud, you want to go to Mars? You first, brother. You first.
yeah.
I'll pay for you to become a space monkey.
Space monkey. I'll pass.
Well, I like that QE song. Space Monkey. What is that song?
Who's that?
It was a Quantum Eraser. He did a
Oh, okay.
freaking parody. It's like, God dang it, I can't think of the name of it now. It's like Space Monkey. Can't remember the words.
The only names I recognize is yours, obviously, and Dave Hinkle. That's the only people I recognize. And I think Flat Earth Dude. I think I remember
Flat Earth Dude. He's been yeah.
Oh, and
you're showing up
one.
late night, man. I mean, it's like I'm sticking around, and I should be sleeping right now. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I'll let you go. I just want to say hey, what's up? Say hi and stuff, and
well, hey, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and give you a Flat Earth roll because I know you from back in the day. So what that means is, VC Verified gives you some access to, some things, but yeah, a Flat Earther, that means when you get the Flat Earther roll, people know that you're legit, Flat Earther.
Yeah, okay, cool. I appreciate that.
I remember you, man, from back in the
day. Yeah, I know you're pretty crazy. Calling motherfuckers out.
Dude, were you on Free Chan and shit?
Yeah, that's where I met most everybody. And
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember you from Free Chan.
Yeah,
Poncho
from
Pete and shit.
Yeah. Well, I used to call him Punko Pete because me and him got in a dispute about the whole abortion thing, and
yeah, Poncho was kind of a piece of shit. Me and Poncho got into it a couple times.
He kept calling me a coont, or however he says it.
Well, I mean, he doesn't. He
did a pretty good impersonation earlier.
Cool. Well, he can't help the way he says the word cunt, but
yeah, anyway. Coont. He said like coont.
Yeah, anyway, no, yeah, me and Poncho got into it a couple times, but anyway.
Yeah, you could be on my live streams a few times, and Dave Hinkle came on quite a bit. And then
yeah, Dave's in here almost every day, so yeah, man.
Yeah, well, he was in earlier. That's why I said something.
Did you talk to him?
No,
he's probably sleeping. But yeah, just hang around. Come in sometime tomorrow. Dave's in here every day, so.
Okay. But yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think that's the only person I recognize was just a few of you.
You'll hang around a little bit. You'll recognize some more people that from back in the day.
Well, they might have different names. So that's why I just put out there. Hey, does anybody remember me? I went by these names, which was the Flat Still Earth.
I remember you, brother. Yeah. So now you have the Flat Earth. See, when you're new to Discord.
Yeah, I haven't really been on here for very long. I'm in a couple other little channels.
With this role, the Flat Earther role, people will know that you've talked to a moderator, and we know what you're about. So you'll be able to access this room and other voice rooms, and you'll be able to, each voice room. Are you looking? Are you on a PC or a phone?
I'm on my phone right now.
All right, so you'll be able to access the live stream voice text room. See where we're posting. So.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So that's.
I've been in. I think that's the only two I had access to because I looked. I was listening earlier. I was clicking in, and I wasn't. There were some things that said I didn't have permission to do.
I know, but now that I gave you the Flat Earth. Now that I gave you the Flat Earth rule, you'll be able to post in there now.
Okay, cool. Or even view it, because a couple of them wouldn't even let me look at anything. I said,
yeah. Since I gave you the Flat Earth rule,
even look at what we're doing in here. So, That's what
so
it
I'm saying.
sounded like.
Right, cool. So now you'll be able to post in a live stream voice text. You have ideas about links for your listing. You can just post a pertinent link or a meme or something that goes along with the conversation. You'll be able to get involved there. Wait,
Cool.
I don't think that's not actually true. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to let you hold on the flat Earth roll for a day before I give you the embed roll where you can actually link and stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a vetting period for the most part.
All right, no problem. No problem at all.
Because we have the roles, and then there's a separate role for posting and stuff. There's permissions with the roles.
Yeah. Oh, like for putting pictures and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that some people were asking, how do I put a picture? Or,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
you don't have
You'll be able
permission.
to. Yeah, you'll be able to type and stuff in there. But yeah, I'm gonna I'll hit you up tomorrow or whatever, and I'll view your participation, and if everything works out cool and you're cool, then I can give you that role where you'll be able to post images and embed links and stuff like that.
That's cool.
I won't give it to you right away because we're not supposed to.
All right. Yeah, there's no problem at all. I was just, checking out and say I have not been around all this flat Earth stuff for about 2.5 years. Not that I'm anti-flat Earth. I just kind of got burned out on it, and I stepped away from it for a while.
But you a flat earther, right?
Oh yes, till the day I die and beyond.
Pretty sure that's pretty obvious to everyone since we've been talking for.
Yeah, there's no.
I wouldn't have gave you the flat Earth rule if I didn't think so.
Yeah, because there's no. I don't understand how somebody can be a flat earther and then go back to the globe. Because once you understand it and really get a grasp of it, you don't see it spinning anymore or curved. Which I never did before.
You've heard people say it is just like, all right, there's been a couple of globies come. All right, here's an interview with a former flat earther. It's like, what?
I don't think so. They were a fucking hoax.
You can't go back to the globe.
Yeah, because the thing is, once you understand it, because it never made sense. The globe never really made sense. You just accept it because that's what you're being told. But it's like it never made sense. And I remember when I first heard about the flat Earth, and then I really understood it, and it just like grabbed a hold of me on a mental level. It's like whoa, and everything made sense from that point on in my life. And that was in March of 2015. So I was like, wow, it just blew my mind, in a good way, obviously. So yeah, there is no turning back to that from that. There's no way. There's no way you hop back on a ball.
It's always been a funny thing. I've seen like a couple of videos. It's like former flat earther. What? There ain't no such thing.
Yeah.
Once you go flat, you never go back, baby.
Yeah, they were just trying to get some attention or something. I don't know.
I don't know either, man. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, because the whole NASA thing and just everything about it. It's like there's no.
It's like
couldn't comprehend going back.
I saw where the curve. I saw where the curve looked flat, and then it was flat, and then it wasn't flat no more, and now it's curved again. I'm back to the globe, and here it come globe. It's all globe now.
I know that whole just conversation earlier about the flat curves or the curve flat or whatever the fuck they were trying to say. I was like,
I know. I make it ridiculous on purpose because there is no. It's like everyone experiences the same Earth. All of us here on Earth experience the same Earth.
Yeah, okay. Adam and Insulted just put in the live stream voice text thing. Yeah, it has the curved flat.
There you go. That's my favorite type of lens. That's my curvy flat. That's my curvy flat lens.
That's how they did it.
That's good stuff.
It's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna let you go. I probably need to get.
Yeah, I definitely have to go because it's 3 a.m. and I have to be at work in a couple hours. So,
yeah, it's nice talking to you, and I'll start coming in more often and stuff. And
yeah, definitely do that, bro. It's good to hear from you again. I remember you from back then. We used to talk a lot of shit, man.
Yeah.
I think it was on Free Chan when I talked to you a lot.
Yeah. I started, getting, talking to more people on Free Chan, and then I started doing live streams and stuff, and I just, got kind of crazy with some of it, and kept getting
that's cool.
My videos. No, I kept getting my videos taken down. It wasn't anybody in the flat Earth stuff. It was YouTube that pissed me off. So I was like, fuck this.
Well, I mean, as far as in this room, we predominantly it's about the flat Earth argument, but and that can last all day because it's a pretty hot topic right now. So in this room, because since it's live streamed, we try to keep it on flat Earth for some reason.
Oh, we're talking about flat Earth.
No, I'm saying for some reason YouTube is and other platforms are just letting it just roll. Like water off the duck's back for them. But hey, for us, if you stick around here, and you'll find out. I mean, we have dozens of new people that join every day, and you get to have conversations with them. So it's a fun place to be.
Yeah. Oh, and real quick, I want to say that woman that was on earlier, the one that was, I guess, asking a bunch of questions. I felt like she was like a plant because she had like the right questions to ask to be able to see what you got, whoever was answering her, to see what they would say, and then she would come with this other question, and that's kind of strange for somebody that doesn't really know much about all this to be asking specific questions. I was like, that's kind of weird that she knows all the right questions to ask.
No, sure. I mean, it's just like, but it's kind of the yeah, but it's kind of the it's kind of par for the course for a lot of people. Hey, but to be honest, a lot of the questions that are asked, we have to be patient to answer them because we're going to get the same questions over and over for new people that join. Now, some people
I understand that.
Some people will try to take the piss out of us and waste our time. But when new people come in and you can tell they're serious, it's like, well, if the Earth is flat, how come you don't fall off the edge? If you can really tell that that's their first question, I mean, then hey, all right, I got to step back and say, well, I'm not. None of us claim an edge. I mean, you have to be patient with them. That kind of. None of us claim an edge. This is I don't know who told you there's an edge to Earth, those kind of things, you have to be really patient. But if somebody's coming in clowning, then you got to, treat them, in kind, it's just like, if you're going to come in and fucking punk me, you ain't going to be able to, because I've been punking. I know how to punk like the best of them. I learned from you punks. Fucking trolls and shit. Think you can come in here and troll me? Troll like nobody business. But I can also be patient like nobody business with some people that are serious about the conversation.
Somebody in the YouTube chat said I sound like Joe Pesci, and I have heard that before the other day. Somebody said
I ain't gonna lie, you kind of do, bro.
I guess I won't take that as an insult. I've been called worse.
Oh, I want to hear you say the two Utes.
The two Utes.
It is. It is.
And that's my favorite. That's my. If I were to pick any movie, my favorite movie of all time, it would probably be that one because I think
Really,
it's more of the
that's one of my
chemistry.
favorite Joe Pesci movies too.
The chemistry of him and Marissa Tomei is just out of this world
Yeah, that's a brilliant movie.
for
I love it.
characters in a movie. That just blew my mind. I mean,
That and
and I'm not really.
Goodfellas. Goodfellas, man, holy fucking.
I know, but that's this the comedy. I like the comedy aspect and stuff, and the way
Yeah,
just the whole
yeah.
movie was
Goodfellas
fucking
more
fun.
gangster, like murder shit,
Yeah, yeah. But for
but
a
yeah,
comedy, you can't beat that. I mean, that is just fucking hilarious. This stuff
oh,
with Fred Gwynn,
two
and
you.
I'm not really a Ralph Macchio fan, but he was actually pretty good in that. And but yeah, just the whole just everything about
The
that movie
whole
was fucking
story was
hilarious.
just like these kids were like in the wrong place
I
at
know.
the wrong
They're like,
time.
I killed some, or I robbed somebody, or how, like, somebody got, how, he's like, keeps saying it over and over like he did it or something. I was like, you dumbass, shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
he just
Yeah, it's a
he
funny
just
movie,
keeps
bro.
on saying it. They think he has to do with the
So
can,
he has
like,
to call, what is it? His mom's cousin is Joe Pesci, the lawyer.
yeah.
And he freaking didn't get his or barely got his license or whatever to practice. And
He didn't even
I
have
need
it
to
yet. He
watch
wasn't even
it
a lawyer. He
again.
just barely got it, and
Oh
I don't
man,
think he even had to pass the bar yet.
dude, it is a classic movie, man. It was like
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I need to
There
watch
was
it again.
none of that, subtle propaganda. They didn't have no bull crap. It was just a straight comedy, a
Isn't it set
situation.
in Georgia? It's in Georgia, right?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
At Georgia, that Georgia judge, he's got that thick Georgia accent.
Yeah, I know he got that. Fred Gwynn did a pretty good job in that too.
It is just
Herman,
like the
Herman
guy
Munster.
from the guy that big Georgia judge dealing
Yeah,
with.
Herman Munster.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Herman.
Yeah, it was Fred Gwynn played Herman Munster.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, the judge it was Herman Munster.
Okay, all right.
I said when you look at the whole ensemble and the storyline, it's hilarious.
Oh God, I gotta watch that movie again.
Yeah.
All right, but hey, check this out. I gotta check out
All right. Later.
later. Y'all keep talking, or you keep talking to yourself, lad.
I might say a
Hey,
few words.
wait, yeah, talk to Flatty
So that's what
and
happened to me on
hey, rookie.
what's that?
Rookie, if you're awake, talk to Vlad, man. Vlad's cool. What were you gonna say?
That's what happened to me on the other what is it called again? I already forgot. Free can. I get on there and everybody bail out of me, so I'm sitting there yapping away by myself for like 3 hours in the middle of the night because everybody would just bail out. I was like, what the hell?
Well, I have to because I have to go to work. So
Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate you talking as much as you have and catching up and stuff, and we will more. I said everybody had gone, and so I wanted to say something while it was while it was quiet.
well, it's cool. It's really cool to catch back up with you again, and I will probably see you in the near future.
Yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow since
All right,
I'm
cool.
part of the Discord now. All right, later.
Later, bro.
All right, I just wanted to say thanks for letting me jump on here to the whoever it was that initially approved me. Appreciate it, and talk to everybody later.
What's an elevation angle?
No.
The elevation of an object above the horizontal
Horizontal what?
plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So just because we have a horizontal plane doesn't mean the surface is a plane.
The horizontal
Sorry,
plane you're standing on.
that's okay. Okay, along that, Zanik, along that horizontal plane, what is your understanding of geographical position then? If it's not the surface,
The geographical position will be a point on a surface.
so the surface then, because that's the point that we're measuring to on that tangent plane. It's just not your globe surface that's curving. Yeah, so not your globe surface. Be more specific, Zanik. When you say not the surface, not your globe surface.
Somewhere. I want to establish a flat plane. I do that by establishing.
You want to establish a flat plane. Why would you want to establish a flat plane when you believe the Earth is a sphere? Let me get it right. You're now begging me to establish a flat plane with you so we can both establish flat planes together, right, Zanik?
You asked for it.
No, you're telling me about what you're doing. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes, we're establishing the horizontal plane with respect to the vertical to see the elevation angle of the object in the sky.
I just want to know, why are you establishing a horizontal plane on top of what you think is a sphere?
Who said I thought it was a sphere? I'm just telling you
Shut
I
up,
have a
Neil.
horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanik. You don't need the dingleberry Earth dangling beneath the flat plane we establish as the horizontal baseline to acquire elevation angles. You don't need that sphere.
No, you don't get the sphere till later, till you calculate that.
Later? What, after you've used flat Earth to get an angle? We know, Zanik. Yeah, your sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat plane. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You'll need that flat plane to measure an elevation angle. I'm just wondering why you'd be doing that given that you think the surface is curving.
Can you say that one more time, Brian? How did you extrapolate the height? The co-altitude.
How did I establish? Sorry, did you ask me to repeat
Yeah,
that?
well,
or
I was
you
going
asked
to
me
tell
a
you
second question?
I was going to answer your question for you, but okay,
I'll
go
repeat
ahead.
that again. Do you want me to repeat it again? Do you want me to repeat that
Yeah,
again?
why don't you repeat that again? Yeah. You said
If,
something about 400
if you're using
light years.
diverging zeniths, because when you use parallel zeniths, you don't need to use the height of the celestial body doesn't matter, because the zeniths are parallel. So in celestial navigation, they never have to deal with the altitude of the celestial bodies, the actual altitude. It doesn't matter because the zeniths are parallel. But when
Well, no, they're not,
you are
because
using
that by
diverging
definition is
zeniths-
wrong.
But when you are using
by definition,
diverging,
that
sorry,
zenith.
excuse me. But when you
Go
are
on.
using
Can I-
diverging zeniths, no, I'm speaking. When they're using diverging zeniths, you will be then invoking a sphere. So then you must use the distance to the celestial object from the GP. And that the co-altitude zenith from the observer must match that distance. Or sorry, a co-altitude zenith, right? That means hundreds of light years of a zenith distance across the sky. Now, how is that going to match the surface of your sphere? It's not.
So the co-altitude distance means the 90 degrees, which would be zenith, for wherever your observer is standing, minus the observed height of that celestial body. And that will change by definition as you move across the surface. How much it changes makes all the difference in the world. We know it changes, as you said, 1 minute per degree, or for 1 mile, 1 minute per 1 mile, nautical mile. And that means it's, by definition, it's changing. If you measure your co-altitude, which is 90 degrees minus the observed height of that particular object, and you have a 20, let's say if it's 45 degree measurement, and then you move a couple hundred miles or 120 miles, we'll see a 2 degree change. So that zenith, by definition, has changed. It is not parallel, by definition.
In your belief, the zeniths are diverging in the globe model, but you can't use 16 nautical miles per degree. But you can't use 16 nautical miles per degree with diverging zeniths.
Hold on.
You
Brian.
can't.
By definition, what
Brian,
definition?
It's defined.
What definition?
What you see an object versus the zenith.
Hello. What definition?
Yep. Of co-altitude.
Yeah, where's
That's
that?
not the definition of
Where's
co-altitude.
that?
Oh, I can find you a definition of your
Yes,
mind.
please.
I'm looking forward to seeing this definition.
I think he's
There's one.
just
There's many of them,
Googling it.
obviously. I think everyone knows the altitude.
That's not a definition. Why am I hearing your
I don't know
voice?
about everyone.
Stop. Stop. Sorry, did you post it?
Posted it, yes.
Thank you.
And this is from Celestial Navigation.
Co-altitude, 90 degrees, is the complement measurement of an altitude known as the zenith distance or co-altitude. It equals the 90 degrees minus the observed height of the sighted star or sun. Okay?
So nothing to do with diverging zeniths then.
The 90 degrees then?
Well, no, it's by definition.
Sorry, by definition, 90 degrees then?
Because
90 degrees.
You and I both,
Sorry, 90 degrees then? And then you said there's...
Zenith is just straight up. 90 degrees opposed to horizontal.
Then you said it was 60 nautical miles for every 1 degree, right?
That by definition is saying that zenith is going to change to that object. So it's not going to be
Sorry, it does not say that. That's not what it says.
But that's implied.
Sorry, that is not what it says. Don't tell me what it implies.
It implies that...
Don't tell me what it implies. It's not what it says.
Sun, is the sun the same altitude?
Sorry, why are you asking me something when you get annihilated? Hear that sound, Anik? That's the sound of a flat earther's bollocks slapping around your face, my friend.
You say, that's where I get my entertainment.
Yeah, that's not what it says. You can tell me how it infers it, but moments earlier it was by definition. Now it's not by definition, just by inference, right?
Well,
not by definition, then, you stuttering spacker.
I'm not stuttering.
Stuttering spastic. You said only moments earlier that it was that by definition, till I challenged you to get a definition. And what do you know? It's not by definition, just by your fuckwit inference.
By definition, it says...
Sorry, do you want to tell me by fuckwit inference again? It's not by definition, fuckwit. You were wrong.
Observed height.
Sorry, do you want to fucking suck on my bollocks, Anik? Because it is not, as you stated quite boldly, by definition, is it?
If it was...
Sorry, you stuttering bitch. Yeah, that is you stuttering, you bitch. Not by definition, as you so boldly declared. By inference from a fuckwit. How do those balls taste, Anik? Do they taste salty, Anik? Salty?
Hold on a second. The elevation's going to change, but not the angle of the fucking zenith. You clown fuck. Hey, dumb
salty?
fuck.
Salty much? Salty
if you
balls?
move away from the GP, the elevation's going to change, not the angle of the vertical.
Do you feel stupid having told us that that's what it is by definition when it most definitely isn't?
Yeah.
You stupid clowns,
How the
Anik.
fuck do you get that from this definition?
Sorry, Zanik, you're being...
And then your rebuttal was, when you move away, the elevation angle changes. We're going to get back to elevation angle here in a minute. That doesn't make the zenith of the GP in your position change their angle.
It does if it's a 60 to 1 nautical mile relationship.
What's an elevation angle?
No.
The elevation of an object above the horizontal.
Horizontal what?
Horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Where you get a horizontal plane from?
Opposite of vertical. A plane opposite.
The opposite of vertical, but you're on a horizontal plane while you
don't know
acquire
that. You're
an
assuming that.
elevation.
So you just assumed it, Zanik. You just told us that it was the horizontal plane you would be acquiring. I'm not assuming it. You are.
No, you said it was a...
Sorry, you said it was the horizontal plane.
An opposition to vertical.
You literally just said that, Zanik.
Horizontal plane means flat. It's not an assumption.
No, just because we have a horizontal plane doesn't mean the surface is a plane.
The horizontal plane you're standing on.
That's okay. Okay. Along that, Zanik, along that horizontal plane, what is your understanding of geographical position then, if it's not the surface?
The geographical position will be a point on a surface.
So the surface then, because that's the point that we're measuring to on that tangent plane.
Yes.
So definitely the surface then, you stupid. It's just not your globe surface that's curving. Yeah, so not your globe surface. Be more specific, Zanik. When you say not the surface, not your globe surface. But the geographical position along the tangent line definitely refers to the surface, as you just correctly identified.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. That's right. The geographical position would be the position on the ground, and it's measured along a flat baseline. When you say not the ground position, not the position along the surface, no, just not the position on your sphere surface.
No, I'm not talking about...
Stuttering much? This is two flat earthers teabagging you, Zanuck. How times have changed. Stutter for me.
Interesting. I'm on a mountain somewhere. I want to establish a flat plane. I do that by establishing...
You want to establish a flat plane? Why would you want to establish a flat plane when you believe the Earth is a sphere? Let me get it right. You're now begging me to establish a flat plane with you so we can both establish flat planes together, right, Zanuck?
You asked for it.
No. You're telling me about what you're doing. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. You'll need that flat plane to measure an elevation angle. I'm just wondering why you'd be doing that, given that you think the surface is curving.
It's affirming the consequence. He's a fucking idiot. Consequence.
Consequent,
you idiot.
I said
and he's not doing it.
Meanwhile, you can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. The surface can't be curved.
Zanuck, why are you establishing a horizontal plane?
We're establishing the horizontal plane with respect to the vertical to see the elevation angle of the object in the sky with respect to the vertical. The vertical 90 degrees gives you the horizontal, gives you the elevation angle to the object.
My question is, why are you establishing a horizontal plane?
This means you have an elevation angle above a horizontal.
Zanuck, I just want to know, why are you establishing a horizontal plane on top of what you think is a sphere?
Who said I thought it was a sphere? I'm just telling you I have a horizontal plane.
That would get the horizontal plane out.
Why do you need
Where'd you get the horizontal plane out?
Oh, everyone calm down. Everyone,
vertical.
just 1 second, let's get some order. He's saying he doesn't think it's a sphere. Who says he thinks it's a sphere? That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad then.
I didn't say I thought it was a sphere. I didn't say anything about a sphere.
Welcome to flat Earth, Zanuck. You don't need the dingleberry Earth dangling beneath the flat plane we establish as the horizontal baseline to acquire elevation angles. You don't need that sphere.
No, you don't get the sphere till later, till you calculate that.
Later? What, after you've used flat Earth to get an angle? You mean the sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat Earth? With a flat Earth baseline and a flat Earth angle that isn't assumptions or begging the question or an affirming the consequence. It's definitely just a measurement of an angle off a flat baseline. But you're saying the sphere bit comes after the flat Earth bit. Yeah, we know. We know, Zanuck. Yeah, your sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat plane!
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory of the cosmos. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. From science.howstuffworks.com, quote, "While the premise makes sense, that the Earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality, the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters that bowl." So even mainstream science publications admit the so-called Coriolis effect has absolutely no effect on the behavior of water in sinks and toilet bowls. But this fact doesn't deter scammer opportunists in Ecuador and other tourist traps along the equator, where a popular parlor trick is performed using a portable sink to purportedly prove this Coriolis effect. First, the showman sets their sink, already filled with water, perfectly along the equator line, then pulls the drainage plug, showing their audience how the water drains straight down the hole. Next, they pick up their portable sink and walk their gullible audience several meters to the south, into the southern hemisphere, explaining how the Coriolis effect will now cause the water to spin clockwise down the drain. This time, they purposely pour water into the sink from the left-hand side, and quickly pull the drain plug while the water is still spinning clockwise from the angle it was poured. Next, they pick the sink up again and move the magic show a few meters into the northern hemisphere, explaining how the water will now spin counterclockwise. To conclude the show, they then pour water into the sink from the right-hand side, making sure to quickly pull the plug while the water is still spinning counterclockwise. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet, and not every storm, consistently displays this behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. Many professional snipers have stated unequivocally that they never have to factor or compensate for this supposed Coriolis effect. Sniper bullets are actually affected by wind, temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, sight aperture, and human error, not the alleged spin of the Earth. From snipershide.com, quote, "I've shot at 2,000 meters, and whoever says Coriolis effect is a factor is full of it. Wind, and more crosswinds will play games with your bullet more than anything else." And from sniperforums.com, quote, "I shoot at distances up to 3,000 yards, yet I have never experienced a need to compute for Coriolis effect. I have killed deer out to 1,000 yards and never had something go awry that could be attributed to Coriolis." Ironically, the same people who claim sniper bullets are affected by the Earth's spin are the same people who claim planes, helicopters, and hot air balloons are not affected by the Earth's spin, because the entire atmosphere is somehow magically adhered to the Earth and dragged spinning perfectly along with it. These globe Earth apologists cannot have it both ways. Either the atmosphere is independent of the Earth's alleged rotation and can affect bullet trajectories, or the Earth and the atmosphere move perfectly together and therefore can have no effect on bullet trajectories whatsoever. If they claim the former, and the atmosphere is independent of Earth's alleged rotation, then helicopters should be able to simply hover in place and in 12 hours be halfway around the world. Or if they claim the latter, that the Earth and atmosphere do move together, then they are admitting that the so-called Coriolis effect is non-existent and could have no effect on bullets or weather patterns.
When I was talking with the gentleman from Belcom, and we were discussing the lie, everything he was telling me was different from what we were being told was the truth. And at one point I asked him, I said, man, you guys, you lied about a lot, didn't you? And instantly he said, no, we didn't lie about certain things. We lied about everything. None of it was true. I really don't think people realize how deep the lie goes.
Space, the final frontier.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe. But it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to? And the truth, quite frankly, is out of this world.
This painting, entitled The Madonna with Saint Giovannino, was made sometime during the 1400s. The artist's name is not known, but at first glance you can notice a UFO shape in the sky to the right side of the Madonna. If you were to see the original full-size painting, you would see the object clearly. Looking at the enlargement, you can see a man and his dog standing and looking up at the object. However, this painting has something else being depicted. On the left side of the painting, you see the sun and some vector-like objects seemingly flying from or toward the sun. Perhaps this artist was trying to tell us something. In another painting of the Madonna made by a completely different artist, the unusual patterns of the sun and the vector-like symbols have also been added prominently on the Madonna's cloak. You can see the same symbology on this painting as on the one before. This time, however, there is no UFO object to be seen anywhere in the sky. This footage was taken over Mexico City in 2002. There were many other videos and photographs taken of this same type of object, clearly resembling the shapes as seen on the visor of the astronaut, on the moon, and depicted in the 14th century paintings of the Madonna and Child. There is probably a larger story behind the vectors, but it is very unusual this symbology has been adapted by all the United States and foreign space agencies, especially enemies like Iran.
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. 7, 6. Commencing countdown, engines on. 7, 6, 5. Check ignition and may God's love be with you.
Gravity is not a force. Let's just pound this in for you, okay? From Caltech, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient, involving a colossal intellectual jump, is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. George Musser, 2019, See Fat to Fat Earth, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Even the Alma Mater Wiki, gravity is most accurately described by the general theory of relativity proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. And by the way, real scientific theories don't describe, they explain. From the universe today, in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. From the University of California, strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. From physics.org, according to this theory, gravity is not a force. From New Scientist, so although the Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. From Physics Libre Text, the answer is that gravitation is what? Not a force between two objects. From the Physics Hypertext book, gravity isn't a force. Do you get this? So now we got, after all this, Wonder Twin powers activate. We got Physics for Kids and NASA. I think NASA got it from Physics for Kids, be that as it may. So from NASA, gravity, an invisible force that pulls objects toward each other. Anything that has mass also has gravity. Objects with more mass have more gravity. Earth's gravity comes from all its mass. And Physics for Kids, Ducksters.com. Gravity is the mysterious force. It's not just a force now. It's a mysterious force. Booga, booga, booga. That makes everything fall down towards the earth. It falls down, goes boom, boom. Only in Shangri-La, folks, can we base reality on paradoxical contradictions. Comments, questions?
Paula?
That earlier statement about snapping the wand and getting away from an invisible force at a distance. Well, is space-time visible? You know, if that's the antidote to an invisible, mysterious force, then show me space-time, because I can't see it.
FYI, space-time is conceptual. Betty?
But you can see it.
Or you can think of it as real, or potentially bendable, but it's conceptual. Betty?
Yeah, I want to see the wizard with these mysterious and mystic forces. I want to see that.
Yes, we all want to meet the Wizard of Narnia, but
Yeah, the one behind the curtain.
Yeah, but space is fake, so alas. Adam?
Just a quick question. So, John, there isn't a mystical force between objects at distance interacting then?
I don't know how many citations I just gave you.
Yeah. I'm just thinking. I'll just to confirm that wand is definitely snapped. Then there's numerous from various sources, not just Georgie Bakamusa, who's citing it. You know what I mean? These are all from credible sources you cited with across the spectrum of the physics world that are all quite categorically stating it is not a force.
And guess what we're going to hear tomorrow? The force of gravity.
There's nothing else. There is one comment I've actually got, if you don't mind. Can you go back to the quote from The New Scientist? It spoke of falling around suns, or words to that effect. Here we go. You want to read it, if you may?
Yes. So although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force.
So that was probably the only exception, but that actually had the presupposition that we are falling around the light in the sky, see traversing the sky.
Yeah, it's the only one that made any connection to anything outside of it, yes.
No worries, just wanted to make that clear to anybody who may hang on to that particular part of it, that is entirely based on a presupposition that Earth is a sphere and the sky is a vacuum, and that we are falling. That is the presuppositional sphere Earth is falling around the light that we see traversing above our head.
I want to make a correction. I said tomorrow we're going to hear force. It's not going to make it till tomorrow. It's going to make it to the when we go to Discord.
Well, that's a nice segue. So there is a link below this video if you do want to join. I think there is some gaps still left on the Discord panel. I can't see it in the tiny little OBS box, but yes, I believe there are some gaps left. If you did want to join and ask some questions, we will open this up to the public towards the end of the presentation. So just FYI. Do you want to continue, John?
Yeah, let's roll.
You're up.
So the Reverend John Michelle, Cavendish, CV Boys, and Weird Al's gravity are not the same. Number one, scientific theories never, ever, ever explain laws. You tossers. Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity are mutually exclusive. Listen, if a scientific theory explained the law, then that law wouldn't be a law anymore. Okay? And since you guys are all on, I've heard so many people say this. But listen, I want to hear or see or post a citation of the theory of the laws of thermodynamics. Can I see that? Because that's essentially, by analogy, what you're saying here. It's quite preposterous. Number 2, Newtonian gravity is a force. Remember this from above? Einsteinian gravity is not a force. Number 3, Newtonian, the law of superposition applies. Einsteinian, the law of superposition doesn't apply. Number 4, they're not even in the same geometry, for crying out loud. Newtonian gravity is Euclidean 3 space, whereas Einsteinian gravity is pseudo-Riemannian 4 space. Newtonian gravity is instantaneous actions at a distance. Einsteinian gravity is limited to the speed of light. Listen, drunken sailors and field goal posts have more in common than Newton's and Einstein's fairy tales. Just to let you know, I'm still using Newton. That's just for everyone, so everyone can identify what we're talking about here. We're going to slowly transition over to CV boys over the next few months. So why on earth are you still appealing to Newtonian, Cavendish, CV boys, John Michel gravity? All that these crayon munching wiki parroters are doing is taking an effect. Things fall to the ground at 9.81 meters per second, which is bullshit, like I said before, and then conclude by mere declaration gravity is the cause. It's a non sequitur fallacy on its face. They use this value, again, 9.81 meters per second squared, which is bullshit, and put it into their fairy tale descriptive equations and say it works. Then they say, voila, gravity exists. The attribution or cause of this effect has not been identified, isolated. That is scientifically validated. So every time you say gravity, whether you like it or not, as soon as you say or pose gravity, you immediately invoke a cause, either mass attracting mass or space-time, right? So you need a new word. I got one, Ducal Slopelgerts. Clowns. So mass attracting mass, the hypothesis, and this one cracks me up. We hear, how many times have we heard this? Well, they don't say it. We have to get them. We have to hold them by the hand, and they finally get to it. If mass, that's the hypothesis. There's our hypothesis. If mass, then mass attracts mass. That's what it is. It's so hilarious right on its face. I mean, it's a Mr. Magoo circle jerk of the millennium. Independent variable, mass. Dependent variable, mass attracts mass. Yeah, nice. Clitus Venetas. This is your actual hypothesis. If gravity exists, then larger masses will attract smaller masses. Even though you can't define mass, we're going to get to that here in a few minutes. This is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy on its face. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Have a nice day. P.S. You'd fail 5th grade general science. Let's stop right there.
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory of the cosmos. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. From science.howstuffworks.com, quote, "While the premise makes sense, that the Earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality, the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters that bowl." So even mainstream science publications admit the so-called Coriolis effect has absolutely no effect on the behavior of water in sinks and toilet bowls. But this fact doesn't deter scammer opportunists in Ecuador and other tourist traps along the equator, where a popular parlor trick is performed using a portable sink to purportedly prove this Coriolis effect. First, the showman sets their sink, already filled with water, perfectly along the equator line, then pulls the drainage plug, showing their audience how the water drains straight down the hole. Next, they pick up their portable sink and walk their gullible audience several meters to the south, into the southern hemisphere, explaining how the Coriolis effect will now cause the water to spin clockwise down the drain. This time, they purposely pour water into the sink from the left-hand side, and quickly pull the drain plug while the water is still spinning clockwise from the angle it was poured. Next, they pick the sink up again and move the magic show a few meters into the northern hemisphere, explaining how the water will now spin counterclockwise. To conclude the show, they then pour water into the sink from the right-hand side, making sure to quickly pull the plug while the water is still spinning counterclockwise. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet, and not every storm, consistently displays this behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. Many professional snipers have stated unequivocally that they never have to factor or compensate for this supposed Coriolis effect. Sniper bullets are actually affected by wind, temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, sight aperture, and human error, not the alleged spin of the Earth. From snipershide.com, quote, "I've shot at 2,000 meters, and whoever says Coriolis effect is a factor is full of it. Wind, and more crosswinds will play games with your bullet more than anything else." And from sniperforums.com, quote, "I shoot at distances up to 3,000 yards, yet I have never experienced a need to compute for Coriolis effect. I have killed deer out to 1,000 yards and never had something go awry that could be attributed to Coriolis." Ironically, the same people who claim sniper bullets are affected by the Earth's spin are the same people who claim planes, helicopters, and hot air balloons are not affected by the Earth's spin, because the entire atmosphere is somehow magically adhered to the Earth and dragged spinning perfectly along with it. These globe Earth apologists cannot have it both ways. Either the atmosphere is independent of the Earth's alleged rotation and can affect bullet trajectories, or the Earth and the atmosphere move perfectly together and therefore can have no effect on bullet trajectories whatsoever. If they claim the former, and the atmosphere is independent of Earth's alleged rotation, then helicopters should be able to simply hover in place and in 12 hours be halfway around the world. Or if they claim the latter, that the Earth and atmosphere do move together, then they are admitting that the so-called Coriolis effect is non-existent and could have no effect on bullets or weather patterns.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have
What's an elevation angle?
No.
The elevation of an object above the horizontal.
Horizontal what?
Horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, just because we have a horizontal plane doesn't mean the surface is a plane.
The horizontal
Sorry,
plane you're standing
no,
on.
that's okay. Okay. Along that, Zanik, along that horizontal plane, what is your understanding of geographical position then, if it's not the surface?
The geographical position will be a point on a surface.
So the surface then, because that's the point that we're measuring to on that tangent plane. It's just not your globe surface that's curving. Yeah, so not your globe surface. Be more specific, Zanik. When you say not the surface, not your globe surface.
Somewhere. I want to establish a flat plane. I do that by establishing...
You want to establish a flat plane? Why would you want to establish a flat plane when you believe the Earth is a sphere? Let me get it right. You're now begging me to establish a flat plane with you, so we can both establish flat planes together, right, Zanik?
You asked for it.
No, you're telling me about what you're doing. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes, we're establishing the horizontal plane with respect to the vertical to see the elevation angle of the object in the sky.
I just want to know, why are you establishing a horizontal plane on top of what you think is a sphere?
Who said I thought it was a sphere? I'm just telling you that I have a horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanik. You don't need the dingleberry Earth dangling beneath the flat plane we establish as the horizontal baseline to acquire elevation angles. You don't need that sphere.
No, you don't get the sphere till later, till you calculate that.
Later? What, after you've used flat Earth to get an angle? We know, Zanik. Yeah, your sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat plane. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You'll need that flat plane to measure an elevation angle. I'm just wondering why you'd be doing that, given that you think the surface is curving.
Can you say that one more time, Brian? How did you extrapolate the height? The co-altitude.
How did I establish? Sorry, did you ask me to repeat that?
Well, I was going to tell you what question. I was going to answer your question for you, but okay,
I'll
go
repeat
ahead.
that again. Do you want me to repeat it again? Do you want me to repeat that again?
Why don't you repeat that again? Yeah. You said something about 400
If you're using
light years.
diverging zeniths, because when you use parallel zeniths, you don't need to use the height of the celestial body doesn't matter, because the zeniths are parallel. So in celestial navigation, they never have to deal with the altitude of the celestial bodies, the actual altitude. It doesn't matter because the zeniths are parallel. But when
no, they're not, because that by definition is wrong.
But when you are using diverging, excuse me. But when you are using diverging zeniths, no, I'm speaking. When you're using diverging zeniths, you will be then invoking a sphere. So then you must use the distance to the celestial object from the GP. And that the co-altitude zenith from the observer must match that distance. Oh, sorry, a co-altitude zenith, right? That means hundreds of light years of a zenith distance across the sky. Now, how is that going to match the surface of your sphere? It's not.
So the co-altitude distance means the 90 degrees, which would be zenith, for wherever your observer is standing, minus the observed height of that celestial body. And that will change by definition as you move across the surface. How much it changes makes all the difference in the world. We know it changes, as you said, 1 minute per degree, or for 1 mile, 1 minute per 1 mile, nautical mile. And that means it's, by definition, it's changing. If you measure your co-altitude, which is 90 degrees minus the observed height of that particular object, and you have a 20, let's say if it's 45 degree measurement, and then you move a couple hundred miles or 120 miles, we'll see a 2 degree change. So that zenith, by definition, has changed. It is not parallel, by definition.
In your belief, the zeniths are diverging in the globe model, but you can't use 16 nautical miles per degree. But you can't use 16 nautical miles per degree with diverging zeniths.
Hold on.
You
Brian.
can't.
By definition, what definition?
It's defined.
What
as
definition?
What you see an object versus the zenith.
Hello. What definition?
Yep. Of co-altitude.
Yeah, where's
That's
that?
not the definition of
Where's that?
Oh, I can find you a definition of your
Yes,
mind.
please.
I'm looking forward to seeing this definition.
I think he's
There's one.
just
There's many of them,
Googling it.
obviously. I think everyone knows the altitude.
That's not a definition. Why am I hearing your voice? Stop. Stop. Sorry, did you post it?
Posted it, yes.
Thank you.
And this is from Celestial Navigation.
Co-altitude, 90 degrees, is the complement measurement of an altitude known as the zenith distance or co-altitude. It equals the 90 degrees minus the observed height of the sighted star or sun. Okay?
So nothing to do with diverging zeniths then?
The 90 degrees then?
Well, it's by definition.
Sorry, by definition 90 degrees then?
Because you...
90 degrees.
You and I both...
Sorry, 90 degrees then? And then you said there's...
Zenith is just straight up. 90 degrees opposed to horizontal.
Then you said it was 60 nautical miles for every 1 degree, right?
That by definition is saying that zenith is going to change to that object. So it's not going to be...
Sorry, wait, it does not say that. That's not what it says.
But that's implied.
Sorry, that is not what it says. Don't tell me what it implies.
It implies that...
Don't tell me what it implies. It's not what it says.
Sun, is the sun the same altitude?
Sorry, why are you asking me something when you get annihilated? Hear that sound, Anik? That's the sound of a flat earther's bollocks slapping around your face, my friend.
You say, that's where I get my entertainment.
Yeah, that's not what it says. You can tell me how it infers it, but moments earlier it was by definition. Now it's not by definition, just by inference, right?
Well,
not by definition, then, you stuttering spacker.
I'm not stuttering.
Stuttering spastic. You said only moments earlier that it was that by definition, till I challenged you to get a definition. And what do you know? It's not by definition, just by your fuckwit inference.
By definition, it says...
Sorry, do you want to tell me by fuckwit inference again? It's not by definition, fuckwit. You were wrong.
Observed height.
Sorry, do you want to fucking suck on my bollocks, Anik? Because it is not, as you stated quite boldly, by definition, is it?
If it was...
Sorry, you stuttering bitch. Yeah, that is you stuttering, you bitch. Not by definition, as you so boldly declared. By inference from a fuckwit. How do those balls taste, Anik? Do they taste salty, Anik? Salty?
Hold on a second. The elevation's going to change, but not the angle of the fucking zenith. You clown fuck. Hey, dumb
salty?
fuck.
Salty much? Salty
if you
balls?
move away from the GP, the elevation's going to change, not the angle of the vertical.
Do you feel stupid having told us that that's what it is by definition when it most definitely isn't?
Yeah.
You stupid clowns,
How the fuck do you get that from this definition?
Sorry, Zanik, you're being...
And then your rebuttal was, when you move away, the elevation angle changes. We're going to get back to elevation angle here in a minute. That doesn't make the zenith of the GP in your position change their angle.
It does if it's a 60 to 1 nautical mile relationship.
What's an elevation angle?
No. The elevation of an object above the horizontal.
Horizontal what?
Horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Where you get a horizontal plane from?
Opposite of vertical. A plane
The
opposite.
opposite of vertical, but you're on a horizontal plane while you
don't know
acquire
that. You're assuming
an
that.
elevation.
So you just assumed it, Zanik. You just told us that it was the horizontal plane you would be acquiring. I'm not assuming it. You are.
No, you said it was a...
Sorry, you said it was the horizontal plane.
An opposition to vertical.
You literally just said that, Zanik.
Horizontal plane means flat. It's not an assumption.
No, just because we have a horizontal plane doesn't mean the surface is a plane.
The horizontal
Sorry,
plane you're standing on.
that's okay. Okay. Along that, Zanik, along that horizontal plane, what is your understanding of geographical position then, if it's not the surface?
The geographical position will be a point on a surface.
So the surface then, because that's the point that we're measuring to on that tangent plane.
Yes.
So definitely the surface then, you stupid. It's just not your globe surface that's curving. Yeah, so not your globe surface. Be more specific, Zanik. When you say not the surface, not your globe surface. But the geographical position along the tangent line definitely refers to the surface, as you just correctly identified.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. That's right. The geographical position would be the position on the ground, and it's measured along a flat baseline. when you say not the ground position, not the position along the surface, no, just not the position on your sphere surface.
No, I'm not talking about...
Stuttering much? This is two flat earthers teabagging you, Zanuck. How times have changed. Stutter for me.
Interesting. I'm on a mountain somewhere. I want to establish a flat plane. I do that by establishing...
You want to establish a flat plane? Why would you want to establish a flat plane when you believe the Earth is a sphere? Let me get it right. You're now begging me to establish a flat plane with you, so we can both establish flat planes together, right, Zanuck?
You asked for it.
No, you're telling me about what you're doing. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You'll need that flat plane to measure an elevation angle. I'm just wondering why you'd be doing that, given that you think the surface is curving.
It's affirming the consequence. He's a fucking idiot. Consequence.
Consequent,
you idiot.
I said
T. He's not doing it.
Meanwhile, you can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. The surface can't be curved.
Zanuck, why are you establishing a horizontal plane?
We're establishing the horizontal plane with respect to the vertical to see the elevation angle of the object in the sky with respect to the vertical. The vertical gives you the horizontal, gives you the elevation angle to the object.
My question is, why are you establishing a
flat
horizontal plane?
This means you have an elevation angle above a horizontal.
Zanuck, I just want to know, why are you establishing a horizontal plane on top of what you think is a sphere?
Who said I thought it was a sphere? I'm just telling you I have a horizontal plane. That would
get the horizontal plane at?
Why do you need
Where'd you get the horizontal plane at?
Oh, everyone calm down. Everyone,
vertical.
just 1 second, let's get some order. He's saying he doesn't think it's a sphere. Who says he thinks it's a sphere? That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad then.
I didn't say I thought it was a sphere. I didn't say anything about a sphere.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanuck. You don't need the dingleberry Earth dangling beneath the flat plane we establish as the horizontal baseline to acquire elevation angles. You don't need that sphere.
No, you don't get the sphere till later, till you calculate that.
Later? What, after you've used Flat Earth to get an angle? You mean the sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat Earth? With a flat Earth baseline and a flat Earth angle that isn't assumptions or begging the question or an affirming the consequence. It's definitely just a measurement of an angle off a flat baseline. But you're saying the sphere bit comes after the flat Earth bit. Yeah, we know. We know, Zanuck. Yeah, your sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat plane.
Today, we're gonna be playing extreme hide and seek at the world's largest bounce park. 6 total contestants hiding, 2 adults seeking. They have 20 minutes. Whoever they don't catch takes $10,000. Let the games begin. Before we start with this video, we wanna talk to you about today's sponsor, Vinted. Vinted is such a great online marketplace to either buy or sell items such as clothes or accessories.
It is amazing. You can gain extra money while selling items you no longer use.
And the best part is it has no seller fees and it's free to download and very simple to use.
We even have our own Vinted wardrobe where we're selling such a cool items. Some items from Ferran, some from Milan, and even some from me.
What about me? What about my items?
Oh, you too.
If any of you guys are currently looking to buy items that you cannot afford, we highly recommend that you go to your closet, find some items that you don't use anymore, put it on Vinted, sell it, get the money, and use that money for the items that you really want. It's smart and it's easy.
Start selling your items on Vinted.
And go check out our wardrobe. We're gonna put the link in the description. Now, it's back to the hide and seek challenge. We'll see you guys there. Are you guys ready to play hide and seek?
Yeah!
All right, the rules are simple. You got 20 minutes. Whoever I don't find is gonna get $10,000, all right? All right, on your mark. Get set, go!
Go, guys, go, guys. Oh, no. Go, guys. I have a great
great spot.
Try to find someplace really quiet.
Maybe I could go inside the maze.
We're gonna count to a whole minute, then go inside, babe. We got this, okay?
I'm so excited to go find that.
We can't lose. Are you guys team adults or are you guys team kids? Comment down below.
Team adults.
Also, give this video a big thumbs up. Let's get it to $300,000. $100,000. 300,000 likes.
Nice.
And hit that subscribe button. Let's go.
Oh shoot, guys, no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I don't see anyone right now.
I'm climbing over a wall currently.
Where is everyone? Peter, you almost died.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I don't think that's such a good hiding spot.
I'm on top of a slide, bro.
What if I hid in here?
Oh, yo. I found a slide. Hey, what's up? Wait, hold on, I gotta come up, bro.
Gotta come up, bro. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the video, bro.
Guys, I made it. You got this, Ron. I call getting in a spot here. Got it? Need a hand? Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm just hiding in here.
Let's go. It's been a minute. Let's go get these kids.
They're coming.
This place is humongous.
All right, can you do a flip real quick? Don't ever do that again.
Okay.
This place is huge.
I'm already on my breath.
You lost your breath already? Oh, we gotta keep going. Where are you guys at?
Oh shoot, I think they're coming. Oh shoot, they're coming.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there's a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to More Books, Canna Bear, Fiber Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, Ben White, Maximum Gravy, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cat FE, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Muted, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Right, I'm going to go and get a drink.
Good morning, Eli.
Ted, man, what I said was I was in a no reception zone. I'm like, man, I know the show's starting by now. So I get the elevator come up, boom. I seen that drink was there, so I figured.
Now you're
just
roboting. Now you're roboting as you were telling me to start.
Yeah, I give up.
Funny.
I'm in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's a bad place. Hey, John. Hey, Eli.
Hey, Tim.
How you guys doing today?
I had to think about that way too long.
Me too.
So are you doing okay now that you had time to think about it?
I don't see no carpet on this site, bro.
Hey, you're hot micing, Neil.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not too bad. How are you doing, Tim?
Doing better. A little bit better today.
I don't see no curvature on this earth, bro.
Yeah, because there is none.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, good times ahead of us, that's for sure. Anyone in Discord?
There's a couple of people in there. Can we get a sound check from Discord?
No, Nathan.
No, we can't. We can't get a sound check from Discord.
I'll step over there right quick. I'll come back.
We have a time traveler in John.
Sorry, were you talking to me? My wife just walked in and asked me something.
No, I was just saying, John said he's going to step into Discord and report back, and I said we have a time traveler in John.
Have you guys heard the news?
Which news?
Eli. Just one sec. Go ahead, John.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you for doing that. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, I think I came across an article that said that this year will be the last year that they do daylight savings.
Oh, good.
Well, actually, they said daylight savings would be permanent. Was the wording they used.
In other words, we'll stay in -1, or we won't use like our British summertime anymore. It'll just stay in winter time.
Well, did you read the article or just the headline? Because that could be, you know, they do titles that are kind of not saying the exact thing. So if daylight savings is permanent, meaning they're not going to change it, they're going to keep it the same, or daylight savings is permanent, meaning they're going to change it so it doesn't change anymore. I don't know.
Well, thank you for that, current affairs officer Eli Freeman. Not officer, correspondent.
Yeah,
that was the one I was looking
Eli,
for.
Correspondent Eli from New York City.
Yeah. Back to you, panel.
Keeping y'all up to date with the flat Earth debate.
They're just adjusting for the Coriolis where Earth is slowing down. That's what they're doing.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
No, that's just nonsense. I don't know why they're doing it.
Yeah, see right here, it said CNN, Senate passes bill that would make daylight savings time permanent. There's a quote, I guess, from Senator Marco Rubio. If we can get this passed, we don't have to keep doing this stupidity anymore.
Eli, I've been hearing that for the last 10 years.
Well, it's about time.
I do like gaining an hour in the fall, though.
Me too.
Well, you're not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not. All that happens is you're referenced to talk to other people about time changes. But in terms of what occurs, I'm being smug, but this only occurred to me since having kids. Because their routine doesn't change. The sun comes up, and when it does, they get up. Nothing changes, in fact. Only your reference to the piece of mechanical trickery on your arm. That's all that changes.
No, during the
No.
summertime, it's lighter longer.
No, it bloody
Set
isn't.
the clocks back.
Right, when you say lighter longer, in the summer, yes, it is lighter longer, because it's summer. Not because the clocks have changed.
Nathan, it's the clocks, Nathan.
Hold on. Those arbitrary pieces of machinery that we carry on our wrists that tell us this concept of time, everyone believes in that concept. And when you have a job, you have to get up according to it. So you do
well,
get
there
an
you
hour.
go. You see, technically I'm self-employed, and YouTube doesn't mind what hours I keep. So for me, that's easily said. I'll agree. For you, bound up in the concepts of time and people who are a slave to that concept, that does alter their life because they physically shift their schedule. Even though the sun's coming up at pretty much the same time as it was, maybe a little bit later than it did the day before. You know what I mean?
You ain't kidding, slave, because I had to just go take a urine test, take a breathalyzer test, take orientation just to do my trade.
So they looked at you and said, "This guy looks like a drunk druggie. We better."
You better have daylight around this guy most of the time.
There was 25 people there.
Well, have you changed your starting time, Nathan?
Next week.
Have I changed my starting time? No. But
Are you
you've
starting at,
changed
like,
your
your
clocks. We
normal
haven't. We haven't changed ours. And when they do, yes, I will. So you could call me complete.
That's right. That's right. So you guys are a little bit behind. But I thought, didn't you guys change your clocks ahead of us when we went into setting them back?
Well, there's a couple of weeks apart between them. I thought you were about to call me a total hypocrite, which you didn't, but you could have.
I was getting ready to.
Hypocrite.
Why would I call you a hypocrite?
Because I've told you, like, I'm peace and love and some sort of hippie, like, hey, man, I'm not affected by the time. I rise and flow with the sun, man. And then, do you change the time of your show? Yeah, I do, yeah.
Oh, no. I was just saying, because I noticed when we changed our time this past, when we set our clocks back, like before we just set them forward this time, it seemed like the way the sun rising and setting, it was much more than, it was a couple of hours change, not just an hour. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
so
you're
I wonder what goes on with
yeah.
that.
I totally agree, and I know exactly what you mean, because there's a turning point when you get to spring. Suddenly it's much more noticeable that you're getting a lot more sun throughout the day and that it's rising higher in the sky. Now, if you're paying attention, which I do daily, to where the sun's coming up and what it's doing, and point it out to my kids, not daily, but almost daily, then you get an idea of how it's changing, how it's altering. Now, for us, it's very lucky in terms of the position of this building, in terms of during the summer months, it comes out of a side window, and during the winter months, it only comes out the kitchen window. They're 90 degrees to each other. So there's a very distinct difference. I can see it coming over that house, and I can point it out to the kids in summer, and I can point it coming out over the garages in winter, and staying low to the horizon during the winter. But that starkly changes around about now. You get to notice, and I'm like, you're noticing that the sun's coming down from a much sharper angle now at 9 a.m. And I'm just like, yeah, it's much more sunny. Sun's around for longer. She says it while we're driving to the home ed class the other day. The sun's up. Look, it's coming with us, she says. And I was like, no, it's just we can see it more obviously now than we could a week ago. So, paying attention to these things rather than you watch was what I was driving at, rather than being some smug hippie.
Absolutely. And for me, that brings into the paying attention to what they're doing with the weather, which I don't know how you guys feel about that. You know what I mean? But I'm looking up at the sky right now, and they're like painting the sky. You know what I mean?
Don't know why, do you?
I think
You're talking about chemtrails, or what some people call contrails. The stuff that comes out, the shit that comes out the back of planes. I have no idea what that is. Now, I know that people can qualify it, and I've watched plenty of documentaries on chemtrails and contrails and the argument about them. But realistically, I don't know what they're doing or why they're doing it. Is it weather related? Oh, yes, there's 5 different people all at once. Can you prove that? And they'll show me the same documentaries that I've already seen in terms of their qualification based on what seems like presented to the public for consumption information. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm just saying it's a bit dubious. If you're doing weather manipulation, what's the purpose of that?
They'll be affected by it too, won't they?
Well, what wouldn't that be like the ultimate to be able to control the weather?
Well, yes. So wouldn't it be the ultimate flex to make people think that you can do that?
Oh, absolutely. You know what I mean? But here's my thing. Regardless of the documentaries, right? I know from my personal experience, and you can say memory is fallible for sure, but I come from a family. My father's very interested in aviation. I have always been looking up at the sky, right? I'm very familiar with airplanes, and I have seen contrails for a very long time. And the concept of a contrail is the same thing as your breath on a cold day, right? You see your hot breath come out and then it disappears, which is what contrails used to do. These long streaks that just stay in the sky for a long time, and they're painting freaking X's, and there's like a sheen, like an oily sheen on these freaking clouds that I see in the sky. Like, it's clearly not natural. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know what they're
that.
doing.
I think any right-minded man would agree with you. By man, I mean person. Yeah. Okay. But what conclusions can you draw from that?
There's that it's speculative, you know, and that's that's the issue.
I think they did something. They screwed up somewhere down the line. My theory is.
Oh, and don't be shy.
So, back in the day, they realized they can't get out of here. They found this dome. They found whatever it is. Let's call it a dome. And then they tried to start blowing it up. That was under the eyes of, let's see what these explosions do in the air and how they work against airplanes, so we know what we're going into when we have war. Bullshit. So they did something and screwed it up bad. Because now they're constantly flying this shit into the sun every fucking day. Every day that I look at the sun, when it supposedly sets, it starts looking like a greasy oven light. Every day.
Okay.
So what are they doing? Are they trying to stop the heat? Did they put a crack somewhere? What? They did something.
Okay. So you're saying
because after
they found a dome.
The admiral went.
Okay. I just want to summarise. There's a lot of information to take in. They found a dome, and then they've attacked the dome. But you're basing that on information that we've been given about high jump. Is it high jump? No. Fishbowl. Fishbowl.
Dominic, yeah.
So, okay. Just to compare and contrast, if I told you a story of NASA sending a ship to the moon and firing something into it and it ringing like a bell,
yeah,
would you?
They've been doing all kinds of
So you'd take that as read, would you?
I don't know if they actually did that or not.
So how do you know they've been firing things at the dome, or if there even is a dome?
Well, because they were, like I just said, they were doing stuff under an operation.
Says who?
So
Says
they
them.
would see what happened to their airplanes in the sky when these bombs start going off.
What bombs?
That was their excuse.
What bombs?
The bombs that they were shooting into the fucking
The ones
air.
they say they sent into the sky. Okay.
Yeah, the ones they literally recorded, and there's some actual. As shitty as it is, there's.
Okay. Let's just stop here for a second because we're going to start the live show soon. I'm not going to attack you on this, but do you believe there is a dome? I'm not going to attack you on it. Just want yes or no.
I have to say, yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make my next point make sense unless you affirm that. Just before you join, just affirming something so I can make a point. Thank you. So based on your belief that there is a dome, you're seeking out affirmation bias. So on the one hand, I mean, I could have used landing on the moon. I used one that was slightly devoid to that, so it didn't give the game away in terms of firing something at the moon and letting it ring. Because there are flat earthers who use that in parts of their rhetoric. again, when seeking affirmation bias. So why would it be the case that you'd, for the moon landing, or in my example, firing something at the moon and listening to it ring, you'd be like, oh, I don't know if that's actually true. But for the dome, well, they definitely fired stuff at it. Why?
Yeah, they fire stuff at the sun, too. I watched this happen. Like, I used to be real into looking at the sun and the moon, and especially the sun. I saw all kinds of really weird stuff going on, and I used to question.
Did you see things fired at it?
Yeah, like literally digital. Yeah, it looked like a digital. Say you have like this type of pulsing laser thing. It just shoots pulses. You can see these literal like dashes going into the sun.
Okay, I'll take that as okay, because it's, you know, your primary source. That's your first-hand account. Fine, I'll take that as read.
Right.
But that doesn't translate to them firing bombs at a dome, does it?
No, that's a whole different thing.
Right. So you can only take it on their word, and their word is not worth anything to me.
They didn't say they were firing shit at the dome. Here's the thing: I looked at the timeline. Timeline with Admiral Byrd. You know that whole story, right? Everybody does, or should, right? Some more land. Look, there's more land over there. There's a little America. You know, blah blah blah. So all of a sudden, that got kind of stifled. Got up, and then he died. Right? And then they started shooting shit in the air, just coincidentally, because, you know, and again with the guise of nuclear war. What would happen? In other words, they were saying they were literally shooting nuclear fucking missiles up there. See what would happen when they rang, you know, with the electromagnetic pulses, the EMPs. How would that affect these airplanes flying in the air? That's what they were saying they were doing. But in reality, it was a very strange timeline, you know, right after Admiral Byrd, and what did they really find?
Chocolate saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped along, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on night. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature, and vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat on moving earth. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Jen Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FE party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, to join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they race you in the system,
Broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, time to let it go.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Well gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything in truth but face it. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Bladder, bladder, bladder.
I'm not spinning, I'm not spinning, I'm not spinning, I'm not spinning. Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day, when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Oh, make West, you tried your best, couldn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. Oh, make West, you tried your best, couldn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. McWest, you really tried your best, didn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. Oh, and Ranty rants with his videos, and it's clear that Mick West doesn't know that it's hard to determine so many things. It's not that easy as they would have you believe. Oh, Mick West couldn't pass the test. Oh, Mick West, you tried your best, couldn't pass the test. Oh, Midwest, Anthony Riley. Midwest.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along, so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because because the magical velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, By a cosmic fairy tale.
Good morning. Is anybody hiding around here? Nothing's going on, I take it. Just chilling after some bot music.
me tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real, it's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles, and I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training, to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk, and tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, assholes, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get
so far away. The moon isn't what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say. 600 miles using stars, our only compass was our arm. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The thinker thinks is on his own. The song adjusting to the tone. And dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide the mystic's home. The sun is not so far away. Everything isn't what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say.
is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
A slight innuendo is a crack in the line. All global logic must ensure every time. Now lend me your ears to learn the globe's never coming back. As Helios skeptic brings another attack. Obama told you that flat Earth was fake and there's no danger. Look at it clearer, tell me, do you think flat Earth is stranger? Flat Earth marches on, headed straight for the west. close my eyes and wait to hear the sound of cloudhead screaming. Father's tears, father's tears, father's tears, father's tears. My flight's back to Glover's into rage quick goodbyes. And then I move on to make the most of the night. Don't care if you're mad, in fact I'll leave you dismayed. Your argument's old, I don't know what else to say. I never wanted it to end this way, but you keep spiraling. Believe me when I say to you, in fact, your globe is dying. Yeah. Father's tears, father's tears, father's tears, father's tears.
Just a man talking about flat earth and 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 talking about
Debate. Flat Earth debate.
Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate. Flat Earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me? Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. Baller's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Oh, Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball incognitus? Ain't it time you said goodbye? But Baltar, Space Monkey, I see that sadness in your eyes. For your spinning water ball, ain't no argument you can find. There is nothing you can say. Baltard, it's really over for ya. There is nowhere you can hide. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Come on, Baltar, dry your eyes. Baltar, Space Monkey, ain't it good to be alive? Baltar, spinning Space Monkey, you are welcome to our flat Earth.
Like, why, when you got one case for, like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, you know, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry.
Okay.
I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary like coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circle, sure, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance
fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry Grover, if you stay, you will never be fly earth with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, angry Grover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we want our flat earth back and live in reality. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never be fly earth with what you say. So go take a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions with all the fucking brown beating and the refuse to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Carrie, you're a fucking bullshitting lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Carrie, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rod with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum, and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. All that no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Sake, Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourselves, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my 2 eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money, too. They got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. The NASA flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not much to think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just our doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, putting caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got spare eyes, yeah, I never bet. They're gonna spare eyes, yeah, I. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, want you to think they go to space. I say I go to space. When they go to space, I say I go to space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, no politics, just to get laid, just to get laid.
Drace, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord, with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Title notes, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Mental judo, the FE commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the most highest opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. What my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep Flat Earth Society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. Maybe pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the glow proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. I met a girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting. And where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear for dear, like everyone else, like everyone.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the Canatuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
Educated, you bringing me down like an elevator, better yet an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it, never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
It's been a long night, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I've got a feeling with these funny flat earthers, you know. We're gonna go to Jupiter, gonna go to Mars. Yeah, but hold on, have a little bit of me energy drink. And then, you know, cause last night I was out partying really hard, you know what I mean? So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go online and like, try to like, you know, talk to these like flat earthers, you know, because we're gonna have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little dip of my energy drink. Yeah, hold on, I need one of them, yeah, like running Red Bulls or something, you know, just, I wanna go to Jupiter, gonna bring some alcohol, gonna bring my gal soon, cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah. I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter. Gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. Yeah, but hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, bring a little bit of alcohol. Bring something for eating too, because I don't know, just bring barbecue, mate. Bring barbecue, yeah, we got the barbecue. Alright lads, alright, we're deciding we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you can't just say that the earth is flat, you know what I mean? Like, hold on, I need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need me energy drink. Long night last night, now partying with me girlfriend, you know. Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you know, you can't just criticise anything, you know. You can totally just get a rocket. Just get a rocket. Let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, we just got together and just, you know, decided, you know, like, if we could do a meeting like at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, you know, again we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up.
Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
You have got to be kidding me, are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rat bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain.
It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the Boule-Aid. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmud Zionists, and when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit, that germ theory got you scared of invisible figments, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant.
CNN, it's true. I've seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I've seen it on Fox,
you have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let up disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are a million light years away.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball. And anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I will trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat Earth Society.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they put them from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes are his, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in competence. Ever said, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test, never verify. They press photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, incentives and belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind. Try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind. And you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard. I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know. Intoxicated eight makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars, it's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
A friend of mine once told me to do a search online. Search for photos of Earth, he said. This shit will blow your mind. So I opened up the Google and I looked for photos of Earth. Well, a lot of photos came up. He said, click on the first. He said, that's the famous blue marble that everybody's seen. We've seen this photo 1,000 times upon our TV screen. But let me tell you something about that famous shot. It's not a photo at all, man. It was made in Photoshop. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a clone. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? He was goddamn right. That shit did blow my mind. Cause I thought the blue marble was a photo all this time. Well, don't you think that's strange? He said suspiciously. Now, the fact that it ain't a photo seems pretty weird to me. I mean, the most important photo that man could ever take? This huge iconic image turns out to be a fake? Well, I couldn't quite believe it, man. I was pretty shocked. I needed further proof that this photo's photoshopped. He said, look up Robert Simon. He made that cartoon ball. He's the guy you should research. He works for NASA and all. He openly admits that it's all just artistry. He said, and I quote, it's photoshopped, but it has to be. There ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a clone. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Yep, every photo of the Earth is artist trickery. All the photos on Google, man, are as fake can be. Download all the photos and put them side by side. Compare all the continents, they're each a different size. Compare all the colors, each globe a different shade. If all of these were photos, man, they should look the goddamn same. Where's the continuity? There's none, no, none at all. All that NASA gives us is a bunch of cartoon balls. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Now we're supposed to have this telescope, right, that's flying past the stars, taking beautiful photos of Jupiter and Mars. Well, I've got a small suggestion, NASA. Here's something you could do. Point that thing at planet Earth and take a shot or two, because there should be goddamn thousands of photos of where we live. But Hubble ain't taken one. That's suspicious, don't you think? We got all these fancy pictures of spinning galaxies, but not one goddamn photo of the Earth for us to see. Cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball?
You know what a great song that is. That's a great one. How come there are no photos of this ball?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
And believe it or not, I actually had somebody arguing with me on Fascist Book. The artistic renderings of other planets are not Photoshop. They said that Photoshop was only this one image. And I just wonder where in the world they come up with this crazy nonsense. Globies will say the darndest things, that's for sure.
We built this film on a foundation of love. Its purpose? To shatter the mental barriers constructed from a lifetime of indoctrination. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are participants in a prison system we are unable to see. Once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. Many of us rarely realize we are the victims of indoctrination. We follow the pre-planned layout of life, living in a state of confusion, controlled by a small group of individuals who possess great wealth, estate, and control. They monetarily benefit by keeping us blind to the true nature of the shape of the earth. Most are too busy to question what they are told or investigate the scientific theory about the physical world and its shape, wrongly taught in schools as fact. Inquiries made on a controlled platform such as YouTube or Facebook are quickly rerouted to videos and content that hold no merit. Misconceptions occur either intentionally or due to lack of research by mixing heliocentric and geocentric cosmology together, causing incoherence that pushes the viewer away from learning. Why would a lie like this exist? What purpose does this level of deception seek to gain? The hard, solid truth is that all the known space agencies and related industries have made untold amounts of money for many, many years, providing nothing but CGI, fisheye lens curvature, and Hollywood-style productions as proof. The following evidence should speak for itself through the testimonies of these professionals, pilots, and witnesses. To find yourself, think for yourself. The most courageous act is to think for yourself. Our greatest wish is for minds opened, questions answered, and the reign of freedom through truth revealed.
Good afternoon.
Hey John, how are you?
Pretty good, sir. How's everything there?
Everything's good, can't complain. It's kind of windy out. Looks like it's gonna rain. But anyhow, I've been hitting these, questions regarding the flat Earth. People trying to get information out of me, and I'm not too familiar with the subject. Yep.
Yes, sir. Copy that. I'll give you a couple of relatively quick examples that you can also research and elaborate as well. Number one, I'm a pilot, and when I used to fly out of Long Island towards Nantucket, bottom line here is they're going to give you some type of formula for every 100 miles. They're going to give you some type of XYZ per kilometer squared. Keep it very, very simple. Every 100 miles would be approximately 1 mile. 1 mile is 5,280 feet. The actual number is 6666, which is of Luciferian origin, which really reveals who's behind all the conspiracy and cover-ups, for everything. But the bottom line here is a very simple formula is for every 100 miles, you have 5,280 feet, which is 1 mile of curvature. So 100 miles equals 1 mile of curvature. Now, if I'm going, let's say, hypothetically, from Long Island to Nantucket, that's about a buck and a half. It's about 150 miles. So it should be 1.5 miles. So let's just take a mile. So with aviation, you fly at certain altitudes, whether you're flying in a easterly, a northeasterly, to a southwesterly direction. So hypothetically, if I'm flying easterly at hypothetically about 4,000 feet, which is an even number. If you add 5,000 feet of curvature, that would be around 9,480 feet, which does not exist. So the bottom line is pilots know every 100 miles that you travel, you would be dipping the nose down to compensate for 1 mile, which is 5,280 feet of curvature. So there's the proof right there that there's something very fishy with this globe Earth situation, because scientifically it doesn't matter.
My name is Joshua Silva. I am a licensed commercial pilot and flight instructor. I have had a lifelong love of aviation and aerospace, and when growing up I even fancied myself an amateur astronomer. I would drag my family and friends, anybody I could, to every air show I could possibly find in Northern California. I was the only kid you knew, or anybody knew, that knew the various components on aircraft, spacecraft by heart. I absolutely loved anything to do with flying or space. But my love of aviation and aerospace never stopped. I continued studying, had an entire library full of aviation books of various military and civilian aircraft, military history, every aviation campaign and theater, almost any war. I studied religiously, and it was just out of pure passion. Later in life, many years later, I decided to become a pilot. As strange as it may sound, it hadn't occurred to me to become a pilot up to that point. I just simply loved aviation and aerospace, but I decided to become a pilot, and I began attending a prestigious flight academy in the Midwest and attending university at the same time, and to gain a degree in aeronautics and aerospace. Shortly thereafter, I began flying twin turboprop aircraft out of Northern California for several nonprofit organizations, and years after that I found myself flight instructing for various small flight schools, both in California and in Arizona, and then on to large academies that trained for the airlines and even some military flights. Shortly thereafter, I began flying regional business jets, and that's when the story of me finding the topic of flat Earth started.
Hola, mi nombre es Héctor Requena. Soy terraplanista desde el 2016. Este tema lo descubrí accidentalmente, me agradó mucho y desde ahí lo empecé a investigar. Desde ahí me di cuenta de lo que está pasando en el mundo. Yo fui aviador, me gusta más la palabra aviador que piloto. Yo volé con mi papá desde niño, él era piloto de la Fuerza Aérea Mexicana. Un tema muy curioso que me pasó a mí fue el empezar a conocer cómo funciona el giroscopio. El giroscopio está diseñado para volar sobre un plano, sobre un terreno plano y una tierra que no se mueve. Todos estos temas me llevaron a seguir investigando. Estamos tratando de invitar a la gente a que no se cierre de mente a estos temas, ya que si no nos damos cuenta de lo que está pasando ahorita es por lo mismo, porque la gente está cerrada, se cierra a pensar fuera de la caja.
Been a military brat all my life. However, I've been in the industry of aviation for the last 21 years. And I became an FE somewhere around 15 or 16 when I really started looking at conspiracies. I looked into Benghazi because I happen to work on government contracts abroad, overseas. But I've been in aviation for 21 years. Anything from helicopters to aerostats to big birds, little birds, fighter jets, things with engines, no engines, big blades, little blades, compressor blades, which, by the way, that one's not a hoax. Jets do not run only on compressed air. Contrary to popular belief, it takes compressed air in a blended ratio of air to fuel to drive the now heated gas and rotate the compressor blades. This has been a topic of discussion between FE and, not everything's a hoax. Coriolis effect. With that ties into, obviously with no spin, around the axis points that they say exist at 23.4, conveniently 66 off the 90 degrees, right? Everything ties into 666 with NASA and all the BS scientists. Our aircraft have things called ADIs, attitude direction indicator, which gives correlation between the aircraft housing or the shell around the gyro itself. The ADI is nothing more than a gyro that will always reference level. I don't care what any pilot says. I don't care what any mechanic tells you. You know, there's a reason that pilots have one book called a Pilot Operating Handbook, and there's every other book, right? From structures to avionics to wiring diagrams to the actual components that make up these systems. That is a standalone system. The ADI does not lie. You don't care how cold it is, how high you are, and some of these guys are pretty damn high. It doesn't matter where you're going. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter where you are over the realm itself.
I woke up to the truth of the flat earth, shape of the earth, as an engineer and a pilot. So I've studied engineering, physics, 3 different ways: basic physics, electric physics, and construction physics. And also as a pilot, as a rotary wing pilot, that is helicopter pilot, I studied aeronautical physics as well. So I can cover and discuss just about any factor of flat earth. Not that I'm any smarter than anybody else, but I've studied quite a bit of factors that analyze shape and motion of just about any object. That's physics, also aeronautical physics, and principles of flight. I can tell you this: airplanes fly straight and level. That's even an aviation term, straight and level. Airplanes will fly for hours at the same altitude, never dipping their nose down to follow the curve of the earth. An aircraft on a 12-hour or even 18-hour flight from Portland, Oregon to Seoul, Korea, that would have that aircraft starting at one point and then flying so far around the earth that it's flying downwards with its nose vertically downwards, and then starting to go around the curve of the earth so that the airplane is now flying upside down. Would have to make that kind of a flight path on a globe, which is, it's such an absurdity. So that being said, I come into the true shape of the earth, the flat earth, as a skeptic, like most anyone else. I'll tell you my story. My buddy told me about this. He said, Rob, you need to learn about the ice ring. You need to learn that the earth doesn't move. This globe is garbage. And I laughed at him. I said, are you kidding me? I'm not even gonna look into that. And he said, that's fine. He said, that's fine. You don't have to look into flat earth. But until you do, he said, until you do look into flat earth, you will remain a slave of the matrix. And interestingly enough, at this point, this was more or less November, December 2015, I had already mentally resigned from the U.S. military for 3 years. I had already resigned because of Benghazi. I realized, and I saw for myself, I'd been working with U.S. as an Army officer, working for State Department for a good 10 years. And so what I did, I turned my physics awareness, I turned my studies into analysis of the shape of the earth.
I have a bachelor's degree in English and International Business and a master's degree in Emergency Management. Emergency Management is an area of study that deals with lessening the effects of a natural or man-made disaster. Areas I had to study related to emergency management were meteorology, geology, geography, hydrology, and oceanography. You have to know well how Earth works in order to prevent or lessen the consequences of a natural disaster. In 2019, I wrote the book called 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. Not many people know that when I was younger, I worked for an international airline. I worked at the International Cargo and Logistics Division of the company at São Paulo International Airport. I had to know all international routes in order to provide our clients the precise information about import and exports, as well as the logistics of transporting cargo internationally. Our company transported from a simple parcel package to cars and helicopters to anywhere in the world. Having access to all areas of the airport in 1988, the Brazilian soccer team was about to board their flight towards Australia to take part of the bicentennial Soccer Cup in Australia.
It was a tournament to celebrate Australia's 200th birthday. 2 South American teams were invited to take part of this tournament, Brazil and Argentina. At that time, we had access to several maps, all based on the Globe Earth model. The Brazilian squad left to Australia with natural conclusions that this charter flight was going to Australia over the Pacific Ocean, as the global model suggests, perhaps stop in Santiago, Chile, and then head to Australia. To my surprise, the flight went to Los Angeles. For several days, I could not comprehend the reason why that flight went to Los Angeles in North America to then go towards Australia in the Southern Hemisphere. This thing kept alive in the back of our mind for all these years.
I'm a merchant marine. I've been sailing 15 years. I graduated from the Paul Hall Maritime Center out of Piney Point, Maryland. I primarily sail on container ships, tankers, drill ships, military cargo vessels, you name it, I can sail on it. I sail in the capacity of bosun. My whole title is AB Unlimited. That primarily sail deep sea and coastal, meaning up and down the coast, west coast, east coast, and deep sea is out deep sea across to other continents. What led me to the flat earth was actually my sister. We've always been into the conspiracies and the 9/11 and Sandy Hook and all that stuff. And one day she said, hey, you want to see a conspiracy? You should look into the flat earth. And I looked at her and laughed because I had seen the videos come up in the feed and they showed that disc thing in the space and I laughed at it and whatever. And she showed it to me and I laughed at her. And I went and pulled out my phone and I looked up a video. You can look it up. It's called Dragon Link FPV to Space. And what you'll see is basically an RC airplane that's been taken up about 80,000 feet, and they release it, and then the airplane comes down with power. And it has the Dragon Link system, which is capable of making control and video. Anyways, but they had a GoPro, so you see this curved globe. And you know, that said it for me. When I saw that, I was like, oh wow, look at that. So I brought that down to her, put it right in her face and said, look at that. And looking back, I remember her smile on it was like, you know, okay, she wasn't going to argue with me. And she said, okay. Later on, I don't know, a couple days later, whenever I seen it in there, and I said, all right, I had nothing to watch. I hit it on the YouTube, and I knew within 10 minutes of it. I forget which one it was. I think it was probably one of the documentaries, but it was almost like I instantly knew. And then what happened was a lot of the proofs that I had were before I was a flat earther, such as seeing contacts at 30 miles out with the naked eye on the horizon, which is impossible on the globe model. So much so, it was me, the third officer, and the lookout. We were standing our watch, and I believe we were in the Mediterranean Sea. Lookout, looking watch, I say, okay, we got a contact out there. We look, and we try and get it on the radar. We get it at 30 miles out. When the chief mate came up, we had told him, hey mate, we got a contact earlier 30 miles out. He said, bull crap, I don't believe you. And we all looked at each other and shook our heads, said, yep, they got it. He stormed off the bridge, ran down, came back up. He had the Bowditch, which is a thick green book that's everything you ever need to know about being on the ocean, sailing, navigation, everything. And he comes up and he says, the math doesn't lie. And he slams down this piece of paper and he says, our bridge height is at 100 feet versus how far? 30 miles. It should have been behind like 600 foot of curve. I remember 600 something foot. He had all the mathematical, of course I didn't know, okay, that's good. All right, he must know what he's talking about. But we're looking like, well, I don't know. We got it on the radar. Then the radar must not know what it's doing.
You can just call me Jay. That's what my friends call me. That's what I go by. I just go by Jay. My work experience, I joined the Navy when I was 17 years old. I had a secret security clearance. There's different levels of security clearance. There's like a lower level, then there's a secret, which is what I had, which is like a mid-level, and then there's a top secret. I did not have a top secret clearance, so there's a lot that I don't know. But I did have a secret clearance. So it's basically the mid-level security clearance for the government that I had. And I did that job for 8 years. I worked in operational intelligence specifically. The radar navigation, there's a limited scope of what we're able to see. Now, granted, this is 15 or 20 years ago. what I mean by that is, with it being 15 or 20 years ago, the technology nowadays on the new warships, I would imagine, are just off the charts advanced compared to what we had, 20 years ago in the early 2000s when I was doing deployments for the Navy. We're looking at the scope of the radar. Now, this is just going off of the actual screen that we can see. Now, there's 3 different screens. There's the basic radar screen where we have this limited scope where it only goes out like 25 miles, right? Then there's this other bigger screen, and I forgot the name of it, but it goes onto this huge projection in the Combat Information Center. Basically is where all of the information is housed. And on this huge screen, we can actually zoom out and see a significant portion of our area of responsibility. I can't say the exact number. Again, a lot of this is classified. Basically, when we zoom out onto this large projectile screen, it goes in and out, right? So the reason why we're able to zoom in and then pull back out is just for accuracy. So if we're looking at something that could just be like a buoy in the water, right? Just one of the little tiny buoys that the ships can use as kind of placements to track where they're going, that can be mistaken for an actual small watercraft. So we have to be able to differentiate between that and some of the ships that we're looking for, because some of the deployments we're on, we're out there looking for drug ships, we're looking for other types of ships, submarines, basically just to keep a track of everything. That's basically what the Navy and Coast Guard do. They want to make sure that they know what's going on in the seas, and that's kind of the way the United States Navy operates. They're basically dictating what happens in international waters.
I will be providing my in-depth experience of U.S. Navy submarines and how they prove we do not live on a globe Earth. However, due to the nature of my job and the security clearance that I hold, I wish to remain anonymous. I've worked for the U.S. Department of the Navy as a submarine quality assurance specialist for the last 5 years. My job is to ensure that each submarine is built properly, safely, and to the engineer's plan. I have an intimate knowledge of every aspect of each submarine being built in the shipyard I work in. Now that you heard a little bit of my background, let me explain how I arrived at the crazy notion that the Earth is visibly and observably flat. I have always questioned the reality around me since I was little. I never followed anything mainstream, and I was never interested in what the news had to say. As I got older, I started looking into more and more things out of my own curiosity. 9/11, school shootings. I eventually started researching the moon landing because it just never sat well with me. And it didn't take long for me to completely unravel that for the hoax that it is. After that, I was starting to realize that we had been lied to on so many levels. What else could there possibly be? Then I saw a video about the flat Earth pop up on my YouTube recommendations. At first, even with my awakened mind, I thought this was absolutely ridiculous. I decided that I'd look into it simply to disprove it and move on. It should be easy, right? That was over 6 years ago, and I still can't disprove the flat Earth. In fact, the more I research it, the more it reveals. This leads me into my submarine experience. looking back on everything I had accomplished while on active duty with eyes to see, has only served to solidify my stance that we live on a flat and motionless plane.
The theory of more land being hidden on Earth as one of the possible motives to hide the fact that the Earth is not a spinning water ball corkscrewing through space is something that many flat earthers have postulated over the years. And I just couldn't shake the concept from my mind, where, just like Rear Admiral Richard Byrd suggested during his Antarctic expedition, Operation High Jump, that there is undiscovered land on Earth, and that possibility spawned an idea to write The Elusive Curve, a modern-day quest to discover another world. The Elusive Curve is a fictional novel created to convey a very non-fictional message, that the Earth is a flat, motionless level plane devoid of any curvature. When Max Carter discovers irrefutable proof of the true shape of the Earth, the course of his life drastically changes, and he becomes a man obsessed, convinced that there is more land being hidden beyond Antarctica, and that he is going to reach it. The Elusive Curve debunks typical globe Earth claims, including ships disappearing over the horizon due to the curve of the Earth, the Foucault's pendulum, and the Coriolis effect, whilst presenting flat Earth proofs like visual perspective, level water over vast distances, and long-distance photography, all within the context of Max's varied and colourful relationships.
Also, there's a semi-classified naval communications device. When ships are communicating ship to ship on the ocean, U.S. Navy, semi-classified laser communication NAVCOM device, which also does data as well. So if they're communicating with ships 70 miles, 100 miles or more, like I said, every 100 miles is a mile of curvature. So it wouldn't work because lasers operate line of sight. They operate in a straight line. There's no curvature to the laser. So the bottom line here is the naval NAVCOM classified, semi-classified system that they use to communicate ship to ship, that operates on a laser, and if there was curvature, anything over, like I said, 100 miles is 5,280 feet of curvature, and the ship's diameter is nowhere near that, which you know. So there's another example, the naval NAVCOM communication device. Also, there's a woman, female KLH pilot, KLH Dutch Commercial Airlines. She got fired from her job a while back for questioning this issue. Now, they didn't throw around the company, but they gave her like a desk job, so this way they kind of keep her around and quiet so they can control. But she's a very sane and rational woman. If they ask her, what happened, and she starts talking, it's going to raise serious questions. So we got the KLH pilot, we got the laser NAVCOM, U.S. Navy. We've got my personal experience flying from Long Island to Bangkok. I think there should be at least 5,280 feet of curvature added to the 4,000 altitude average while heading easterly. So there's something very wrong there. The numbers don't work.
Could the Earth actually be flat? I began to see opinions and arguments that seemed logical, but I heard several arguments, which I now know were most likely disinformation, easily disprovable in the aviation world, but there were some that stuck with me. And so, myself being the way I am, I ran quickly, metaphorically, to my old textbook. And I opened my old textbooks, found them, unpacked them, cracked them all open, and even downloaded brand new copies in PDF form offline of all these books to make sure that nothing had been changed. I thought for certain that I knew exactly what compensation pilots are trained while flying to compensate for the spin or the rotation of the Earth, for instance. As far as falling around a globe, that I assumed in my mind would be an aircraft's angle of attack. But upon more study, I found that not to be true. The angle of attack being the angle between the aircraft's flight path and the relative wind, which is something that pilots are very familiar with. And it's the idea that an aircraft has to be slightly pitched up, essentially to stay airborne, or a surface of that aircraft has to be pitched slightly to create a difference in air pressure to hold the aircraft aloft. And that is assumed, or was assumed at that time by myself and other pilots, to be the compensation one would make for falling around a globe while flying, period. But upon further research, I found that this was not the case, and it was not even mentioned anywhere. This compensation was not mentioned anywhere I could find in any resource that I had gone to flight school with, and they were extensive. There were many, many books, especially as one progressed towards the commercial flying side, especially elective courses, especially if you're going to university as I was studying aerospace, then you would assume, and I had assumed, that this was calculated for.
Again, as far as ADIs, in every aircraft, it references the level horizon or references sea level always. There's no way that you can convince somebody of sound mind that if you take off from New York and immediately flip upside down, now your housing or your ADI is referencing upside down to you because you're upside down. It's right side up. It cannot deviate off level. It doesn't matter how much fuel you got in your tanks. It doesn't matter if you're a helicopter or an aerostat or a fighter jet. That gauge will always reference level. It has to, because otherwise it would be a poor reference. And if you could manipulate it, why would you even have it in the airplane or your aircraft? But if you go take off 2 miles away, do a barrel roll, you're now flying upside down. At what point does that gauge show you back right side up? A half a hemisphere away? Is that what we're led to believe? Is that what we're supposed to believe? At what point does it right itself if you never flipped back over and continue flying level? You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous to think that thing compensates for curvature in straight and level flight.
The big one that is oftentimes quoted is compensation for Coriolis effect while flying. And this is something I'd even taught my students about, and it's always assumed to be correct. We just assume. We're given the narrative from a young age, and everything is built upon that assumption, upon that theory. And so I thought I had the silver bullet. Coriolis effect. We always calculate for that. Well, as I began to look through the books and to look into the calculations given for Coriolis effect, the narrative began to fall apart even further. I began to see things I didn't notice when I was in school, such as Coriolis effect is actually never calculated for, but is assumed to be a part of wind correction angle. Wind correction angle is one of the many calculations pilots of all kinds make while flying to correct against winds in whatever volume or section of air they're flying through, which it could be from any direction, and you're flying through it, so you have to compensate a certain angle into that wind to hold a straight line.
Interesting side note, I worked on aerostats for several years, and I always ask people who try to bring up gravity, well, how come my 4,000 pound, 74,000 cubic foot aerostat isn't getting pushed towards the ground? It weighs more than you do, which you believe gravity is pushing you down, right? Because these are some dense ass people. But how come the aerostat's not getting driven into the ground? It weighs more. It's definitely larger than the size of a house. It's more than size of most houses. So why isn't it getting driven to the ground? Well, that's because it's displacing less weight than the atmosphere or the medium that it's in. And I try explaining that. I don't know how many times you've probably posted something on this. I don't know how many times we're going to have to post something on this. But every time that little kid lets go of that helium balloon and starts crying.
Radar is simply another form of radio transmission. Radio includes anything within the range of the electromagnetic spectrum. Electromagnetic spectrum, also known as light. Radio is the transmission of light, whether it's visible light or radio waves which are not visible. When it comes to radio transmissions, there must be a transmitter and a receiver. There can be a reflector or a transmittal unit along the way. However, in the end, there's got to be at least transmitter and a receiver. And in the case of radar, radar transmits a signal and it bounces off a reflector and then it comes back to the receiving station. Or it can go to other stations if they're set up in the network properly. Long story short, radar emits a signal, it bounces off something, and then it returns to a receiving unit, and the receiving unit maps that reflection accordingly. If there is no reflector, then there's no return signal, and then the object does not show up on the radar. For example, it's off the screen. Notice, there's no curving around anything. It goes out in a straight line. Radio signals always travel in a straight line. So the transmitter sends the signal out to the target, bounces off, and it comes back in a straight line. Radar cannot travel over the curve, and hence radar is dependent on line of sight, direct beam from the transmission to the target. It reflects and it comes straight back. There is no curving around anything, thus is radar.
Also, radar works in straight lines. The radar is incapable of curving around a curve, picking up and bouncing back the reflection of what it's picking up. So if you can imagine a ship on the other side of the curve, we'll say 30 miles, 40 miles out, it sends out the radar beam. The radar beam is supposedly curving around this ball, bouncing back, and then bouncing the reflection, curving back around to be picked up by the radar. That's not happening. It's flying out straight, and when it picks up something, it hits it back. It's not going around any curve. That's plain and simple. That can be looked up on your YouTube and see how radar waves work. They don't go around the curve. Every diagram shown will show you straight lines. They don't show you curved lines.
As we zoom out to look at the larger scope of things, once we verify that, we're able to zoom out over a large distance. Now, over this screen, at the time, I was like 18 or 19 years old, all right, when I was doing this job. I wasn't thinking about flat earth and any of this other shit. I was still indoctrinated and under the assumption that the earth is a spinning ball. I never thought about flat earth or anything like that, but I always thought it was weird that as I'm looking at this massive radar screen, I always used to think, how come we're looking at this and I can see, like, we're off of the coast of Argentina, for instance, right? Like, how is it that I can see this far out and it's not like over the horizon or curve, because it's so far? Like I said, we use a lot of these other link signals, and they're called links. They go by different names. I can't say the code names. Some of them I forgot. Some of them are, again, this is classified information. I can't give any specifics on these. But some of the links that we use, not only do we speak to the actual ships and track them, but we speak to aircraft, 10,000, 20,000, 30 and higher, 30,000 feet and higher is what I'm saying. It's not just a matter that they're 30,000 feet directly. It's not like they're directly above the ship. This is what's interesting, is this aircraft could be 50, 60 miles away and 30,000 feet in the air. So you understand, like, the angle that you have to take to be able to track this aircraft from a ship that's moving on the water? Think about that for a second.
I served on board of a United States 688I fast attack nuclear submarine, and I can personally attest that we never constantly angled down during our submarine deployments. One of our longest transits went from the Gulf of Oman around the southern tip of Africa and back to Connecticut. We were underwater for almost 3 months straight. My job on board as a radioman meant that I spent a lot of time both in the radio room and in the control room. The control room is where they navigate and drive the submarine. I never once, in my 5 years active duty, heard the officer of the deck or the diving officer give the order to consistently change the angle of the submarine to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. The primary task of the diving officer and the helms and plainsman is to maintain the submarine as level as possible while in transit. If the Earth had any measurable curvature, I am certain we would not have been able to make this incredibly long transit without accounting for it.
And then the big one is given after that. Well, GPS auto corrects for it. And that sent me down yet another path. GPS auto corrects for it. If it's a satellite-based system, how is it correcting for spin if it's also spinning over the same body? And why are there large gaps in GPS coverage over large oceanic bodies? Do they just turn them off? It's just not worthwhile? There have been enough aviation accidents at sea, very far from shore, that would say otherwise. And if you gave the American taxpayers, the ones funding these satellites that are supposed to track aircraft, the information that, well, we're just shutting them off because it's not worthwhile, those 3 or 4 jets full of hundreds of passengers just have to use other navigation methods such as dead reckoning, which is basically using a stopwatch and guessing to the next checkpoint, essentially. If you were to tell them that, they would be infuriated. So that could not be the case. Coverage was a problem. Even over large and non-densely populated areas, you would lose GPS coverage, even in jets at times. So this began to unravel the thread of satellites and satellite timing, and the fact that many reels of footage show these satellites being launched by balloon rather than by rockets. How the concept of these rockets doesn't even work to make it past the atmosphere, much less leave something in perfect geosynchronous orbit. I actually had the privilege of working a short time at a satellite manufacturing company in Northern California. Got to see the assembly and participate in the assembly of satellites, space-based satellites, or so they were said. There would be small bottles encased in these structures that were encased by another structure. The small bottles were the fuel cells. These fuel cells were incredibly small, smaller than a diver's tank in most cases, much smaller. And this was supposed to be all the fuel that the craft needed to run and operate, as most are not actually electric, they're becoming electric now, and sustain itself in a perfect orbit by just small bursts from its engine or its propulsion system.
But truth be told, I've been to many countries, done many things, all things aviation. I can say with absolute certainty, and I can attest, the plane does not dip nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth, ever. Matter of fact, most planes have an airfoil that are 3 degrees nose up in straight and level flight. And the reason that is simple. If the nose of the aircraft was at 0 degrees or level flying through the air, then it would porpoise, right? It would be quite violent because some of the air would go over the nose and some of the air would go under the nose. And it would cause that nose to go up and down, which is literally like a porpoise or a dolphin out of water. And that's exactly what would happen. So it's the wings are designed, when they are level, the nose is 3 degrees nose up.
The fact, proven from multiple points, that there is no Coriolis to the motion of the Earth. And I'm speaking from a pilot's perspective, also an engineer's perspective, because I obtained a degree as an engineer before I went to flight school. So I'm both a pilot and engineer at once. So, number one, there is no rotation of the Earth, proven by the fact that a helicopter pilot can hover the aircraft indefinitely, motionless, above a single point of the Earth. If the Earth were spinning, as soon as that aircraft left the ground, the Earth would spin out from under it. Now, somebody may say that the air of the atmosphere rotates along with the Earth, which is one of the most absurd concepts imaginable, because if that were the case, then all wind would travel with the Earth. There would be no alternating wind currents when we know that the jet streams fly overhead, clouds move in multiple directions overhead, and a kite flying over the stationary Earth. The fact that a kite flies because of wind passing through, that proves that the Earth does not. That proves that the air does not move in unison with the Earth. Number two, airstrips do not rotate away from a landing aircraft. Anybody who's seen a pilot's view when an aircraft lands, well, the aircraft lands to a motionless airstrip. If the Earth were rotating, the pilot would have to turn to the angle at which the airstrip is rotating away and land at the speed of the airstrip, which is absurd, simply absurd. Airstrips do not rotate away from the aircraft, and on an east to west landing strip, if the aircraft is landing to the west, the airstrips do not land moving towards the airplane. That's insanity. Okay, simply stated.
If the Earth was a spinning ball, it is virtually impossible for a ship to be moving at 25 to 30 knots on this curved spinning ball while tracking an aircraft that's probably going 300 miles per hour, 50 to 100 miles away. Really, I mean, these like P-3 aircrafts were pretty far and 20,000 feet in the air. It's just virtually impossible. It doesn't make sense. Again, at the time, I wasn't thinking like this, but looking back on the information that I had, I'm like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way that was done on a curved Earth. Literally, the only way that could work is if we are on a flat, stationary plane. We're cruising along. The boat is cruising along in the water. Like, think about it in terms of like a large, like, you know, like those backyard swimming pools. Picture the swimming pool filled up, right? And then your ship, you put a little boat on the swimming pool, and then, you know, you put like a little fake aircraft in the air. Now, from that ship, you're able to see the aircraft. It doesn't matter where you are in that pool, you can track that aircraft. If you're on a spinning ball curve, how the hell can you track an aircraft that could be in a position that's 100 to 200 miles away from you, 30,000 feet in the air from a different angle that's around a curve? It's impossible. There's no way that you could, there's no radio frequency that could track that.
I'd like to point out that I see now that I didn't see before is that you have a magnetic compass and you have a gyro on any ship. And I'm not talking about your little Crabberman show fishing boat, what are they, deadliest cat. I'm talking about a real deep sea going, unlimited tonnage boat. It's going to have a gyro. And it is a big, huge box that sits usually behind the bridge or in the chart room. It's a big box and it's basically the gyro compass. Now, if you had two models, I guess, wouldn't you have to have one making the corrections? Because it almost never matches the magnetic almost never matches the gyro. It's very rare that we're steering the same course. And they say it's due to deviation and variation is where you know, like the metals of the ship causes it to differ. And then you have the variation of the magnetic fields over the Earth is, I guess they change, you know, true north and magnetic north. But the way I look at it is, man, they got two different machines. One is a machine and one is from God. The way to get around the Earth. God's not a dummy. He put the way to get around the Earth with the compasses. If back in the day they had motorized vessels that can get them around, they would probably have got around a lot better. But they were at the mercy of the wind. People say, oh, they didn't know their way, or, you know, they were using the stars and stuff, and they, you know. So I just believe that the two compasses, the gyro compass that's electronic, and then our regular compass is because they are switching the ways, you know, the maps. There's two different ways to get around the Earth. They're tricking us.
Here is another flat Earth proof that I never noticed while I was on active duty, thanks to years of indoctrination. Periscope observations. When the submarine is at periscope depth and the observer is looking for ships on the horizon, they will start to see masts at about 8 to 9 miles, depending on atmospheric occlusion and sea state. The hull of the ships won't be visible until about 5 miles, depending on atmospheric occlusion and sea state. At 9 miles away, the target should be 26 feet behind the curve, but this isn't what's observed. My final flat Earth point on submarines is with regard to the AN/WSN TAC-7 ring laser gyro that is used on board of U.S. Navy submarines. A typical gyroscope, like the ones used on board of an aircraft, is a device used for measuring or maintaining orientation and angular velocity. It is either a spinning wheel or disc with a counterweight, in which the axis of rotation is free to assume any orientation by itself. When rotating, the orientation of this axis is unaffected by tilting or rotation of the mounting, according to the conservation of angular momentum. However, a ring laser gyro doesn't have any established weight. They use light as a point of reference. It spins up a disk that shoots out lasers, and it has a digital encoder that deciphers where the laser strikes inside of the gimbal system. No make-believe gravity required.
Let's just say we're like 30 miles away. These missiles can shoot much further than that. I can't give you the exact number, but say we're 30 miles away, okay? 30 miles is far. So from our ship, we can track on our little, we have like a missile projectile. It's like a radar, but it's a little bit different. It's specifically designed to track the missiles. You and actually input the coordinates, latitude and longitude of where you want the missile to strike. Really, really high precision accuracy. Really accurate. We hit that launch and the missile, and it will hit that target 30 miles away, even longer than that. Now, here's the thing. Again, that's not possible on a curved Earth. These missiles are huge, 50 caliber project that are carrying massive amounts of explosives in them, okay? Each one of these missiles are probably worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. So whenever you're lining up these missiles to shoot at targets that are 30 plus miles away, if the Earth is spinning, again, now think about this. We're not sitting like on land holding a gun, all right? So picture this. We're on a ship, like actually in the middle of the water, okay? And the missile is shooting off of the bow of the ship. So if the world is a spinning ball and we're on this curved Earth with water and we're spinning 600 miles per hour through infinite space, I'm pretty sure that it would be physically like it wouldn't even make any kind of sense on a physics type level to be able to shoot a missile from a spot in the water on a spinning ball to pinpoint accurately hit another spot.
And at night, we were going on one ship, on a military ship, and this is with night vision goggles, 50 miles, and these guys were on the bow. They were not even on the bridge where you'd be 100 foot up. They were on the bow, which is barely probably 40 feet off the water's edge. So these guys, and they have the latest state-of-the-art. This was in 2015. They had state-of-the-art, what do they call them, night vision goggles. So these things are capable of seeing that far if we live on a plane. You can't deny it. It's so obvious, but not to everyone else. I guess the programming's harder than other people, so they don't want to hear it. But over the years, I have learned the model. I know the model like the back of my hand. I can show proofs. I have ammo now. So when I go out there and I tell somebody, hey, that's impossible, and I'm talking to a third mate or second mate who's an officer who went to college, meaning they paid for their education. Because when you pay for your education and you're making a handsome salary on it, you can't be wrong. How could I be wrong? I'm making a salary, they're paying me, I paid for this career, everything's working great in my life. You are obviously wrong. All the math works. So with that, it's hard. But when you stump them and you start showing them stuff, it's hard for them to say. And then they start saying stuff like, oh, well, what does it matter anyways? I don't care.
And there is the 8 inches per mile squared. But you guys can't look at it three-dimensionally. It is two-dimensional. It is the amount of deviation that's required for you to come back inward. If you are walking east from north, meaning you are going around north equidistantly, and you walked in a straight line east 1 mile, you're going to have to deviate 8 inches back to the left to get back on the equator, right? Look at it on the flat Earth map, and clearly it makes sense. If you walked 1 mile in a straight line east, you have to deviate 8 inches after each mile to stay on the equator. The 8 inches per mile squared is a real measurement, if in fact we consider the equator to be a real place, a real location, ever, always.
In 2015, I came across YouTube's suggestions for flat Earth videos. My first reaction was to laugh off. After seeing flat Earth videos in one of my favorite channels, I decided to watch one. When I came across a flat Earth map, which I had never seen before, it immediately sparked me to look at that flight route, Rio-Los Angeles, Sydney. And I could then understand why the Brazilian soccer team went to Los Angeles and then to Australia for the tournament. The Earth is flat, no doubt about it. The following weeks and days were followed by more research and disbelief. I had been a NASA fanboy my whole life, paying 2 visits to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama, besides spending so much money in science and science fiction-related documentaries, movies, merchandise, etc. What a waste of time.
I also tell mates about they lay down and we use all our charting is done on flat maps, straight lines. They never draw a curved line. Every line is straight. Straight lines, everywhere we go on a flat map. And I try to point it out to them. And what they tell me is, Mr. Marcator has put all that in there for you. It's all equated in there for you. You don't have to worry about it. All the curvature calculations for it and everything's figured right into the map. So the straight lines and everything are actually bending somehow. I don't know. So these are just the proofs that I see. Along with, you can see the corpuscular rays are much betterly observed out at sea because it's nothing. It's like a desert. And so you can see the sun like a flashlight just shining down in a cone everywhere. If there's a little bit of clouds are right, it looks like a cone. And I point it out all the time to these guys. And I get them thinking, but the programming goes hard on people. And if you're not ready to wake up, well, you're not ready to wake up. You'll just have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You'll be back in the illusion before you know it.
The narrative began to fall apart. I would continue studying and finding that what I fear to be true is reality. That we have been lied to about just about everything. Upon researching military history and then military training and speaking with military gunners in both the Army and the Marine Corps that I know personally, I would ask them about Coriolis effect. And it was always assumed that, yeah, we compensate for the Earth being, a curve, that it would drop. We calculate for the Earth curvature. But even upon asking and having them look into their materials further and my own personal study, again, it found to be an assumed truth with no actual basis in reality. That they would calculate bullet fall based upon angular velocity, drop, friction, amongst other things. And curvature was supposed to be just corrected along with it, just like flying, wind correction angle corrected for Coriolis effect.
I've done many of them personally. I've flown more than 1,070 hours in both helicopters and airplanes, and I will tell you factually that aircraft meet their checkpoints, they take off, they meet their checkpoints, and they land exactly as planned on a flat stationary map. No pilot, I say again, no pilot has ever accommodated for the rotation of the Earth when planning flights and takeoff to checkpoints along the way, and then landing. Pilots can plan so well that they can take off and land hundreds of miles away down to within 30 seconds of their planning because the Earth simply does not rotate.
A waypoint would be like this. Like, let's say we're out in the middle of the water and we want to hit a target that's like directly to our west, 15 miles away. But that target is able to track our missile coming at them. We don't want that target to know where the missile's coming from, so we can put in waypoint. And a waypoint would be like putting a point out like 20 miles east, and then another point like 15 miles north, and then another point like 10 miles south of that, and then put in our target. You see what I'm saying? So the missile doesn't go directly from the ship to the target. The missile will actually fly to the latitude and longitude of the waypoints that are put in, and then it will curve from there, and it will hit all the waypoints and then attack the target. How is that possible on a spinning Earth? If the Earth is moving at 600 something miles per hour or whatever they say it is, there's no way that missile could stay. There's no way that missile would be able to keep track. Do you understand what I'm saying? At least that's how I'm looking at it. It may be a little bit harder to visualize if you actually weren't seeing it the way that I would see it, or there, or understanding and putting in the coordinates or seeing how this actually worked out. But I'm telling you, like, from my perspective, that is one of the things that makes it virtually impossible to accept the globe as this, well, It's a fake lie. It's a theory. It's garbage is what it is.
So y'all think the Earth is a ball. Y'all think it's spinning through outer space. And I said, believe in blue green aliens.
Well, actually, the Earth is flat. Here I'll give you facts, all the math, science, and all of that. Whatever you need to believe. Come on, can't you see that a submarine couldn't use a periscope, nor a plane use a gyroscope? But Huey doesn't adjust for the Coriolis or sniper looking down the scope. This is all hard to take in and hard to cope, but I hope that I've given enough rope to explore the rabbit hole that our Earth is not a ball and it's not spinning through outer space. If someone wants to prove me wrong, please give me a name and we can debate it all day, anytime, and with real test measurements and evidence. Stop lying to the world's nations. We have real science to back our observations. Don't believe in the indoctrination of the people, cause they don't want you to believe that the Earth is level. Don't believe in the indoctrination of the people, cause they don't want you to believe that the Earth is level. Dig deeper, be a rebel, then dig deeper than a shovel. Keep your mind level, it's lighten the curve and lighten the herd. Give the truth what it deserves, tell about what we actually observe. Like a boat going out of sight, if you get your zoom and focus right, it'll come back into light. Just use a laser beam and you will see that water never bends but always finds a flat resting position. 71% water can make up a ball or a pair. So let me make this clear and get it into your ear. You're in great fear of stepping out of the box. They're keeping food stamps in our socks. They are the slyest of the fox in a controlled illusion of evolution. That's nothing made everything and no proof of creation in this pseudoscience indoctrination. No meaningful salvation, but let's believe in gravity with no proof of how it picks and chooses what can rise and what can fall on this crazy thing we call a spinning ball. Don't believe the indoctrination of the people. They don't want you to believe the Earth is level. Don't believe the indoctrination of the people. They don't want you to believe the Earth is level. Let me give you something else to measure. Don't worry, it's my pleasure. If you want to vacuum or pressure, you must have a container, and that's a no-brainer. But since we believe the universe is on a roller coaster ride, even when Polaris is in the same place every night and has been for thousands of years, has the heavens work like gears, telling us time and the years like a big machine. The heliocentric model is just a drink backed by money and based on influence theories, never providing hard evidence except for CGI and camera trickery of my natural senses in our school systems. But flat Earth brings meaning to our existence like a period at the end of a sentence. Don't believe in the indoctrination of people. They don't want you to believe that the Earth is level.
When it comes to a deception this big, it's hard to dismiss. And for the people that say, I don't see how this would affect me either way, you don't know. It's like telling me about Argentina when you've never been there. Or it's like telling me about owning a Corvette when you've never driven one. You haven't experienced it. And if you have been through the Flat Earth Awakening, you know how it would affect you. This quite possibly may be the biggest awakening of mankind. Think about it. If you believe in this mass fallacy, you've been robbed of some senses and you don't even realize it. You don't trust your sense of touch or feel. You don't trust your sense of sight. You've been told the Earth wobbles, spins, and orbits, but you don't feel a thing. You've been told that sunsets can't exist on a flat and stationary plane, but you don't understand the vanishing point of the law of perspective? After it's possible to understand and decode a mass deception, it becomes a lot easier to understand other lies. It opens your eyes and raises your discernment. So when it comes to lies like JFK, the moon landing, chemtrails, fluoridation, 9/11, etc., this is one of the most important factors of life I've ever been awakened up to. If it's possible to open your mind to this, your receptors will connect so much faster and stronger than you've ever experienced in your life. Understanding the ground you walk on every day and the luminaries that go over your head every day, which I still don't understand all of its entirety, can change your life forever. Knowing you are specifically, intelligently, and uniquely designed so you know mentally, physically, and spiritually your vibration, energy, and frequency of life. So don't act like this doesn't matter. We've been lied to on a mass caliber. We can prove we live on a flat and stationary plane with observable, repeatable, testable experiments with data, hypothesis, and conclusions without depending on blind faith, indoctrinated, religious, theoretical, nihilistic, opinionated philosophies. That's the difference.
Is it possible that almost everything that we were taught from the time of our innocent adolescent time as children to the completion of our chosen path of studies in college was not only incorrect, but was part of an educational doctrine of spiritual disconnectedness from what truth is and what our reality in the world that we occupy today? What if I told you that this is
I just thought I'd pause it there. It's quite long, and most of us have probably heard it before. But if you guys want me to just continue to the end of that, we can do that, or I can just play some music. Or if you guys want to talk, I don't know who all's up here yet. Anyway, don't see many of you. I think I'll switch it up a little here. Unless Adam, are you still there? Tie me kangaroo down spot. Probably sleeping, eh? Thank you, Goddess. I think I'll play this Electro Dinosaur. I played it here before, so that sounds like a good start. Thanks for the suggestions. I'll get on that right now. Whoop. Let's see. Better stop it.
Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just take a look around.
Round Earthers, what's wrong with y'all? You know the Earth is flat like a brick wall. No. Just look out the window, what are you seeing? Flat Earth, my human beings. You crazy? Yeah, miles and miles and miles away. From here I see the coast of New Jersey, and I'm sitting on Malibu Beach. So listen to me preach. A round ball, shoo, throw that ball in the hoop. Take me in the air with the parachute. When I come down, I tell you this, the world's flat, mother sucker.
Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just take a look around.
DJ Cowboy. Miss Elliam say flat is flat and that is that. I don't care about science or facts or fact. Try to prove what you want, but you're a fool. Flat earthers know the rule. Gravity's a lie, we never been to the moon. Look what happens when I drop this spoon. And behind the moon I see a cloud. Now what's that all about? Now I don't believe what I don't see. What I can see is what I believe. I've never been to outer space, so let me just state my case.
Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just take a look around. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just take a look around.
The world spins like this record record on my turntable. Yeah. And you know I'm willing and able to let you all know, to let it all go. The earth is flat and goes to show. No. We know all, you know none. Let me end it now before it's begun. We are right, you are wrong. Now listen to the song.
Flat earth is flat, flat earth is round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth is round. Just take a look around. Flat earth is flat, flat earth is round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth is round. Just take a look around. We all live on a really flat earth. A really flat earth. A really flat earth. We all live on a really flat earth. A really flat earth. A really flat earth.
DJ Cowboy.
Flat earth is flat, flat earth ain't round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth ain't round. Just take a look around. Just take a look around. Flat earth.
How real is this flat world? Some things to consider. Let's start off with a bold statement, one that some of you have heard me say over the last 5 years. If the world is flat and it's enclosed, then it's probably digital. I say digital because the word virtual seems to have lost its meaning, like artificial intelligence or smart when referring to electronics. Digital may seem like an older term, but it still applies. Why does this make perfect sense to me? Well, for starters, I'm older and had the pleasure of working in the tech field since its infancy. I was one of the first kids at my university to have their own computer. I played video games for a living during the 90s and then taught proprietary software for the better part of 20 years. The short version is I know what the industries have been striving to do for decades, and it is the one aspect of our future that has almost reached its potential. Most of what was promised to us since we started building machines has never been realized. No one has flying cars or ray guns or robot servants. I suppose there are special military programs that have achieved some of these goals, but the general public will never see them for various reasons. Flying cars are too risky. Ray guns are way too dangerous, and robot servants, well, you've seen the movies. No happy endings there. The one ladder we did scale was information technology, or IT. That progressed very quickly, and the leaps we made in that arena were astounding. We have basically put small computers in just about everything, and the large ones have been dedicated to creating virtual worlds, or what I like to call the ultimate escape. Maybe it's the only true escape. Human beings seem to be designed to want escapism. We've all heard that. It comes in various forms, from alcohol to drugs, and yes, many different kinds of entertainment. Anything that distorts or triggers our suspension of disbelief qualifies. Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, the reason why you get emotional when you watch television, movies, or even read a book. Drugs and alcohol are kind of a poor man's virtual reality and doesn't require much thought. They smudge the canvas of our world and give the illusion that you are somewhere else. The stronger the drugs, the stronger the illusion. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Books, television, and movies require some imagination, and a good story in any form can transport you to another world, but you have to buy into it. If the story isn't realistic, the effect doesn't work. What all entertainment has been striving to do since the 1990s is to create an immersive experience, one that can transport you but requires no suspension of disbelief, no buy-in. We've had some interesting revelations during the evolution of these software simulations. The first is that almost all groups or companies use the same programming techniques. Just about every piece of 3D software that has been created, be it Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA, and all earlier titles, are all built on a flat, enclosed world, similar to a cake box. In fact, everything you see above you in these realms uses what is known as a skybox system. Even those that display a dome-like structure have to eventually square off the edges, which is why I keep using the word box. Computers still can't do some of the things that we do. One is, of course, be self-aware. We will get into that later. Another is that computers can't draw true circles. Not because they aren't smart enough to do it, it's because we haven't figured out a way to tell them how to do it. That's something to think about. If you zoom in on any circle drawn by a computer, it will start to get pixelated or square off into right angles. The same goes with large areas. Eventually, you have to draw a straight edge border. Why? It's more efficient. We can create illusions of spherical things like the moon and other planets, but up close they are always just bunches of little boxes. The same goes for the flatness of these realms. They are all built using a perfectly flat base. Mountains and valleys are of course added for texture, but the outer edges are always perfectly level with each other. Why? Because programming a curvature is much more complex. Developers are notoriously efficient, and the player isn't going to notice anyway. People don't notice the missing curve in simulations because they never see it in real life either. The curve of the real Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, but it is only assumed. See what I'm doing here? This also happens in some simulations, Warcraft being the perfect example. The game itself is built on a perfectly flat framework, originally designed in 2004, but Warcraft globes that included continents were added to various rooms in later versions, and that subtle reinforcement worked. Now, younger players think the world of Warcraft is built on a globe framework. We believe the world that is presented to us. That line is from the now 20-year-old movie The Truman Show, which proposed that people born into a created reality will believe anything that is told to them by the authority. Other movies have attempted to show us the potential of virtual worlds, the most high-profile being the Matrix trilogy, which started in 1999, otherwise known as the greatest year in movies. Probably the most thought-provoking was a lesser-known movie from 1999 called The 13th Floor. It was a remake of a 1973 German film called World on a Wire, which was itself based on a 1964 book called Simulacron 3. As you can see, we've been thinking about this ultimate escape long before computers were even a common term. I'm going to spoil the movie for you, but please do watch it anyway. People in a company that creates virtual worlds discover that they also are living inside a virtual world. And yet, outside the movie, in our real world, as we inch closer to creating our own perfect simulations, we have already started seeing hints that maybe, just maybe, this place isn't what we first thought it was. The most obvious is the double slit experiment, which seems confusing when you read it. I'll give you the super simple version. Have you ever made a face at someone when they aren't looking, then they turn your way and you make your face normal again? That happens all around us, all the time, to everything. Ask any scientist and they will avoid the topic, which is interesting considering they were the ones who first discovered it. When you have your back to something, it's not being rendered or drawn at its highest possible quality. When you stare at it or observe it in any way, then it does. Why is this so important? Because this is what we do in simulations right now. If you're playing a character in a building, then everything outside that building is not drawn at all. It's called conservation of resources, and we do it for obvious reasons, because it's more efficient. Why waste computer power? So why is this happening here? Why is this world displaying traits exactly like traits of our own simulation? And if you think that's the strangest clue to where we live, think again. We've discovered something years ago called neuroscience and free will. The test was simple. Tape some sensors to a person's head and have them pick numbers on a computer screen. Have the subject note the time that they decided to pick the number before hitting the keypad. So when I think of the number 3, just then I thought of it. That's one of the ways we define being self-aware, that we can choose these things out of thin air, right? We create thought from nothing. Not so fast. It turns out that the computer could tell when we decided to pick that number 8 seconds before we chose it. Maybe that didn't sink in. Think of a number right now. Now understand that a computer can see that thought process 8 seconds ago. It's not possible. Nothing exists pre-thought, unless, of course, all this isn't really interactive, not really live. If you need to pause for a moment or get a drink, I don't blame you. The next few minutes are going to get pretty weird. Science doesn't believe in predestination or lack of free will. We have the ability to make choices on our own. We decide what we do when we walk through our day, what coffee to drink, where to drive, who to talk to. And even if this was some sort of interactive simulation, that would still make sense. We make choices on the fly in real time. That's how it works. It isn't the most efficient process, however. There is a way of doing all this that streamlines everything, something I like to call the interactive movie. It's like a real-time simulation, only you make most or all of the choices ahead of time. You pre-make all the big decisions, where to grow up, career paths, who to marry, etc. And the simulation fills in all the smaller stuff. You don't have to choose to brush your teeth 25,000 times in your life. After the choices have been made, you block all memory up until that point and enter the movie. The system only has to build the path that you took. If you never chose to go to Africa during your lifetime, the system doesn't fully build it. It's there, of course, but only in reference code. And it gets stranger from there, because then you have to ask about all the other people in here with you. How many of them are actually self-aware or real? And how many are NPCs, otherwise known as non-player character? In the movies, that question seems to be all or nothing. In The Matrix, everyone that walked the streets was a real person that fed the system. In the 13th floor, only the user was real, and everyone else were just millions of apps in human form. Which makes more sense. In most cases, programmers create armies of NPCs to interact with the players because no one wants to be a placeholder program. Everyone wants the freedom to run around and do whatever they want. In massive multiplayer games, there is a huge social aspect, where people interact with each other, but what if that could be simulated as well? What if basic conversation could be, for lack of a better word, simulated? I'm sure you've met people who fit this criteria, and it raises even more questions. There are too many different holes we could dive into here, so I'll try to be blunt. It's very possible, even likely, that the percentage of real people in this world is extremely low. And if you are listening to this and understanding that statement, then you are probably one of them. The rest of the masses milling around, sleepwalking through their lives, are just basic characters, like the ones in the movie Vanilla Sky, especially the last 30 minutes of it. If you are one of the very lucky people who got everything I just said, and had a mind-bending moment where things started to make more sense, then I envy you. To end this rant, I suppose I need to address the why, and there are two of them. Why not reveal the nature of the world to the people when they enter? Why not give them the freedom and unlimited choices in real time? Why hide that? Because I believe that's where you came from originally, a world with unlimited possibilities, where freedom was like breathing. This Earth is a world full of conflict and restrictions. It's the opposite. And if you realize that, you would want to leave this place every day after a certain age. That defeats the purpose. You already see what can happen here with that kind of situation. If you've ever known or heard about a trust fund kid, you'll understand. A child is told at a certain age they will inherit millions of dollars when they turn 16 or 21 or whatever. Their motivation then tanks and they eventually self-destruct. Not always, but often. Which is why lawyers advise the parents not to tell the children until after university. It also happens with child actors, royalty, and so on. Last but not least is the other why. Why come here? Why did you volunteer to suffer in this place? It's called dualism, and we all know it in one form or another. How do you know true heat without understanding cold? Pleasure without pain, light without shadow. The truly great worlds that exist outside of here in the boundless beyond can only be appreciated when they are taken away from you. Or, as the song lyric goes, you've got to go through hell before you get to heaven.
The science is just like religion. It's no different, so don't buy any of that crap when you hear that.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, so I found this site, and it is called, let me get it up here for me. Okay, so it's challenger.org, which is this site is basically Challenger Center. I'll take it back one. And I was going through this site, and basically I saw that it was organized with NASA and said, okay, what is this group? So I went there, found it, and then we see all these children's lessons, which of course I get frustrated at. I'm like, oh man, they're teaching kids space. What else is new? And as I went through this little website here, I saw that there's all kinds of these little missions for elementary school. So you'll see that there is how do we explore strange environments? Where in the solar system are we? Nano critters. There's stuff about make a constellation, shuttle coordinates. As you get to middle school, you're talking watch out, layers of the moon, how shape and size affects viewpoints, investigating an object's actual size compared to its apparent size. And when you download these little lessons, like you'll get this one is a lesson in perspective, which talks about how the moon and the sun appear to be the same size, but why they're clearly not. About perspective. Let me, jump in there and see what goes on.
Let's see how they teach kids about perspective in school.
Right. So here's where I lost my mind. We're going to start reading this together. This is Lessons in Perspective. This is something they're teaching your kids in the public school system, and this explains the problem with the world. So how the greatest achievement and worst atrocity of the 20th century are related. History and space science. Okay. Grade level 7 and 8. By the end of this lesson, students will be able to understand the issues relating to the concept of whether or not the ends justify the means. Okay. Understand that their perspectives and perceptions may be shaped by selective use of data and facts in books, magazine articles, TV shows, internet websites that they encounter. They'll have a better appreciation for the work that both scientists and historians must do in making informed decisions and judgments. Understand how a person or a historical figure might be regarded as a hero by some and a villain by others. And understand how one individual can be connected to the atrocities of the Holocaust as well as lead a pivotal role in getting mankind to the moon.
Okay, let's reflect on all those real quick. Just for a little bit.
Well,
the first one is understand the issues relating to the concept of whether or not the ends justify the means.
Right.
So,
can we cause false flags because it takes guns away from citizens?
Or
do the ends justify the means?
Right. Does the initial adjustment, the pain people go through, is that okay because it's for the common good and the progression of science?
Right. So we see a lot of this in the world today. People who think it's okay to do this because in the end it's going to be better, or you think, or you hope. Where I wasn't taught that way. I was never taught that kind of thing.
Oh,
so,
the second one. Let's just look. There's a couple ones that were important. Like, have a better appreciation for the work that both. So, is that basically saying like people were losing appreciation for science and history?
Right.
Yes.
And
or they
again,
just expect that because it's a factless and.
Hopefully, I think people at this point know what this paper is getting at just because of the last one.
Yeah, really.
I mean, who is connected with the atrocities of the Holocaust and at the same time led a pivotal role in getting mankind to the moon? You should know who that is. And you can start to see the idea of maybe what this paper is getting at. And if it is getting at that, you should be shocked.
Yeah. And, well, actually, it's funny because those two events or whatever that they're mentioning there to people like us who recognize that it's evil all around, like those two things, because the moon landing was not real, like of course it would have been an atrocity that relates to this supposed achievement, but they're going to make it look like the atrocity was justified rather than the real connection is that they're both by evil things, and they're both
not even the way they teach them.
Not even the way they teach them. Yeah.
So the summary of the lesson is through the use of anticipatory set or hook do now, students will be introduced to the nuance and complexity of the issue of whether or not the ends can be justified by the means. The students will then read the short biographies of two scientists, Mr. X and Mr. Y, making a judgment about them as heroes or villains. The students will discover in the end that the two individuals are the same, Dr. Werner von Braun. Let's continue. So the activity is students will be given a do now dilemma and write a sentence or two whether or not they believe the end justifies the means. And then the students will read the short biographies of the two Werner von Brauns. They will be asked whether or not they're getting their sources from primary sources, witnesses, secondary sources, websites. And then they will talk about what happened to Mr. X after he was captured. Why did Mr. Y? What did he do before working at NASA? Then the brainstorming session could include topics such as, do ethical concepts concerning means and ends change during times of war and peace? This is what they're teaching people, is that do the ethical concepts concerning means and ends change during times of war and peace? They don't.
They don't. They're saying
you drop bombs on people, you drop bombs on people.
it
It's
doesn't
wrong.
mean that it's okay because it's during wartime.
Well, Mr. President told me I had to go to war and drop bombs on this poor country because they've been, they're questioning or they're infringing on my country, on my peace, on my. It's so ridiculous.
And if people haven't seen yet that science, well, I mean, one of science's biggest phrases that they use or biggest things they stand on is that they are not like religion. Like religion is the worst,
right?
But what they're describing here is exactly what the Bible and religious people support is, well, what doesn't matter what God does because it's for us in the end.
Oh, you get
it's
that
for
all
his
at the end.
Plan.
Or it's not, he didn't kill babies, it was judgment.
It was right, exactly. They're justifying
We're not
as much.
killing a third world country, we're judging the evil that they do on us even though there's not such thing and they just make it up.
Right. So the science is just like religion, it's no different, so don't buy any of that crap when you hear that.
So it says the students will return to the classroom and discuss their findings with the instructor. The students will be asked to make refinements to their original judgments. Remember, by the way, this comes all from a NASA site.
Yes.
Remember that.
And if people think, well, NASA doesn't have anything to do with, education. No, they are the education system.
Yeah, it is expected that students will have a better appreciation of some of the work and skills that historians are trained to do. It is expected that the students will find that making historical judgments can be a complex and difficult task. Like, Wernher von Braun, he did enslave people. He did force them against their will to build rockets, but he did cause people to go to the moon. So you better learn which of those is worse. And in America's mind, it's okay that you kill people and that you run a slave camp as long as you send people to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue. And you'll see that we're not reading into this at all. This is what they're teaching kids.
It is horrifically plain and simple the way they are boldly and I guess you could say painstakingly just saying everything straight up in here.
So then you got this section basically saying you can also send them to these websites so that they can learn about V2 rockets and World War II. The websites give a short biographical sketch of Wernher von Braun, how he went to the Alabama Hall of Fame in 1969, mention his connection to the atrocities associated with the concentration camps of World War II. The site is a good example.
Can I get a flatter?
Hold on. What did you say right there? He was put into the Hall of Fame. This was way before. Oh, no, he was put into the Hall of Fame in 1969. So when they went to the moon or after?
Probably right when they went to the moon.
Okay, because I was going to say, if he was put in the Hall of Fame before they went to the moon, then that's a problem. Then that's not a good thing. He was put in there before he even made the achievement. Yeah.
The websites associated with NASA have an extensive and pro-biography of Wernher von Braun. There is some mention of his work during World War II, but the picture is painted of him as more of a Nazi resistor, which he clearly was not. These sites discuss the issue of Wernher von Braun's association with the Nazi Party. The third site is interesting because of the nature of the group that created the site. The anti-socialist bias of the group could be used in a lesson to teach students how to judge and evaluate the objectivity of websites when accessing data. So it's okay if a site is pro-Wernher von Braun.
Mm-hmm.
NASA site is okay, it paints him in a pro, but then it says, but make sure that you teach them about the objectivity of the site that has a pro-socialist group. And likewise, the fourth site may have a problem with its objectivity. It has information about a witness to the atrocities of the NASA rocket factory, but the website is associated with the moon hoax conspiracy theory that insists that man did not walk on the moon.
Teaching kids to avoid.
We can pause it if you guys you need to discuss something.
Well, no, Illuminati's. You're new to the server, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm new. I just wanted to roll because I've been a flat earther for like a year and a half, and I found out about the server, and now I want like a roll just to. I guess you have like some channels here. Would you talk with a roll or something? Like one more roll, I can get access to like chill text, I think, or is it some? Actually, I can talk to chill text. I just wanted to roll and like talk to people.
Yeah, I gave you a roll, which is fine. As far as any quote unquote privilege roles, as they're referred to as, those that grant you extra access, those are usually just kind of earned over time through people getting to know you and that sort of thing. But I did give you a role.
Yeah, voice verified, which means basically you talk to me once, I think.
You also have Globe Skeptic now.
Yep, I just gave you Globe Skeptic
So
specifically.
I would just, yeah, it'll like Gospel said, it'll just come over time. I wouldn't even worry about it. Usually the roles aren't given if you ask for them. So so we just kind of, it just happens over time. It depends on your participation level pretty much.
Yeah, that would be fair to say.
Yeah, I can participate much so, but I come here once like a week or something. Now is
Okay.
more often, but yeah, once a week is as much as I can.
Okay. Yeah,
Pretty good, I
that's
think.
fine. No
So
worries.
what's up, chat?
You have any questions, or just you said you've been on the topic for a year and a half. What have you found out? Have you found the
So
traps?
the only interesting thing I found out is just talking about with a friend on Instagram messaging, and he's into this and he researches more, but it's not like scientific evidence. It's just a dude, like supposedly one of those what do you call cult followers of like Freemasons, and one of them was talking about a black sun between the Earth, the sun, and the moon.
Sure.
So it's like the where the North Pole should be in the flat Earth we are standing on. That had like a sun, a black sun underneath, but which is like somehow how it projects the sun and the moon. But I mean that's just interesting because I've heard about something like that, and then he showed it to me, and I wanted to see if anybody had anything here
Yeah,
about that.
that's cool. Those are interesting topics. What I'm trying to figure out is we can talk about all those things that you just mentioned. We do quite often in here have those conversations. What I'm curious about is since you've been here, have you gone through like the 3 points with anybody? Have you heard that here at all?
Nope.
So you don't know
Oh,
what the 3
then
points are? How about has anyone gone through the Black Swan with you?
Oh yeah, I've heard about the black swan. It's like those what do you call like oil things in the
Yeah,
ocean.
but hearing about it is different than somebody actually walking you through it. Have you actually heard someone walk through it with someone else?
No,
Or
no, I'd like to be walked through this thing. Yeah, I wouldn't
okay,
mind like
well,
understanding.
whenever you have time,
Oh, is there like a channel where you can go through the black swan, learn
no,
about it?
it is
we
here
just do it
that we
here.
are doing it.
We just do it here. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
we could.
What's? Can you just like give me a short thing about it? What's it about?
Are you able to see the live stream voice text?
Uh,
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
go ahead.
live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the live stream voice text, and I'm gonna post.
Okay.
I'm gonna post a meme in there. It's called the Black Swan.
I've
And
seen the meme. I just didn't understand it totally.
yeah, so you see the part at the top? That's a modus tollens. It's just a logical statement, basically. And all it says is if P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. So basically
Yeah,
what
makes sense. Okay.
yeah, so P is 3,959 mile radius. That's what P is. So if that's the case,
That's the Earth's radius.
yeah,
The globe
3,959 for
radius.
you in kilometers is 6,371.
Yeah, because mine is like 12,000 or something, right?
That's
12,000
diameter.
Diameter. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
How
so
did you know? Wait, how did you know? For me it was kilometers.
Accent.
Because of your accent.
Okay, okay. What do I sound like?
You sound like you're from Europe somewhere.
Okay, yeah, that's
That's all.
accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so if this is the case, P, that would be the radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah.
Because of the Pythagorean theorem, every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would be Q. So that distance to the geometric horizon, because of the constraints of that ball, would be the geometric horizon. Do you understand that part so far?
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand.
So the end of the statement is, if not Q, in other words, if the horizon distance are greater than 9.41 miles, then therefore not P. So basically we'll just go to the image. You see the two oil rigs?
Yes.
Okay, if you
we shouldn't be seeing them.
if you zoom in on them, can you tell me where you see the horizon? Is it before the
It's
oil rig?
behind the habitats.
Very good. And would you say conservatively that's at least 10 miles?
Probably, yeah.
Well, the last oil rig habitat is
Yeah, it's
9.4.
almost so. Yeah, we can say it's 10 miles, but
It's
wait,
beyond. Yeah.
yeah, but I saw like a website. It's basic. It's very basic. Maybe you use it a lot. Basically, it means that depending on the altitude, they calculate where the horizon should be at distance. And I use this website so because I saw a video on YouTube, a guy releasing weather balloons, and so like because the weather balloon was like 37 kilometers high altitude,
Okay,
I,
hold on
I
a second.
calculated the
You're getting
horizon.
kind of off track because we're still in the Black Swan. Now you're going off to something else. I want to stay with
Sonny,
this
you
for a
might need
minute.
to re-clarify this image, and the video from this was taken from 12 inches or 0.33 meters.
But can you do it again?
0.33 meters. Yes.
I believe that's roughly, yeah.
1 foot off the water. So what I want to ask you is, like I mentioned in the modus tollens,
0.30. Sorry.
the
It's Q, not Q.
The distance Illuminati to the horizon in this image, you can look at the original video, should be no more than 1.225 5 miles, which would be well before the first oil rig. So that's the Black Swan. The horizon is 10 times further than what is geometrically absolutely required by the geometric globe Earth. That's the end of the Black Swan. It's over.
So
That would make
that's
Earth's,
that's
hold on. I'm
that's
almost done. I'm almost done.
All right.
That would make Earth's radius about 264,000 miles. That's only a radius. It would be double that for its diameter. This blows the entire globe Earth out of the water. That's it.
So this is one you researched, and basically you have a conclusion, which is that there's no way. I mean, there has to be a curve there, which is said, and there's not. So that's your basically this Black Swan is like proof that
it's a globe killer. It really is.
Exactly. Okay,
So
but
what it
there's
did
also
is
other
it
things which I
also-
wanted to ask you.
Go ahead.
Couldn't like this be like some kind of visual thing, like trickery
Well,
or whatever you call it?
What do you mean by
refraction?
visual
I don't
thing?
know. I don't know
Oh,
the official name of the thing.
Yeah,
but, like,
refraction
couldn't
is what refraction is what they try to say. See, but when a glober comes in and begawks refraction, the horizon is an apparent position. That's what all their experts say. That's not just flat earthers saying this. It's an apparent position. They require a geometric horizon. If they say refraction, then that means they're fighting on the flat earth side. They gave up their geometric horizon by saying refraction. So they lose either way. They can say refraction all they want. They just gave up their horizon. They need to have a geometric
but
horizon.
for example, if the distance to the horizon is bigger, doesn't that increase the amount of refraction?
In other words, Illuminati, once you invoke refraction, everything else is a moot point.
So they're basically saying this whole example doesn't matter?
No. In other words, refraction isn't a valid, it's a self-defeating argument.
Why is that?
Because once you say refraction, that refraction could literally be the answer either way. So it's a moot point. It doesn't defend the globe. It literally abstracts from everything, and now the claim is refraction and not a surface feature defense. There's no defense for the surface feature when you say refraction, because
Right.
refraction could also just be what's going on the flat surface.
Yeah, they pretty
Oh,
much.
okay, I get it. Yeah.
So they pretty much have given up on their geometric horizon, and that basically is a concession to everything they were trying to defend before they mentioned refraction. It's a concession that they've avoided answering the question about the black swan. That means they gave up their geometric horizon. They lost, and all. There's no coming
Yeah.
back from that. They
Also,
pretty much just said we don't care about the geometric horizon anymore. That means, so for us, what it kind of means is a lot of different things, but it means they could never have seen it. They could never have measured it. So how did they prove the globe in the first place?
yeah, that's interesting because the more you look at this thing, like you see, there's almost like the evidence stacking for the globe. There's not, of course, you guys don't believe there's any, right? Me neither. Like I wouldn't say a believer because it's not about belief, but uh, as soon as you look at it, there's so many evidences supporting this idea that the Earth is in fact stationary and flat. Then the other way, then you ask yourself like, why does everybody believe the globe? And then you see, I think, okay, so as soon as you're born, like you're told it's a globe, like, and everything else with it, your education, you don't question it. But when you grow up and you question stuff, you have to really look into it, or you're gonna end up being entire for the rest of your life a believer of the globe without any evidence, and or you're gonna change. And sometimes it's not just a total change, like you become a skeptic, and that's how you change, because then you're skeptic about everything, and that's important. That's like a step towards like reality,
Towards
which you
knowledge.
you
Yeah, towards
knowledge, true
knowledge.
science, where you're like, okay, so everything I look at is what it is. And my entire, like, I remember when I was a globe believer, and I believe, like, after the ocean, where I looked around the horizon, like I was at the beach, right, and I looked at the sea, the horizon was not curving at all. But in my mind, I was like, okay, that stops there because then it curves. But then now I think about it. That would mean the horizon, like the Earth, was a cylinder, because everything was horizontal, right? Like perfectly leveled, except the part I can't see. Doesn't make sense at all. And then, of course, as I started looking at this, I looked up higher and higher altitude stuff, and it's totally leveled. And then someone said, if there, like, if you believe the Earth is 70% water or something like the surface, then it will mean it's 70% flat. And just like that, I was like, okay, the it's just logical. It's not like, okay, it's hard to believe, but it's just logical. There's no counter argument except all these things we've been told with cartoons and the television, and new people coming on. Like, I think really this is just my opinion. Like people like Elon Musk coming out very popular. They're like a rebranding of space. So they tell you this guy is here to save the world. He's a genius. He makes a bunch of companies, and that space is going to be explored because of him. And it sounds like a lot of fake. Like he's like an actor, I think, in a job. He's there to tell you the world is going to be new because of him, and it's totally stupid. Like that's not how the world works. You need an entire like group of people working on something, and not just one dude coming out of nowhere. Like it's so stupid. You
Welcome
need a
to the
lot of
server.
work to make things happen. Not just one dude. This got really sad because I'm very what do you call uh, negative about this. Nobody comes into flat Earth very positive. Like, oh, unless you find some meaning into it, right? And I mean, some people, it's great. they found meaning in reality, but like at the end of the day, like you're being deceived, and then you look at the television and it's totally nonsense. Like everything is nonsense. Like it's so stupid. You can totally prove this thing because there's no absolute. You can't say, okay, I took a picture of the entire flat Earth. That's stupid. Like you probably can't even get high enough to take a picture like that. But
I would
people just
agree.
want to believe that.
Yeah.
This is a 1 year and a half of thinking about stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yeah. So you got anything new? Because I wanted to learn some stuff. I don't know if you guys hold any important information.
Yep. Down below, you'll find a lot of informational rooms. It's the what is this referred to? Additional information. If you scroll down below, it's alphabetical, and there's probably 5,000 links. You know, from videos to articles to PDFs to books. Lots and lots and lots of resources.
Yes, I was more interested in the sun, the light of the sun and the moon, the sun of the. Sorry, I mean the light of the sun and the moon. How they're different, how they're equal, what they're made out of. If anybody knows any answer or anything close, that would be cool.
Yeah, so you can
That's only
look categorically
speculations we
down
can
below.
make. Uh, hello, mic check.
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I wanted to just tell him that what the sun and the moon are, how they function, that's only pure speculation.
I'm listening,
But
man. You can tell me anything. I'll just listen.
but this speculation we can make it based on ancient stories, yeah, or on pseudoscience, or on real scientific stuff which we experience in laboratories, you know.
Yeah, but I don't.
So,
I don't work at a laboratory or. Yeah, I don't know basic
mm.
like science on electromagnetism or anything like that, or electricity or anything. So I was looking for like a
Well,
simple
yeah,
answer.
to make those kind of speculations, even for me, yeah, I can make them, but they are just wild horses painted on the walls, you know. It's not something, it's not a fact if I say it. You know, I can make up a story, a nice story to replace the other.
Yeah, of course. I don't want to be
Mm.
deceived
But
by people trying to do real science.
I suggest you look at Faraday effect.
I know about the moon making things colder, but I never saw a moon making ice. You know, like turning water into ice.
Well, it doesn't, but yeah, it does. It is colder in the moonlight than in the shadow, so it's obviously a different kind of light source. You know, the light which is coming from it is polarized uh, in comparison with the light from the sun. So yeah, it's not one the same kind of light.
I met someone who understands electricity and all these things, like magnetism, can have a better answer at this than most people. You know, and
Again,
they probably put it on YouTube.
scroll down, or here, I'll post the link. Give me
It's
just a
easier,
moment.
yeah.
Yeah, watch. You can literally just tell pound sign and then type in the word sun and then hit enter and it'll pull up. You know, you can do pound sign moon, and then
Yeah, there's stuff here. Yeah.
so it's fairly simple to find. You just hit # and type in a keyword, and you'll probably find a room associated with that word. Pretty big server. Lots of resources.
Yeah, yeah. I've like when you find this out, it's like everything becomes different. You know, like every single thing you thought about. First of all, I didn't know anything about cosmology, or cared about it even, like zero. Now, and also it looked fake. You know, you Google some star, and it's like totally looks like a cartoon. But you can't say it's not, because it's when what are you gonna say? This one is a fake, then everything else is a fake, etc. You know, nobody goes through that reasoning. But now, like, I look some cool ass like videos. Sorry for the cursing, but like you see some videos, and it's like a star, but the camera is like a something, like 900 or 1,000, and the quality is not so good, great, and it's decent, and you see so much with just one simple camera. Imagine if you have like a really good telescope, and you look at these things for like 1 year, how they change, you know, like like what color was this most of the time, or what shape was it most of the time, or like does it even have mass? You know, 'cause I have no idea. It could be like a light, only light. You know, that's so interesting to think about. Yeah. I've also learned a little about, this is not about flat Earth, but it's like about microbiology and bacteria. In our We are like mostly bacteria and water, and bacteria release light, and this makes a sense, the sense that like we are basically an ocean with bacteria and light. So we're like a sunlight in a body, and this is not like what do you call, like a spiritual thing that someone makes up. This is like microbiology, and you can find more stuff online about how we are made of bacteria, and we have and these like that's how our body kind of functions. We eat the urine and feces of the bacteria, and they have their own systems, and so it's like a body within a body, and we are many trillions of tiny bodies, and those bodies release light, and so that makes sense, because I thought, okay, what happens in the summer? Like everything else, you go through winter, it's cold, and spring, and then it comes to summer. Everything in summer rises. That's because there's a lot more sunlight, and it's very hot. But then when you go into winter, everything goes down again. So I figure, like, you need sun for life. It's a basic requirement. But then you also need like the other opposite, in the yin yang thing. Although it's not totally accurate, but I think, but it's like there's needs a balance of the moon as well. Because people, okay, this is gonna, I don't want to make stuff up, but when people say like those geoengineering cloud seeding things, it's not just for the sun. They don't want to just block out the sun; they want to block out the moon as well. But we don't know. Like masses don't know much about what these things do, the moon and the sun, but they have meaning, like in existence, in in like everything you think comes from how healthy you are. Because when you get like less healthy, which means basically less sunlight and less moonlight, you think differently, and so people can get even more easily brainwashed, and this is like compounding from generation to generation, and like it doesn't take much until everyone starts eating bugs or something. And like you just don't even know what a human being is, and it's just so weird. Like, we're not supposed to be believing in a globe. Like, it's so weird now I think about it. It's so weird. Like, water would just fall off of it. I don't know how people understand this. Yeah, but I bet you guys have been here for some time now, so you're weird. You're used to weirdness.
Yep,
You know.
there's that. But there's a handful of. I like how creative you are with thinking through things and the abstractness of it all.
But
There's a
yeah, you have to
handful
be. You
of.
have to mix everything up because
You
it's
ever
all
heard
connected in one.
the fallacy of misplaced concreteness?
No, I know some fallacies, but not that one.
Yeah, so that's its formal or semi-formal name, also maybe known as a reification fallacy. You might tread into dangerous and or just silly territory to call bacteria independent bodies in the same way that we are a body, to try to make that comparison uh, in a strict or literal sense might lead you down some
No, no,
unnecessary
I didn't
hardship.
say each and every single one of these bacteria or whatever we're made out of change according to their own will. I'm not saying that
Yeah, I'm not talking about
because I
will. I'm
don't
just
believe in that. I believe
you
like every
mentioned bodies, Saul. I was saying
yeah,
it might.
I just it's like
Yeah, go ahead.
they're part of us, and we are like without we will. It's not a not this. What I'm gonna say is not connected to religion. It's just connected to a video. Like if this is a simulation, and it's like a video game, you see every animal is like has a soul, like a consciousness, like a way to act that they want to. Like they can choose to do whatever, and you can like I guess jump off a bridge and lose the video game or the simulation, or you can live happily and score a lot of points. That's just the simplistic way of speaking. But if you die, you lose the ability to control the your body, right? But you're still when you die, you're still made out of the same thing, except you lose your consciousness. So you're part of the environment now instead
You
of being
understand
a
you're exiting science and entering into the realm of philosophy, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's all good. It's
it's
just
still a
not
way like
normally
philosophy isn't philosophy like the
illu-
foundation of like thinking science, like you have to think
Illuminati.
about stuff. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know it's just not usually the primary conversation haver that we
All
have
right.
here.
Let's talk about something else then.
Well, a lot
um
of us love to talk and ponder on those things, just usually not in the main live stream
mhm.
voice chat.
All right, I got you. What you
So
want to talk about then? uh
that's a fine question.
yeah.
Usually we um, the hone and improve the arguments,
Okay.
or just chit chat. So I'm not trying to cut you off or shut you down. Just because you're new to the server, I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up. We also try to peek out and look for new people in the chat, just in case. Sometimes people come lurk, and we want to address them and see if they have any questions or need to be greeted as newcomer to the server, those sorts of things. But otherwise, I will go ahead and be quiet. You can take the floor. I don't have much else to say.
I guess the Illuminati question, Gospel.
Of course.
You there, Illuminati?
Yeah. So
Can you just briefly, or however you want to tell us about how you discovered that the globe's not real and what brought you to that realization?
a video was sent to me, and I didn't look at it because it looked ridiculous about the flat Earth. And 2 months later, I remembered I had it in my liked videos part of like the YouTube channel profile, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch it, and I did, and it piqued my interest a lot. So I looked up more videos and more videos, and I never really got into Eric Dubai until like 1 month or not 1 month, but like a few months, and then I realized he was a big one, like a big YouTuber about this. Uh, it didn't take much for me. I just it just makes sense because I never really looked into it. I never like looked in and thought, okay, the world is not moving. It's completely leveled the water. And then okay, the what made for me was the perspective thing. When I once I understand the perspective of the how we see things, it just it made sense. Yeah, I didn't go into it like with 200 questions like a lot of people do. It took me less. But I was also into other conspiracies, but this is not a conspiracy. This is just pure science.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good answers. Is that all you want to say about it? We just generally like to hear new people's stories about how they, people come to this in their own terms, in their own time. You know what I mean? So it's a pretty big pill to swallow, this red pill.
Yeah,
And a lot of
yeah, you
people,
can.
a lot of people think we're crazy, but we're actually the ones that are more scientific than anybody on the current plane of existence. But I'm sorry, go ahead. What do you want to
No,
say?
no. I was just saying what you're saying is the truth. Is absolute. All that's what I experienced because it just makes sense. I'm not into anything cultish by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just okay. How do you how do you say it? Like plates clean. Let's start over. What's the Earth really like? And then you start doing some basic math, some questions, and you realize it's the only answer. But other people can't because they're so into the other thing. And if you lose, like if they lose that thing, then they have to lose the entire perception. It's just too hard to get rid of. Um, it's just very
Indoctrination
hard.
from some people, I agree with you. I mean,
Have
it
you ever
takes.
changed anyone's mind?
Um, yes. I mean, I didn't personally do it. I supplied them information, and they changed their own mind. How about that?
Yep.
How
Because
long
that's
did
what.
it take them?
Generally speaking, here we're about empirical evidence, what we can verify. What's repeatable, testable, can be run through the scientific method if it's involves science, which the shape of the earth don't even involve a science question. That's a geometry question, but I digress. But what was your question?
Anywhere from
I
30
just
minutes to a month, as far as I've witnessed.
usually takes a few months, or like depending on the person, but sometimes it goes the other way, and people do get even more into the globe,
Yes,
which is awful.
we've certainly seen
Well,
that.
to give you my personal example, in 2015, I heard about it and I was like everybody else, or most everybody else. I laughed at it for the first week. It showed up in my feed. I was researching 9/11 or something. And
Yeah.
then I finally watched the first video. I think it was one of the debates. And I was like, wait a minute, there's some questions here. But I didn't fully say the globe does not exist in reality until I went out to a lake and did an 8.5 mile sunlight mirror flash across the lake. And I saw the water was laying flat like I expected it to be. And I said, well, the globe's done now. And that was me. It took me like 5 months to firmly nail it in the coffin. But I was 52 years old at the time, so I went through a lifetime of this indoctrination. It was hard to break out of it. I'll shut up now.
Good, Dave.
No, I liked what you said, man. Honesty is so much better than anything else you hear about usually. But 52 years old, that's a long time to believe, to like not even believe like you're in a system and then you break out of the cage in your mind, right? This is all is just metaphorical. But
Yeah,
you
that's a good way.
understand,
You come out of
yeah.
the cage in your mind. Like, for example, I didn't even know about the curvature formula until I was 52 years old. It's pretty sad. I went through like 12 years of the
Yeah.
government indoctrination camp, and nobody ever mentioned that once. That's amazing. And I went to
Those
college
things
too.
don't matter. Like people, they have their relationships, their works, their own egos satisfy. Like go to the gym, get big, get girls, whatever, get money, get healthy, or whatever you want to do. Like you have a hobby, you don't think about much else. And when you're asked about the our world as it is, you just think back at the years and years you had at school, and you remember, okay, I was told this is it, and there's like so much evidence that they invented for you. You can't even break through maybe one of them without breaking everything apart. So you have to. It's so hard. It's like it's obvious now to most people here, um, but it didn't used to be like that. And then you think about, I never thought, I never questioned. That's the problem. I never questioned because you can't question things in public, and unless you're interested in it for some kind of different reason, you're never gonna find out anything unless you question it yourself. So that's when people say research flat Earth, it's 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 like you're giving people a tool. Like you're not saying the Earth is flat. Here's the deal. You're saying you have like you're literally free to think, research, and prove us wrong, and then people will find out. Wait, this is all true, and what I've been told is a lie. And a lot of people I find they get bored of their 9 to 5 job when they find this out because there's so much else to learn about. Why are you wasting your life with a job that, unless you're like paying for your family or something, which matters, and or you go otherwise.
You can talk a lot. That's good, I guess. But you're hitting some valid points. Before I forget it, and I got to get off here in a minute. Hopefully, somebody else will keep going. But
Oh,
we
yeah,
don't
I
want
would
to get
love to get into science if I understood it better.
Hold on, he's
we
got.
don't want people to go from one belief system to another belief system. We're not asking people to believe anything we're saying. We're supplying information. What they do with it is totally up to them. Correct?
Yeah, that's called the truther, man.
So this
I don't
whole
give.
thing is about
Yeah,
waking within yourself. It's not listening to other people. That's what got us in all this bullshit to start with. Anyway, go ahead.
that's yeah. Thanks for that thing, because I was saying that in the aspect that you get a tool to think. First, like you're told all your life to follow the public opinion, no matter how stupid you're always told to ask questions in class, etc. When you ask a real question like why are we here, such as those things, they always deviate you and put you in a box like, okay, religion, these are the religions that exist, choose one, and if you don't choose either or any of them, you choose atheism, or you can be uh, skeptic about everything and just call yourself agnostic. But they do this thing where you can, like, it is duality of you are this one or this one, and they don't teach you to think at school. You're told what to think, and it's important to tell people to research, to find out what things are through themselves. And that's a tool that's much more important than learning about whatever 9/11, flat earth, anything you want to talk about. Those are things you find out if you have those tools. Without those tools, you can't find anything else. You need them. It's very important. It's the basic of education. And it's very good that you put all the knowledge here for people, because if they're interested, they can look at these things. And like me, like I'm gonna look at some stuff later, and yeah, I'm gonna try to understand at least um, what is you have available here. If I don't agree with it, I'll put a pin in it and look at it later.
Sounds good.
Yeah, if anybody wants to cut me off and say something intelligent, like some scientific equation that helps me or helps a mathematician understand uh, why things fall or something like that, like
It's
something.
actually sometimes quite the opposite.
Mm,
Math is not reality. Math is used to understand and or describe reality, but it is
yeah,
not reality itself, and a lot of people have that misunderstood or upside down.
yeah, you see things and you use symbols to make uh, to describe it. Yeah, it's not perfect description, but it's yeah. I understand what you're saying. You can't make up a reality with math. I understand what you're saying. But can't you also use math to predict what's going to happen? Like, can't you predict? Um, I'm pretty sure people with more advanced mathematics can some write some equation that helps understand things we haven't even seen yet.
Here's the thing with math, in my interpretation or my perception of it, is that you can prove a false model with math if you have false information in it. If you have false data or data that's not related to reality in any way, or the data did not come from a direct measurement of some kind, you can fake stuff with math. You can make people think that this math model is reality just because there's numbers that all correlate with each other with a false premise in the first place. If you don't find out about the false premise in the first place, it's fallacious all the way along every step. So reality is the key part, and then you can use math to correlate reality. Like that's what we've done, like with the black swan. That you could do this yourself. Go to a body of water or other places to do observations. You can take the math they told us, the globe is a certain size, that should equate to a certain amount of drop over distance. You go and look and see if that drop over distance is there, over water preferably. If you do that and you're using what they told us, you can falsify their math with reality. So that's the difference.
Yeah.
So my point is, if it's not connected to reality, it doesn't have true information or data in the set, then it's false at the start.
Yeah, because you can use it for good, and you can be wrong very easily. So yeah, I mean, I'm always a little more practical. I like doing experiments myself, if possible. For example, I bought some thermometers and also a laser one. But sometimes I don't know how to explain because people say, "Oh, when you point the laser thermometer in this surface area," like some people on YouTube trying to debunk this thing that the moon is not emitting cold light or not making things colder than shadows, which is the absence of light, I think, right? And so they're trying to debunk it by saying the laser thermometer doesn't work now. And I can't debunk it because I don't know enough about what they're talking about. But from what I see and what I feel, I mean, my skin isn't really a counter of temperature, but I feel different when it's in the moonlight in the shade, especially in some places where the air is colder. It's like drier, so you feel it more. I don't know how to explain it. But the laser thermometer did what I expected, and it showed colder. And and still, some people say it's not true. It's not true, and they have all these explanations
So
for
here's
it.
something. You say you have two thermometers. Do you have near zero temperature where you are, or near freezing? Do you have freezing
Or like
temperatures here?
or like extremes. No, I mean the lowest it goes where I'm from is like 5 Celsius.
5 Celsius.
Yeah, and at night
That's the coldest.
usually.
Oh, so that's like 40 degrees or something, huh?
Uh, hot? No, I don't think so. Hot? It's like
No, it's fine. He's talking about Fahrenheit. It's all
Fahrenheit.
good.
oh, I see. I'm in Celsius. Celsius because I'm
Yeah, yeah.
European. We
I
use
know
it in.
that. I'm just doing a quick guesstimate
Oh,
of
okay.
how many
Yeah,
Fahrenheit. I think
okay.
it's about
It's
40.
40 Fahrenheit. I don't really use it. I have no idea what Fahrenheit translates
Where in
converts
Eu-
to.
where in Europe?
Yeah,
Celsius.
Celsius is my minimum here is about 5, and I did it on a table. I did it on a table, well, the table has a glass on it,
The
and
reason I mentioned that is because you said you had these thermometers. What if you were really close to freezing in the moon shade? If you could get a couple degrees colder, the water would freeze in the moonlight.
that's you can totally test that out
But
if
you
you're
would
in
have to be very, very close to
yeah,
freeze.
yeah, like the moon shade, the moonlight heating
You'd have to be
being
a
the
couple
difference
degrees.
between liquid and freezing. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the moon making ice, basically.
You're the one that gave me this idea because you mentioned that.
Yeah. I mean, I thought uh, that wasn't really hard to think about. It's just if things can go colder because of the moonlight,
Yep.
then you
So I
can
think
totally make it.
that would be a really good test to try to get if you could get it close enough to freezing.
You can do it if you have like a
And see if
controlled
the
experiment.
see if the degree or two difference, if the moon is a couple degrees now, that would be a real actual something happening, it changing it to another state of matter.
But then someone would say something else like, "Oh, this is a controlled experiment and you're lying," or something like.
Yep, that's why you would just provide the instructions on how to do it, write your methodology, and other people would repeat it in their locations. And if enough people were getting the same results, that's how experimentation works, and that's how
That would be
actual or true peer review works.
yeah. And that would be a real way to tell if this moon thing about its temperature is correct. That would be an actual factual thing that you could say it changed it to a different state of matter.
You don't even have to complain about a machine like a thermometer. You can that would be fascinating.
One frozen, one not. That's empirical. It either is or it isn't. It's frozen.
The water has to be still, of course. Moving, it's not gonna be frozen. I think. Yeah, this is done. Like if you have enough time and you can do this. It's not very hard. Anybody with water can do it. And some.
You could get yourself some kind of little alarm, so when the outside temperature is just right for you to start your test, it goes ding.
Yeah,
like like oven thing.
Let's go
Like
test now. It's time. You could have an alarm and everything.
You'd
But then, if you explain the experiment and tell someone who believes in the entire heliocentric model, and you inform them that this is proof that they're wrong, they're just gonna break or not understand it.
Yeah.
No, it
check
really
out
doesn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gus.
What it does is it invalidates their theories or ideas about light. But in regards to the surface of the Earth, I don't think it moves the meter very far in helping them
Because
understand
they're not
anything. They
thinking
just
about it, but there's going to be implications.
Maybe.
Yeah, these kind of things are more or less for us. Like they're not really like any kind of solid proof for anything. Like so what? It's just filling in some of the blanks of things we don't know. And so like those kind of things about the luminaries, of course it's all unverifiable. We can't tell what any of those things are. No one ever has. And so they're always going to be that way, supernatural to us. But there are some things we can test and verify ourselves here. That's the good news.
Yeah. In regards, if you actually are pursuing that experiment, you'll also want
I was
to set up.
thinking, I was thinking something else. I was thinking of using a magnifying, like a loop. What do you call it? We call it lupa, like a
jeweler's
lens, a lens. No, like a magnifying lens.
It's called a jeweler's loop.
Okay? So like that, but instead of the sunlight, because I used to burn ants with the sunlight, and
Talking about a
that
Fresnel
stuff.
lens.
Yeah, what do you use like to read books?
I was going to finish my sentence a few seconds ago.
All right.
So if you actually plan on doing the moon thing, you'll also want a turntable of sorts, something that's able to rotate along with the precession of the moon, because water's not going to turn to ice instantaneously, and as the moon moves along, its shadow will move as well. So you'll need something that will be able to very slowly rotate along with the moon
to keep it in the
Understand, yeah.
shadow.
Yeah.
Or maybe just put the thing on the open and move the shadow instead. That's easier.
Yeah. Hey, you guys know about Arduino, those little circuitry boards that people can do all kinds of things. You're familiar with that technology?
No, I'm not.
It's called Arduino. It's like Arduino. Arduino. They're little boards that can do all these different things. You can put processors, sensors, all kinds of different things in there. Like you can make these things do multiple things, like any
Like what
kind
I
of,
was just describing, for instance.
yeah, like
Yeah.
for instance, you could have sensors, because we're asking the Glovers all the time with this high tech world we live in, that they're going to sticks and shadows to measure motion. These little Arduino things, you can measure motion of probably 20 different things at the same time with this. Like, so let's just take that 2 or 3 things, like let's say the sky and then something's on Earth. Like you can measure motion of objects with these things. You could do all kinds of things with these little circuitry boards. You could monitor temperatures. You could have alarms. You could have it move actuators to turn something physically, to rotate something. These things are amazing. If someone, like, there's people that are really whizzes with that kind of technology, that you could actually build things. Like you could do anything with it. You can make video monitoring units out of it. You could do level indicators. You could make it turn on pumps to pump water from one place to another, or anything. And so you see what kind of possibilities are there with this kind of technology we have today. So it's ridiculous for me when Glovers come in here and talk about sticks and shadows when we have all this technology, interferometers, gyroscopes, like all sorts of things, right?
Yeah. So I occasionally build something with a Raspberry Pi. I've built some temperature sensors. I've built a lux meter. That's on my shed.
I heard of that too. They're similar, very similar, aren't they?
Yeah, it's not the same, but similar. Yeah. Mm. And I also use ESP 8622 chips. I'm not sure exactly what the name is. Yeah, 8266. So that's an Arduino, also an Arduino chip, node MCU ESP8266. So that's like a very small board, the size of a small cracker, like something like that. It uses 5 volts, and you can connect anything to it. So I have such a chip, which registers lux. So temperature, humidity, pressure.
Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff, man. Wow.
All connected to one chip.
I wish I knew how to do more with that. I suppose I could. I'm pretty good at following directions. Like I build things from kits, like electronics. Like
just look up ESP8266, and then dozens and dozens of manuals come up.
Yeah, I found it already.
Node MCU or the mini. What's called
AI Thinker. Here's a, like, that's why it's ridiculous for people not to understand that you can make these units mimic out in space. You could have this. These things could be virtual machines connected to these actual CPUs, and could be generating all kinds of data. Like it could be monitoring, like, not that any of that's real, but hull temperature, inside hull temperature, outside hull temperature, inside hull moisture, humidity in the ambient air. Like, so for these people sitting at a desk receiving data, they don't have any idea. They could be told, oh, that's a satellite, and it's really just a ground tower. And the ground tower is transmitting a virtual machine that's sitting in a server room somewhere. That's where your satellite is, in the server room on the flat Earth.
You got me thinking now. I'm going back to the 3D projection. What are those? The things. They're not holographs.
Holograms.
Holograms. Yeah, I have to look those two words: holograph versus hologram. But now I'm wondering, like, I wonder how many things could be holograms versus physical objects that we see currently, such as, for instance, Starlink in a handful of different observed locations.
Uh-huh.
I would want to explore the plausibility of it being a hologram. Obviously, it could, if it was only observed from one location, that'd be fairly reasonable. But if, for instance, it was observed from 30 locations or something, it starts to become less less apparently plausible, but not impossible. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to speculate on.
Yeah. Hey, man, I feel like frequencies converging on me lately. That's one thing I just felt it just now. I actually hear it. It's like going, like, it's bizarre. I don't know if anybody's experienced.
It's called tinnitus, and some people pronounce it tinnitus.
I don't think it's tinnitus.
He's going mad.
I'm joking. I'm joking, Sonny. No, but for real, tinnitus can actually. I'm going to use a word that makes me feel all icky inside. It can manifest in a lot of different ways. So from what I understand, some people can hear just a wide variety of different types of noises. One of the interesting things about it is that it's persistent. I think that's how you rule out tinnitus versus some other type of issue.
Here's how I rule it out. I'm a musician. I know the difference between frequency and modulation of frequency.
Okay.
Change in amplitude. Like, I know the difference. And when I hear it in my ear, in my inner ear going, this is not tinnitus. I've had tinnitus and it goes like that.
Yeah.
This is nothing like that. These are different frequencies that are modulating. They're going in and out, like passing each other. I don't know how to describe it. I've heard them for years.
Maybe you need to use those plugs in your ears to protect yourself from loud
The
sound.
plugs in ears doesn't do anything for what I'm talking. It doesn't change it one iota.
All right.
You need to rinse your ears from wax or something.
So if anybody wants to know the type of tinnitus I have, go to this website and take high treble, the pink one on the far right, and take high treble and crank it all the way to max, and that's what I hear all the time.
I'm scared of looking at it. Listening.
It's actually not that scary, and of course you can adjust your volume, but I definitely experience this on a regular basis. And guess what affects, at least in my anecdotal personal experience, guess what affects tinnitus?
This sounds like television. Static.
Diet. Depending on
What?
what I've eaten. What in the world?
You hear different things based on what you eat.
No, my tinnitus is either more extreme or almost unnoticeable, depending on what I've eaten that day and
Maybe you're
how
allergic.
recently I've eaten, which tends to make me think that, back to your bacteria story, that there is a correlational relationship. But I know that's really
Could be
redundant. A
just
correlation between what I'm eating and how it's affecting tinnitus, whatever that mysterious effect is, because tinnitus is a mysterious thing.
the only ear problems I know are like you're born with it or like you get it from loud music. But if you're talking about something that changes from diet, then like you could be allergic to something or
Yeah, very
have
likely.
like some autoimmune stuff that could fix
I've
or not fix,
done a
but
lot
like
of
you're saying
reading
like
on
it
the
comes.
subject of
Yeah,
tinnitus,
but
Don.
it's not like you have a problem. It's like the what you eat makes you have a problem. More like that.
No, I'm
If
just
you're
saying.
saying the diet stuff helps, then
I've
that
also
means that
fasted for over a week, and it doesn't go away all the way. Okay, so it's not directly correlated to food. It's just an influencing factor. It's all I'm trying to say.
could be the sunlight, could be
I'm
anything.
not looking for answers, but I don't worry about it. I'm sorry I
Does
brought
it
it up.
hurt? Does it hurt or not?
No.
Then you don't shouldn't care.
No,
If it
some
doesn't hurt,
people, yeah,
it's just neutral.
it's a mysterious topic. That's all I'm trying to say. You're not going to figure it out in 15 seconds.
Might.
Now I hear it outside too, and what I realize is like when I'm outside, I'm about 300 feet maybe away from houses.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can hear the high pitched sounds of machinery going on inside the house. It's like from a long ways away because where I'm sitting is completely silent outdoors with nothing but the birds and bees and squirrels.
Yeah.
So I think I hear that, but I hear another tone when I'm in nature that sounds different. It is sort of a buzzing as well, but it sounds like it's the buzzing of all the insects that are in my hearing range that are all compiled together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sending you a. What in the world? Friend me right now, Sonny. This is
What is it?
unacceptable.
What?
Friend me
Oh,
right now. This is unacceptable.
that sucks, man.
I'm just trying to send you a link.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm still trying to catch up, man.
No,
A lot of
it's
these
fine.
people I don't know. It's amazing that there's still flat earthers I still see that are brand new to me after 2 years. Crazy.
It's all good. So I sent you a link. Interesting topic. There appears to be a correlation between this classification of HSP people and ability to perceive different levels of frequencies and radiation, like identifying whether or not there's a Wi-Fi router in a house without actually knowing, identifying whether or not a microwave is in use without actually knowing, these sorts of things. There seems to be a range or group of people that are just built a special way or something. I don't know what the cause for it is, but there seems to be some people that are capable of not extrasensory, not ESP, not extrasensory perception, but actual sensory perception of real waves that aren't normally perceived. Is that too
Yeah,
convoluted, or does that make
no,
sense?
I think that fits kind of what I have experienced for quite a while. Like I literally think it feels like the wires in the walls that are around me, the ones closest to me, I hear noises from the
Yeah, and here's what I would recommend: grab it. Like I think that you can get cheap ones for like $30. You can get better ones for like $85 to $115. An acoustometer. what they do, also known as like a tone amp, like telephone men use them. They amplify electric noise,
Right.
and you can take the wand and put it near the wall, and it'll amplify that electric noise that is always happening. You can also put it near fluorescent lights versus LED lights versus incandescent lights, and you can hear the difference in quality of electrical noise. Very, very, very fascinating. I used to do it all the time when I was a telephone man, and
Yeah. The other thing is there's probably about 150 or 200 freaking antennas transmitting various frequencies within about a half a mile. It's very dense. There's like antennas all over on almost every tall building. They have multiple antennas.
there's attenuation and all that that can alleviate a little bit of this stress that you might experience when you think about how inundating it is. But objects of different densities absorb a lot of that, and including the walls of your house.
Yeah, which is good. I'm in a concrete building, which I'm thankful for.
Yeah, that does help. Concrete's a good one. Rock wool is another good one. Hempcrete would be another excellent
Right, exactly.
excellent one.
Yeah.
What about grounding?
Grounding?
Yeah, touch your feet on the grass, basically.
Yeah, that's a whole different topic too. But
helps people nowadays more because there's like radio waves everywhere.
yeah, I would like to read a experiment or scientifically conducted experiment on that topic, because I haven't seen much research done in doing a control group versus the group of people that are doing the grounding, and maybe a group of people that aren't doing grounding that are the control. I'd love to see a study and some way of quantifying or understanding, because all I've heard is anecdote on that subject.
Me too. I've never heard about true scientists doing like grounding experiments, but that doesn't mean
I'm not
there's
talking about
nothing
white
into it.
coats. I'm not talking about white coats. It can be amateur, as long as they're performing the basics of an experiment.
Sure. Well, anecdotally, all I've heard is that people get like the blood flow is better, something like that.
Yeah, I know. I've heard similar claims with people that carry around rabbit's feet in their pocket. I've heard similar claims of people that carry special crystals around their neck. I've heard similar claims to people that have shungite in their room. I've heard
Let
similar
me put
claims
this
to
in
people
perspective.
that take esoteric C60 supplements. I've heard all those kinds of
Yeah, I
claims.
know. But like you need to judge this from this different perspective because we were not born in a world where like concrete is natural and you like grow up and you walk in concrete every day or in like shoes. You were born naked in grass or you're supposed to be walking in these natural environments. So being away from that should have some kind of impact, which I think is negative. And grounding is just a way to go back to that state of
Yeah, there's some
original.
presuppositions there. I think that it's reasonable to assume that foot protection is natural. Now, on the other hand, leather would have been the choice material for like thousands of years. So I think that you can still ground through leather if you wear leather moccasins. Is that correct? Anybody validate that?
Leather is just
So the whole natural, barefoot thing, I don't buy that really, because I think that there's enough places where people have lived where being barefoot isn't practical, and there's obviously evidence of shoes in extremely like diverse places,
yeah, but
people groups.
you can't deny that you're born naked and you're supposed to. It's not like
Yeah, we don't stay that way.
I'm not
Nobody
saying.
ever has.
Yeah, of course. Like, yeah, it's not like you're supposed to walk on anything except the ground, which always exists everywhere, and your feet, which are born naked. So unless you're born with like sandals, which nobody says they do, right?
Again,
The
I'm
the
I'm
the
only
the
trying to
most logical
strengthen your
idea
argument.
would be that you wouldn't
I'm
get
only
disease. Yeah, but
God.
listen, you wouldn't get disease from a natural thing. It doesn't make sense if you're gonna if the world's supposed to be
That's not the case. Apparently, you haven't come into
Actually,
contact with
diseases
poisonous.
are natural.
Could be good. Did I talk?
Diseases are natural. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's. I mean, you're right, and
diseases can happen
there are plenty
in
of
nature, but
natural things that can kill you. You know this.
Mm.
Deadly
no,
nightshade,
I'm not denying
Illuminati.
that. I'm not denying that. But it doesn't make sense for you to be born in like your habitat, not you, but any animal in their habitat, and then have sickness because they step on the ground. It just doesn't make sense. And then you get better for inventing a sandal. Doesn't make sense. What makes sense is that you're healthier without shoes, and then you put on a CD and you get some kind of weird problem, and then when you walk back on the grass, you feel better again. That makes more
I
sense.
was trying to strengthen your argument by qualifying whether or not leather was
Yeah.
conductive, and that you would still be grounded if you were wearing leather moccasins. It's just trying to help you out in
Yeah.
your
I
argument.
understand, but still, um, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, there could be something into it.
Have you ever
It
ran
could be
on
good. It's
rocks?
just skin
It-
basically. So yeah.
or- there are certain places where walking barefoot is just a really bad idea. If the surface is too rough, if the surface is too hot, if the surface is too cold, protecting our feet from the elements
The
is
surface
is
is not
is
clean.
a normal thing. I'm not sure if I'm willing to use the word natural, but appropriate, necessary, not
Yeah.
inherently
Can I
evil.
say something?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Uh, you see, this talk about we are born naked, yeah, and are we supposed to wear clothes and shoes or not? The problem is that in this world, the man has to work for his living. The ground does not simply give everything that we need without work, labor. So we have to work. This means that nature, the garden, is not welcoming us anymore. It's crying against us. It's weeping. Yeah. These are known facts in the Bible and many mythological stories. So yeah, nature does bite us. You know, the winter cold. If you just go out in the woods, yeah, naked, you will most likely die of hypothermia or pneumonia or you know, or of all those together combined. So
But then that's not, maybe that's not where your like your species or race's natural environment is. Maybe you
oh
know.
yeah, but you see, there is a thing about clothing yourself. When you wear clothes, yeah, you have to make sure that you're wearing uh, the same and one material only. You don't mix linen with cotton. If you wear linen pants, you don't wear a cotton t-shirt. That will cause a lot of electrostatic imbalance. You know, like your feet will be different than your body, literally, by electrostatic charge, polarity and everything. So, also like these synthetic clothes, or what do I say? Synthetic bed sheet.
I do agree
They
with
are
the fact that like
polyester. It's like a bag. It's not
yeah,
actually a textile.
I
It's
do agree
just a
that when you look at nature,
bag,
like when you look
trash
at
bag.
when you
Yeah.
look into every other animal, they seem to be perfect in their natural habitat, and
Yeah.
like and they try to find the peace and the
Yeah.
best source of food. So they want to reproduce and have the best source of food and no danger. That's basically all they want.
Yeah.
But when you look into human beings, they need to make a civilization, and
Mhm.
that's I don't know why we do this, because like maybe we need to find other people to reproduce, or we make or like it happens incest or something like that, because you need to find other people, or like when you look into natural humans, they are often naked, but not always, and they're weak, or and they need to make clothes and stuff to be worn. But I
Yeah.
think the making weapons is natural in the sense for the human being, but wearing clothes, I
Mhm.
think it's like putting skin on top of your skin. It's not something that is considered natural, I think, because like literally no other animal does it, and no other
Well,
animal needs other skins, I think,
you see,
right?
these cults like the yoga practitioners, but I'm referring to the extreme ones. Um, they always end up into this kind of nudist thing. I'm not saying it's not good to do, like, occasionally go to the sea, get a tan, uh, bathe yourself in the sea or in a lake. Yeah, but these are not things which you have to do it perpetually, like
Yeah, but
all the time, stay
you see
naked.
the,
you
the
know,
oh yeah, no, I understand,
there is
but
a
you see
time
the
for
problem, the
everything.
different there's when you look into the world, like if you're trying to explore this world alone or with some other person, you'll try to find the advantages of the things, right? And when you look into weapons, the only reason you want a weapon is to be as efficient, like waste as little energy as you want. Unless you like wasting energy and getting tired, but usually people don't. So they try to get the best weapon to spend the least energy and get the most energy out of the other animal or whatever fruits and stuff you can find. So all you want really is just this perfect state of like continuous
Quality.
existence, like quality
Yeah,
life,
yeah.
continuous. So you don't go out there.
Quality of life is very important, and unless you do not
Yeah,
know what life is, it will be hard to
yeah.
crack
But the thing is,
its
you're not looking
secret.
out. You're not looking specifically to be high and down, right? You're looking for a
Mhm.
perfect state of
Yeah, to float.
sustainable existence, like a
To
flow that
float.
never stops.
Yeah, it
Like you're
doesn't
as
mean.
happy as you can
Yeah,
always and never get down. That's
yeah.
like heaven,
For
heaven in a
example,
way.
a man in a lake. Yeah, it's okay. It's enjoyable to float. Breathe, uh, be suspended, buoyant
But a man in a
on
lake
the
is
water,
not.
but it is fun to dive also. You know,
Yeah,
but you can't dive forever.
yeah. But
And
if you like, the reason you dive is probably because you're hot, so you're not in a perfect environment. You want to
no,
be as
well, you
perfect as
find
always. You don't
things.
want to go to saunas and then to
You
cold
find
baths. You want to stay in the middle. And the perfect way to waste as little energy and live long as possible. And
there
so
are
when you wear
things you
clothes,
can find
it means you're not in
underwater.
your natural environment, I think, because you're trying to
Uh,
compensate for where you should be. And so
no,
this is not a racist
actually,
thing. Look, this is not a racist
yeah,
thing when
I
I
get
say go
you.
back
I
to your country.
understand you.
I mean, go back to your natural environment where you're
Mm.
happiest, because that's where you're supposed to be, like every other
Yeah,
species.
but
And
nature
also, every
isn't
other
like
species
that.
has a mating ritual, and humans
Nature,
probably have some.
nature isn't welcoming anymore. For example, if you read the story of the king Aetes, it is the oldest story in the world known to man. Um, you will find that this king had by his palace, he had the garden of Hesperides. And that's the garden where man was not supposed to do work to be provided. So the land was giving its crops and fruits and trees and everything. There were trees with golden apples, and many other golden fruits. They had a high content of gold. Also, the wheat. Uh, we were not doing agriculture in Europe. The ground was giving it for free. Yeah, but Osiris went to Africa. He built a kingdom greater than his father, and he came to bring gifts to his father. And his father knew that these gifts are the produce of his labor. Now, the brother of Osiris
You don't
was.
always have to work to get something, you know. You realize that, like, you need stuff, not
Well, I'm not
objects, but like
saying.
basic things. For example, a baby. For example, do you think the baby
Okay,
worked
look,
for the breast
when
milk? No, of course not.
you
If
walk.
their parents are strong, the baby can develop and be healthier and happiest than most people because of their parents. And this kind of power can compound from generation to generation, or it can be lost from in one entire generation. Reason is, the more power you have, the more power you can get, and this is equal to, now in today's world, the money you have is equal to freedom. People don't want money to have more money unless there's some kind of weirdo. They just want money to have time so they can be happy with their families. That's why people go into like some kind of grind set in their mind and for a few years, and try to get the job and the money. And some, if they're smart, they're gonna leave the city because then they can have their own food and be sustainable in sustaining themselves. Not gonna be in a city where
Yeah,
they're
but
dependent and having to
when
get
you
to
remove
work for stuff.
when you remove people from the city that were born in the city, yeah, and they've
They're
been brought
freer.
up to live in the city, yeah. When you take them away from there, they will look back.
Not really. If you're happier in the other
Yeah,
place.
I'm
But
not
the
saying
city is a
like
prison. It's
convince
a
them
psychological
to.
prison.
I'm not saying like convince them to go away. If you take them, regardless of their will, what they want, you know,
I
they
don't
will
see why
all
they would
look
go back.
back. Yeah, because this is what the world is today. Take a man, yeah, somewhere in a remote mountain, and make him walk like 2 miles deep inside the cave, yeah, without a flashlight or any source of light, yeah, no wood, no nothing, yeah, just go there. Uh, in these long caves, it's pitch black. So once you get in, it is very unlikely that you will ever come out. But
Okay, but that doesn't
we
that
have
doesn't make
we in Romania,
the only reason,
we have
if you live in your,
stories.
like, if you have your
Listen,
life, if you have, if like half your life you live
yeah,
in a city, if your
let
roots
me.
are, if your family traditions and roots are in a city, and you go back and you go to the country and live with and start a family there, you still have roots in your city. Of course, you go back to the city,
Okay,
but
but
you don't
if
want
I
to
take
stay
you
there.
and put you inside the cave like this, you're not gonna have any family. and nobody there. You will be alone in
No,
complete
if you start a
dark.
family in outside the city, in a bigger, like usually it's cheaper outside the cities. And
Look,
nowadays you can get so much money online. It's not even a necessity. So
um, at, by the age you were 20, yeah, you were brought up into this world by your family, parents, yeah, and you have learned that, yeah, this is the purpose of man: be born, live, make a family, build a house, yeah. But when when you get 20, I take you away from your family and I put you inside the cave like this, and there's no chance for you to come out of that cave.
hmm.
So what will you be thinking? What will you be doing? Because all you have is the room outside you, which you do not see, it's completely black, and you hear some water stream, yeah? It's coming from the rocks, from beneath the rocks, and it's going beneath the rocks. Yeah. So you have
Okay.
access to the water, but you don't know where the water is coming from or and where it is going.
It's just some weird metaphor. I am not super understanding it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you see, in the beginning of the conversation, I heard you saying like, uh, we have to come out every day in the sunlight and that it's doing good to us, you know.
It's our natural
Actually,
state.
no.
That's what we
Actually,
would do.
no. It's not our natural state.
What is our natural
Our
state?
natural state is in the womb of our
Then
mothers,
you are born
in
and
the
then
water.
you live.
Uh,
Like,
being born means to
get out of
shipwreck.
the vagina,
No,
basically.
it means to shipwreck.
Wait, you think being alive is being inside the womb only?
Well, that's the
No, what
medium where
you
you
think?
can live
I think
forever.
you're just. I
And
think the last time you were comfortable was inside your mother's womb, because the world
yeah,
treated you
yeah.
so bad that basically you want to go back there.
That was the perfect medium for um, living forever, you know.
You can't. Nobody lives forever. That doesn't make sense. If everyone
Well,
lived forever, if everyone could live forever, the earth would
mm,
eventually be totally filled up to the top, and so that doesn't make sense. There needs to be a
well,
cycle.
nature will not allow you to live forever because it's the God spoken word, yeah? Everything will decay. It never stays the same, except gold,
Yeah,
yeah?
and yeah, most animals just
Now,
live to do whatever they want, and
yeah,
that's because they're programmed in a
I
way
can tell
with
you,
as long
I
as
can tell
possible.
you, I can tell you that in my country, yeah, in Romania, where we have very big, long caves. Back in the days, we had monks who entered these caves. Yeah, they were like, let's say, 60-year-old men. He went inside the cave. Yeah, he took himself away from this world, and he
Wow,
came out of the cave. He came out of the cave after 300 or 400 years. And when he
that's
came
literally
out,
impossible.
all the people, I'm telling you, these are facts. It's not stories, it's things that happened.
Yeah,
So that man lived for so long because he was in a perfect medium, yeah? There is no seasons inside the cave. The temperature is
yeah.
constant.
What? How can a
It's not
medium?
cold,
But
it's not
wait.
warm.
How can a medium inside a cave with no light, no food, I
Yeah.
guess, no or maybe just water? How can he
He
live?
had water. Yeah, that's all he
Okay,
had, water.
so water has no nutrients. It's just water and maybe some minerals.
Oh,
How can
really?
he?
How do you know water has no nutrients?
It has
What
minerals.
made
It's
you
just
say that? Oh,
look. You're
minerals.
not making any sense. What
I'm
you're
not
talking
making
about,
any sense. Okay,
you
look,
you're saying a
Adam and
dude
Eve.
entered the cave. You're saying a man entered the cave and lived longer than four
Yeah,
times the
then
longest.
us being exposed to everything in the world, yeah,
Yeah, you
to
can't escape the world. A cave is not a
the
portal.
nature which is against us because we transgressed from our state, yeah, we walked away from the paths of life, yeah,
There's no life in
and
a cave. It's only rock. What are you talking about? There's not even light. That's as you said is absent of light. Well,
I,
you're going you're going the opposite way. The only reason you survive is because you eat food and get sunlight. Even
mm,
if you get no
not
sunlight,
true.
your vitamin D goes way down
Yeah,
because
that's
you're
what
not
your
exposed
doctor
to it.
told you. That's what your doctors told you.
No, I
But
know because if I don't eat, I literally die. I know this
well,
by
yeah,
experience.
if
I
you
know that's
stay
why people are hungry. That's why we
in
have
the world
stomachs. How can it make
while
sense to
you
have
are
all these
exposed
organs?
to the seasons and while you are in the nature, yeah, nature will kill you, will put you down, will make you age. It will not allow
So why
you
did okay? If the man was so perfect in the cave, why did he leave?
because this
What's
was
the
Zamolxis, yeah, and he was a man who actually talked with God,
I'm not gonna debate that,
and
but okay.
it was his time to come out and speak with the people and teach them, remind them their ways from before, and give him the teachings of their ancestors.
This is when you talk about your belief, it's okay. But when you tell me this makes sense in the physical world we experience, there's not even
Not,
logic because you can't say a
not even
body with.
logic. Okay, tell me then, look, in Romania, another case.
But explain why.
This was
Explain something
in the
like
1400s. Listen, let me tell you and finish this story. It's not just a story. This you can verify it.
oh okay all right.
In Romania, in the 1400s, a man and a woman get married, and they live. Uh, they built a house on a high mountain. Yeah, uh, very
Why
far
mountains?
away
I don't
from their
understand.
clothes.
Always has to be a mountain or a cave.
Yeah,
Dude, you're
because
not born.
back in the days, you are asking questions because you haven't studied these things. But because you have this teaching of this world, yeah, of this educational system that lied to you, yeah, whenever
What?
you hear something opposite to that, you are experiencing cognitive dissonance
Hmm,
to
okay.
deny.
So you're
Yeah.
telling me that when I feel hungry, I'm just experiencing cognitive dissonance,
No, I'm
and
not
I should not eat
telling you
instead.
when you. I didn't say that. And you don't understand what I'm
And
telling to
what
you because
you're
you
saying there's
keep
some kind of place
interrupting
on
me,
Earth where
and I
an
haven't.
animal made of raw meat and raw fat
Dude,
can
you're
survive without
running,
any
you're
nourishment.
galloping, you're gish galloping, and you're not listening. You're not allowing me to
It's
tell you
look
what I have to
if you call it
say.
look if you call it your I'm not saying it's not wrong or right. I'm just saying if you have a belief that this exists, it's a place, a mythological a place that you read on a book and or you believe it exists. I
Dude,
understand,
what
but
I'm telling you now,
if
what
you're
I
telling me
was
it's
telling you
real,
now, this is
it
not a
doesn't make
belief. I told
sense.
you this is something that you can verify. I'm telling you something that happened before.
Why are you not there? Like you can
But
live
you are
forever,
not
right?
even fucking listening. You haven't allowed me to tell you what I was having to say, but you claim that you already know what I'm about to say without saying it.
Okay, tell me more about this amazing place.
It- It's not an amazing place. It's just an ordinary mountain in this world. It It was a remote place, far away from any society. Yeah.
Okay.
So this couple married, they built their house, and they lived there. Um,
Why would they marry without society?
they married when they were young, in their
No, I know,
20s.
but
Yeah,
why would they marry?
and when they were born in the time of a Romanian leader.
Oh, so they're
Mihai
in
Viteaz.
society. You said outside
Yes,
of society, so
I
they're in
told
society.
you they are in Romania.
Okay, so not outside of society, in
Yeah,
society, in a
Romania
Romanian
in
society.
those times, it
Right.
wasn't a unified country. It was three regions.
Okay.
Yeah, and this leader was the leader who unified the country for the first time. Now, this is irrelevant to the story. This happened in the 1400s when they met, they married, and they built their house. They lived up until 1700s, and they were like way over 300 years old, this man and woman. Now, the Tsar of Russia heard of their story, and he sent the greatest painter from the Tsar palace. He sent him to this village to make a portrait of this man and woman, and he painted them. Yeah, and this portrait is in the Russian, uh, the biggest museum in Russia. This portrait is there. It is not always exposed to see it. Yeah, they have an archive, and sometimes they show it. So I'm telling you that there are ways, yeah, man can live for many years, but they don't want you to know how. They don't want you to know even that such people actually existed.
Okay, so it's all right. So that's it. What do you call that? Usually, you call that a conspiracy theory, right?
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, it is when your evidence is someone, like that, and never
What
seeing it.
the evidence is, yeah, there are documents in the Russian, um,
What if the guy
you
writing the
know,
documents was
this
mentally
the
ill?
Tsar, the Tsar palace had a lot of people documenting everything the Tsar was doing, and they were
And
researching. Yeah,
but the book, uh, anybody can write a book, man. It's not a book that's
it's
going to
not
define the
just a
world.
book written. It's actually that painter has been sent there. He made a portrait of these people,
Yeah.
and he brought it back, and it was kept in the Tsar palace. And then the Tsar palace became actually the biggest museum in Russia.
Can I get a quick summary of like
Hey,
the
Elijah.
conversation? Hey,
All right. I'll give my. Basically, we're talking about living a long time, and I said the best way to live longest is to follow nature and like be as natural as possible. And this does not mean to follow the opinions of tribes, but to follow, like, you are born without clothes, so you're not supposed to wear clothes. But also if you're feeling cold, you should not be feeling cold. That's why you know it's bad. If you or hot, you should be in a perpetual state of high happiness, which is what every animal seeks. Like, they don't seek pain, they seek pleasure. So you're supposed to be feeling the best always, and that's kind of why you hunt or do things, because you want to experience life. First
Are
of all,
you
you want to
trying
survive,
to
of
say?
course.
Are you trying to say that dogs do not feel cold, but the cold doesn't bite them? They don't shake in the
What? I
cold.
never said that. I said, of course, dogs
Okay,
feel cold.
I was
That's
making
why
sure.
that's why dogs run away from cold places or hot places. If you stab a dog, they're gonna run away from you. You know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They react to according to their senses, and only following these senses and what the world provides you with, you will feel the happiest you can feel or the worst you can feel. That's my opinion of heaven and hell. They are the extremes of what you can feel. And these opinions of heaven and hell are based on your pain and pleasure. You would
Well,
never think of heaven and hell without feeling pain or pleasure, right? Because why would you invent or believe or think even about these things? Because you have something that you want, which is heaven, and hell is something you don't. So it's not like it's so simple, of course, but that's the basic of it. And so all animals seek, I mean, not always, but vast majority of animals have these basic things, which is uh, remove the waste from their from their bodies,
well, you see,
reproduce, and eat.
when I talk about heaven and hell, uh, what I did was to take the Bible and read it,
You
so
use your
that I
senses to read the Bible.
no, no, so that
You need
I
your physical body to have an idea of what's the not physical. You can't say
Man,
you can't
dude,
say heaven exists.
dude, I haven't finished what I was about to say. So to be
Okay.
able to talk about heaven and hell and to have my understanding about it, I took the Bible and I read it. And then I took more. I took also a little bit of history and Greek mythology, yeah, to have an understanding of what heaven and hell is. You're talking about these things
Sure.
like
And tell me something. Tell me
you are
something.
making them up on the spot, but actually
No, I'm
these
not.
things are they have been studied by mankind
That
for
that
ages,
doesn't matter.
thousands of years, by many cultures and civilizations. And if you just throw away to the trash, yeah, all that information,
Look,
that's like saying, "Oh, I believe NASA because they are making fucking predictions of solar eclipses and moon eclipses,"
but you
when
see,
they in fact they are fucking using ancient Babylonian Saros cycles. Yeah, these are ancient Babylonian science. Yeah, are not science observations, and
He
they
keeps he keeps
recorded these
referring.
cycles.
He also keeps referring to like the caveman as if that's like the real
I
ancient
never
history.
I never mentioned caveman. I think if you're in a bad place and a cave helps you
I'm
survive,
sorry.
there was
I'm
some
sorry.
cavemen, but
I just
I'm not
said that I wouldn't
evolutionist
do
at
this,
all.
but I'm confused. I came in on Get talking about two people. I don't- what? Why are we talking about this? Like what? How did
I
this
don't know.
conversation come about?
I was talking about nature and how we were not born wearing sandals, and it's the best state of human existence. And the Gets Be Get guy spoke about
Based
his
on whose
opinion.
perspective?
What do you mean?
I mean, not based on whose perspective. I know that you're saying that as if it's your perspective, but based on what standard?
No, I'm not the standard of reality. Like you're born
No, I mean,
who
I
you are.
know you're saying like there's a baseline, and that baseline is the most natural
Creationism.
is problem,
Yeah.
dude. And that baseline, basically, what it sounds like you're saying is the more natural you keep things, the better. So, in
Yeah.
other words, perhaps if I don't smoke, perhaps if I don't wear um, too small a shoe or the kind of shoe that would uh, disfigure or change my bones in a way that will affect my posture in like 20 or 30 years. I don't know. Okay, that's obvious as hell. So what?
But the thing is, people don't understand what their
No, it's not about understand. Who are you talking to? Why is this? Who brought? Like, what's the question? It's the because I get what you're saying, which means okay, I get it. You've said what you said. I've taken in what you've said. What now? Like, what was the purpose?
We're just discussing this idea of nature, and some people have the ideas different. Just this.
You have more to add?
I was adding stuff. I was saying. I don't remember anymore what I was saying, but I was talking about how, despite all other animals living in their
Well, I mean, that's what
lives,
it's getting to a point that's a bit extreme because when it comes to okay, maybe I shouldn't eat certain things, okay, that's one thing, but if I get too many massages and I become lazy and lethargic and then I'm in a situation where I can't defend okay, but saying people who don't wear clothes probably would have the best outcome given a
no, for example,
I don't. It's
for example, if you wear
not example of the thing I'm saying extreme. Not an example, please. Like I get it. I just don't. You saying
get it,
things are better if we go to this extreme, and I'm like, based on what
it's not
standard?
an
You're like a
it's not
natural
an
standard,
extreme.
and I'm like, no, the standard has to come from the people experiencing life.
Look,
not
the thing is,
your idea of.
It's not my
what
idea.
is
That's the
perfect
thing.
standard.
That's what I'm saying. It's totally
Okay,
the
so
opposite.
who's walking around with no shoes? And like, I mean, is that is the standard
say
that
something?
nobody's walking?
Look,
no, because I'm stopping you because I'm addressing you. And if you want to say something, that means you want to pivot from your initial point, which is gonna annoy the hell out of me. I'm addressing you, and you're moving away from the thing that I set out to address. It's almost like I may as well close my mic and go somewhere else. But what's the point of talking to people? Like, if that's what I don't get the point of this conversation. I just don't. And you're not helping. You've given me your point. I was like, okay, do you have anything to add? And it didn't seem like it.
Well,
other than to give me more extreme examples of this ideal.
Dude was telling me about a couple that lived for a long time, and he acted like that was impossible or something. Like, of course, that stuff's been documented. I could tell you about people who don't need to eat for like months and months, but you're gonna say that they're mentally insane?
Yeah, there's breatharians.
If you don't eat food,
all.
why would you do that? Just
What about a breatharian? What about a breatharian? You ever heard of that?
Have you seen breatharians long term?
Okay, yeah, but again, so what?
Yeah.
So what? There are people that
why look,
listen.
Okay,
listen,
you're in this
listen,
world, right?
Listen.
Everybody has their own opinion of the world, right? I'm not
I
talking
didn't
about
think I was
religion.
gonna have
I'm
to
talking like
when I say
literally
listen,
science, what you can
I think
experience.
that people are gonna actually
All right,
not continue
talk
flapping their
about,
gums.
yeah, do what you want, man.
Science is not about what you experience.
That was the perfect time to come in.
Thank you, Elijah.
Like, all right, whatever. Like, the man said, oh, wow, it's just insane. Okay.
Or it's
Right.
it's a
So-
learning. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Learning opportunities. I was gonna say.
Yeah. So there was a point in time where I got to a point that I would describe myself as listening to my body. Not like my body is actually saying things to me. I'm not trying to commit a reification fallacy, but I'm saying that I started to pay attention to certain processes, like when I would use the bathroom, when I would actually become thirsty, when I would begin to lose energy. And I got to a point where I wouldn't eat anything until around 3:00, and then I would eat like maybe a quarter chicken or half a chicken. That would literally be all I needed till somewhere around 7, 8. But I didn't want to eat after that for whatever reason. So I would eat at 7 or 8, maybe a piece of salmon, and that was it. No bread, no rice, no sugar, hardly any fruit because it has sugar in it, unless it was berries and it was like somewhat bitter. For a period I did this, and for a period people told me it was impossible. That's insane. How are you doing this? I just thought it was the most normal thing because I was already doing it. That's not a standard, but it gave me the results that ultimately I got. I was on a search for something. But there's no standard to that. I'm not gonna run around and tell everyone, hey, because I did this, the way to live most harmoniously is to turn off your phones, only eat berries and nuts, and a little bit of meat here and there.
That's crazy. That is extremism.
Nobody said that. That's
Not good.
insane.
Well, you were
Well, I mean,
saying
you were giving examples of
we
people
are
who walk
born
around with no
without
sandals.
shoes, and
And I asked, why were you saying that, right?
I'm saying this because
You would have been better off eating just fruit.
I'm saying this because what do you
And that
call
doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. The whole point of me saying what I'm saying is it's not a standard. So why are you trying to? It's like you're trying to convince me to allow you to continue talking about this standard that doesn't exist, or the standard that should
let me
exist.
speak? I'll just
I
explain
don't
my
get it.
reasoning. All right. So what your opinion of apparently what you didn't even hear my total opinion, but what you call extreme, to my opinion, is different because our perspectives are different. Because
It's not a
I'll give you an example.
standard. That's
What?
why. Because it's not a standard. That's why.
What do you mean a standard by that?
Your perspective is different from mine because it's not this standard that you're trying to convince me of.
I'm not trying to convince. I'm just speaking my thoughts. If I'm, just throwing this idea
And
out
when
there,
I
and you
and
haven't
when
even
I
let
said,
me.
oh, okay, I got you. So you've made your point already. Now I get your point. So now what? Now what?
What now? I don't know. I'm deeply confused right now. I mean, a guy says that he lives in a cave for like 400 years without
Why
food.
are we talking about this?
Because when I say my logical opinion, everybody's like angry. But when a dude says a man lives in a cave because some czar wrote in a book, like, do you not have a conscience? Like, are you not aware of what's going on in your face? Like, it's like so retarded. I'm sorry, that's a
Why
bad
are you
word to
asking
use,
that
but
then? So why are you
like
asking that
the
then?
perspective
You
of
are
making
telling me,
something to
listen,
be able to
you
survive
are
on it
telling
is
me
just
that the
illogical.
purpose of
Like,
man is to
what
walk
if what
barefoot
if you needed
in the
what if you
world.
needed to invent what if you needed to invent
Check.
You
a
guys might
lung for yourself so you can survive? Like, do you imagine it? There's no logic. If you needed to invent something like a lung
No,
to survive,
no. Why are we talking about this? You could take that to mean I'm asking for you to explain, because you're really not. You're just going back into your little story.
He just
I think
dipped
he
about
gave
10 seconds
up.
ago.
Yeah.
But really, I was asking, how did this conversation come about? So I
I
can
can,
figure out, okay,
I can
like what
explain.
was the purpose? Like, please
I
do.
can explain. So hold on, John. Hold on, John. Sometimes people like to talk out their thoughts, and he was one of them. I think it's as
Yeah.
simple as that.
Yeah. And what I try to do
So
is
nobody,
to
nope, he
actually
never,
give him
he didn't.
stories.
He was just monologuing most of the time, bro. He just had a lot that he wanted to say
I
out
guess what
loud.
I was asking him was who asked him a question like that.
No,
That's what I was trying to say. It's like I'm not saying explain to who asked you what they asked you to, like. Why is this conversation being had? Who initiated it? What was the question that initiated it? Or what was your thought? Like, why is that a hard? I'm annoyed because I can't get the simplest answer to the simplest question. Not
He made
because
it
I
up.
don't want to hear what he has to
Nobody
say.
started it. That's the thing.
Elijah.
He started it.
Yeah,
Let's
no
talk
one
about.
gave him a question. He
Let's
just, this
talk
was
about. Let's
his
talk.
kind of like his dialogue that he started, and he just kept on going on and on and on and on. That's it.
Let's talk about flat Earth guerrilla actions. That's what we need to be talking about.
Well,
If he
hold
was
on.
talking about his feelings, then it's like it was no point in debating or or like you.
The floor was
I
open,
don't know.
Elijah, and he just took opportunity to express his thoughts out loud. It's as simple
But
as
it
that.
was becoming a back and forth between Get Baguette and him,
Yeah.
which was most annoying.
Yes.
Well, I'm
It wasn't
kind of
that he was
pissed
saying
at
something and
him.
I was like, okay. It was like they're about to argue about things that aren't concrete, and I was like, why is this happening?
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah. Well, he's new to the server and probably just needs direct instruction, which I had
Well, he's
tried to
not the
give him
person to
earlier on
listen.
in the conversation, like an hour
He's not
ago.
gonna listen. He will still go on with his stories. Like he thinks that we are born naked, so we're supposed to walk barefoot
I know that we're born naked,
forever.
but
And I was trying to explain to him, look, we have so many ancient civilizations, cultures, traditions, religions, whatever. Yeah, knowledge,
yeah, you want to
previous
beat this
knowledge,
dead horse over and over again,
and
or can we move on?
and yeah, I haven't finished. And I was giving him cases of things happening totally opposite. And this story with the people who lived 300-400 years, it's actually a verifiable story. It's not
We
something
must
I
be the
made
same
up.
kind of retarded gospel
Yeah,
bearer,
but
because
to verify,
I don't know. We seem to. I
yeah.
don't know. It must be us.
I don't know
And
what it is.
then
I'm
when I
lost.
told him, now he's saying that I'm talking about magical people who
No, Get
magically
Baguette. I don't want your
acknowledge.
number. I thought you heard me the first time.
Yeah.
I
It's
start
dead.
getting sick to
Get
my
get.
stomach. Talk about focusing and paying attention to how my body is feeling. That last conversation, I'm like, I just started feeling really weird. I'm like, what's wrong with me? Should I turn it off? Like,
Yeah. What is this?
Sometimes.
Someone call Bong. Let's have a party. Come on.
Oh
this
no.
is detrimental to my physical health right now. I
Can we
mean,
have a competition of who can be more esoteric? The esoteric wars. Wait, where did that happen? Oh, right on 24/7 2.0.
oh shit! Oh my god, I feel better
Gee
now.
whiz.
Hell, give me some reality.
I gave him then the example of Zamolxis, a Romanian monk who went and lived like 300 years in a cave. But for this, we have
Who pressed play?
writing
There's
in
that
solid
feeling
gold
again.
about this guy. And unlike Eratosthenes, this guy and his story of his lifetime most likely existed because his story was written in solid gold and golden artifacts. It was depicted on golden jewelries. So, which we find them in the museums today.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think you have that conversation with someone like that other guy, Get. Let me tell you this again. I consider you a friend, Get. Sometimes you're so far beyond what these people can comprehend. That's why I think partly why sometimes it gets
Oh,
to the
Sonny,
place where
your
that
words make my hair on my body lift up like that. You giving me, don't. Yeah, thank you, Sonny. No problem.
I
I
mean, like,
But don't praise me too much because I'm gonna break.
I don't know what to say,
Yeah, we are friends. That's it.
but honestly, you can monologue so much,
Good
that
friend.
everybody forgets what we were talking about.
Or forgets the beginning of your sentence. Right? That's an important thing about communication. You don't want to talk so long that people forgot what you started with.
Well, I couldn't get specific to a subject with him on anything. When I tried to give him, he started with
It's just
this
general
thing like
feedback. I'm not talking about
walking barefoot,
Illuminati.
and
General
then I
feedback.
tried to explain him, look, this is why we
I
don't
typically
walk
try to
barefoot
stop
because
conversations
nature
that
is
are
not
going nowhere.
welcome.
Yeah, I agree.
Typically.
Especially just esoteric speculations.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a dream about the meaning of life, and I want to tell everybody for the next 3 hours straight about the meaning of life that I learned from my dream after I took a nice bubble bath. Now here it goes.
Or something.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, I mean,
or not, or somewhere else.
Or
At
the
one
the,
point,
the
he
thing
was
that
saying that.
is annoying to me, right, right. The thing that's like, I okay. For me, the only reason to know English, to talk to a person, is to communicate something in reality or something that happened in reality, that has me feeling in a way that I will attempt to describe, but it's related to something, right? And it's like, never mind what that is, because it could be about whatever the hell he was talking about, or what you were talking about. But the bottom line is, if we're talking about that thing, and then I'm trying to pin down an understanding on the picture that you attempted to paint a picture of in my mind in the first place, because it's not real. So you have to paint the picture so that I understand. And then you start talking about other shit, or I'm asking you a direct question and it's not getting answered. I don't understand why people think that's okay. Like, I don't like, when I point it out, I'm like, yo, I'm just trying to know this thing. And it's like, yeah, but I'm not going to speak about that thing at all. I'm going to say what I wanted to say. Yeah, but was it your point to communicate information to another being for them to internalize and do something with? Because if you're not doing that, go fucking talk in the mirror.
Yeah, the funny thing is when he came here, because I heard him from the moment he came here, and he was saying, "Oh, I found about flat Earth. I believe it, and this and that. I like it. I watched some videos. Then Sunny told him about the Black Swan, and from there, after that, he went on these topics, like esoteric, walk nudism, extremist nudism, and stuff like this, and the cracking of the secret of life. And I saw that in many of his discussions, he was just not providing anything
Well,
to
get
for the
get but
claims
get.
he was making. Yeah.
Let me start by saying that I love you and I do like you.
I like
Now,
it too, Elijah. And yeah,
now, before, let me tell you what annoys me. I was pretty clear
go ahead.
about not getting a recap of what went on, and I told you
Yeah,
that
you did
directly.
enough.
And
Yeah.
somehow I'm listening to you recap exactly that. And my previous point before you started talking was about how I'm annoyed with not being able to communicate. I communicated to you.
Yeah.
What was the point of this? No point. Okay, then
Exactly.
why are we talking about it?
Yeah.
To you
Let's
talking
move
about it.
forward.
And when I communicated
Yeah.
to you, I don't understand what
It's
happened.
true. You're right, Elijah. It's a waste of breath talking about this guy and his this encounter. Yeah.
It's not to be insulting to the dude. It's an unnecessary noise to continue beating a dead horse that
Yeah.
just coming from a
Yeah. This
professional
is
dead
how.
horse beater over here.
This is how many of
Me
them
too.
are.
Anyway, What's up, J.E.?
Incoherent geese galloping.
What was that,
It's
J.E.?
like prime time. Yeah.
Hey, Flatty, look at your message that I sent you if you would.
Oh.
All right, thanks. As long as he hears that, that's all I need. Thanks, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, disappointingly, there were a handful of folks.
Sorry.
That come into the VC during a time like that, and I was in between phone calls, as I usually am, so I'm not always capable of inserting, "Hey, let's give the floor to one of the new people," and then they get bored and move along. So that's the whole point, is to try to accommodate new people to the voice chat and not let folks monologue about things that have no gain or result or purpose. That's all fine and well sometimes. What's that?
They kind of beat that out of me. Like you saying that made me realize, oh, that's why I'm upset right now. Because at this point, it's just a habitual behavior that I mosey in here, and it's like I've cursed people out. Not to say that I'm right, but I've asked, hey, how long you been talking to this guy? Okay, does he even have a point? No, he doesn't. Okay. You guys know it's like 12 o'clock, right? This is when all the kids come in. This is when everybody comes in. Like this is lunchtime. This is a good time to actually talk to the people coming in the room. Like, and I could literally argue with the room for hours because they'll argue me about continuing to argue with the person that's going nowhere. And you can see people coming in and out. And it's like I totally forgot that I stopped trying to fix that. Cause it's like I don't know what the fuck be wrong with. If they're gonna do it, guys, I swear to God, if it was like 30 kids, 30 kids. If it was like 30 Globies that came in here, but somebody like Zanuck was in here to spin people's wheels, they would let that happen instead of trying to get to all 35 people.
Yeah, wow. That's what we're here for.
Oh, right. I'm a moderator. I forgot.
Well, if I were a moderator, he would have been muted for a long time before I was, because all I can do is talk with him or interrupt him while he's rambling on his nonsense. And I wouldn't have allowed that because I heard him saying he came here and he wants to find out more. He wants to learn more.
No, that's
And
not.
when you say that, that means you are asking people, hey, start talking to me because I'm going to be listening.
Here's the thing. This
Yeah.
we're gonna stop this conversation at all. Like this needs
Yeah.
to end. But it's not just about this other guy. It's you are doing the same kind of gish galloping get as this other guy. It's like
sometimes I
do
do.
the same exact thing, talking over each other. It's just ridiculous. So you're just as guilty of it. So don't point the finger solely at him, get. And I'm saying that
Oh, I don't.
loving way I can, honestly.
I'm aware I am guilty of my own things, of course. Yeah.
Alrighty. Let us think of the next topic that will be possibly productive, enlightening, encouraging, something.
Let's see.
You watch Abby and Preach at all on YouTube? Anybody
Watch what?
from Canada?
It broke up a little. ABBA something.
Abba and Preach on YouTube. They're from Canada.
No, I don't think I've heard of that.
Okay, they're just two guys that like kind of do random. They just take up random topics and kind of react.
Oh yeah, okay. And they did one on Flat Earth?
No, they didn't.
Oh.
But it was very interesting because I'm typically waiting for, like, when I hear platforms that, well, I've been listening to platforms for a number of years. So when I heard Flat Earth, like I try to listen to like dog whistles. especially when they start talking about logic and this, that, and the third. Like when you start preaching, oh, you should be logical and this and da 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 da, and for the most part, your content has been on point. I've kind of listened for if there's some flat earth in there, you know. And what happened was the other day I was watching this random video about it was this girl and she was saying, oh, I don't know, she got married, it was her and her husband and stuff, and at some point she decides to say she used to be right, the hijab wearing girls on OnlyFans that make $60K a month. That's what it was. And they said, well, I've left my faith because I've read the Quran, and they put up, like, they gave 2 verses or 3 verses that said the earth is flat. And that's why they left, because their actual became physicists or something like that, and they went to school to study science and all of this. And so that's why they left their faith, because the book says that the earth is flat. And whoever does the editing, like, they paused it right there, was like, they didn't make any negative commentary on the part that it was flat earth. They were kind of just done with the way the girl was thinking. And I was like, I'll take it. You know what I mean? That, like, it's a far stretch to think, well, they left that part about flat earth, which they know is incendiary, in their edit, but they only addressed the fact that she said she wasn't religious and how disrespectful it was to anyway, that's not the point. The point is, the words flat earth was mentioned, and I know my boy Abba is, I believe that he reads the Quran if he's not, if he isn't, like, of that faith. And
Elijah, can I
I'm
interrupt?
thinking he looked. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Dabam has been here 3 times, or at least 2 times now. So I just want to unmute you, Dabam, and give you a chance to. He kept no good. That's always suspicious. Sorry, he's been here a couple of times, so I wanted to see if we might want to give him a chance to speak. But when you get unmuted and stuff immediately, leaving, that's always suspicious. Go ahead and finish. Your Abba guy, you think he might be a Muslim and that he also might understand that Earth is flat. They have a little over 1.5 million subscribers, yes. I see. And
yeah, they are what I would call, perhaps, would I say purple pill? No. They carefully stay away from, you know how someone tries to stay away from topics, but they still say things that exposes their, like, ideal? Like, they haven't done anything like that, because most people aren't intelligent enough to hide their true intentions. Like,
so I'm going to just add something real quick. 5 of their videos in the transcript of their 10 to 30-minute videos or 22-minute videos include flat Earth somewhere in the dialogue.
How do you know?
So when you search,
how do you do that?
So when you go to a channel and you search under that channel, here I'll post the link. When you do that search right there, the search query under a channel, it actually scans the dialogue, the closed caption dialogue, and it scans it indiscriminately, which means they might say flat and then 5 minutes later might say Earth. So I don't know if, hold on, let me do flat Earth in quotes and see if it makes any difference. No, it doesn't make any difference. So I think it's an indiscriminate search, but I've done it with my own YouTube videos to identify key phrases that I've said, and I'm a tiny YouTube channel, but yet it still closed captions me sometimes. Not always though. It's kind of weird. But yeah, there you go. It's a useful tool when you're scanning a large YouTube channel. Like hashtag shout out Truth is Stranger Than Fiction YouTube channel that I like to shout out almost every day. That's all.
Yeah, my boy put me on to Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. You swear by it too?
I don't swear by anything, but
Oh, yeah,
but yeah, I
yeah,
really
that
like
was a
his
little
channel,
heavy.
and I know I just literal and all that good stuff. I do really like his content. I think he's done a fantastic job. He addresses a lot of difficult topics, and he's turned stones over for the last 7 years
Mhm.
in places where most people weren't. Kind of does his own thing, doesn't belong to any special club or clique. And as far as I know or can tell, and for those reasons, I always like people that are kind of solo.
So I was asked from somebody in chat, why do things accelerate towards the ground? Why does it hurt if you drop a rock on your foot? What force is causing the rock to slam into your foot so it hurts? What force makes a water turbine move when water is dropped on it in a hydroelectric plant? Why does a bus and a rock accelerate at the same rate? Why
Why
is there
does
a little begging the question in every single question that you have?
yeah.
Because he's implying that there's this force, and he's asking why is there a force? No, there is no force. Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know.
My response
If I
would be
get hit,
why
I mean,
why?
nobody's gonna say. Sorry, they just don't like to call things that move up or laterally a force. They like to talk about down, and then they'll say force. But every other direction is something else. Stupid.
Yeah, they say that other things are causing it to be pushed up, and then I ask the logical progression of a question and go, why then, with your concept of mass attracting mass, why is it that when you increase the mass of the like the helium balloon, for instance, it not only does it not go to the ground, it goes up faster. And then
Yeah,
I
it
think,
can lift heavier things. Yeah.
yeah, but I think that their argument is the greater the mass in regards to helium, the greater the volume, and that is why I posted a video regarding helium liquid, which is referred to as a superfluid.
Liquid helium has 4 states. 2 of them are very cold liquid, and the other 2 are superfluid. The superfluid happens below the lambda point, and the lambda point is at 2.17 Kelvin. It is minus 270 something Celsius. Very, very cold, extreme cold. Yeah. But superfluid liquid helium, yeah, it is a medium, a frictionless medium, and it has 0 viscosity, meaning that there is no physical container able to keep it. It will flow through anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty weird.
Yeah. To store it, it requires constant refrigeration, which is actually, an input of energy.
But are you saying it can't be stored or that it can?
It cannot be stored. I mean, you have to have like a constantly working refrigerator, to keep it cold. If you plug out your freezer from the socket, everything that you have in your freezer will come to the room temperature, will be decaying then. Everything goes off because the refrigerator is not making cold anymore. Yeah.
Anyway,
What?
there's lots
Yeah.
of breakdowns of the mass attracting mass thing that they don't seem to want to accept or address, and then they ask those begging the questions.
So what's the okay? So I guess the only reason to what can we do with super fluid helium? Like what?
So here's my point in bringing that up. It was in regards to how they might avoid the well, you increase the mass and the helium balloon goes up even faster. Well, they just be like, well, yeah, obviously, because there's more of a volume of it, and that volume is displacing the heavier air, and that's why it gets pushed up. Blah 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 blah. Well, that's why I wanted to look into the denser versions of helium, and that's where I found the superfluid or liquid helium, and looked into that for a second.
Ooh.
I got a call, but they'll probably call right back anyway, and made the realization that it's a mysterious substance that doesn't behave as you might expect based on a mass attracting mass belief. That's all.
Yeah, actually, the very claim that it is a frictionless medium that goes against Newtonian laws of motion. It demolishes them. So if it's like if you had a cup, a cup of tea, but you fill it with superfluid liquid helium, and then you stir with a teaspoon inside it, like when you put sugar in your tea and you stir it. You are creating vortexes in that liquid, and when you take the spoon away, those vortexes will be spinning forever. They will never
So
stop.
this is
Just
another
observe.
example that's even hypothetically impossible.
Yeah,
Only
yeah,
because you
yeah.
just told me it can't be contained. So it's like, well, what do they use superfluid helium for? Again, how do you use it if it can't be contained? Like, what is it? Well, I mean,
Oh,
I'm just asking because I don't know.
no, Elijah. I'm saying it cannot be contained like you put Coca-Cola into a bottle, you seal the lid, and it stays there. The
Yeah,
juice.
I figured that's what you meant.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah.
But
But if you
if it
put
can't be
super
contained, then
fluid,
how do you utilize it? Or
um,
or is it something that's been manipulated just for the sake to say, look, this is what happens when this is manipulated in this way, and then you can come up with all types of theoretical instances in which there would exist
well,
this thing that
um,
can't be contained. Like this is
yeah.
I
Look,
I'm
your
I don't know.
your refrigerator is taking heat from one place and dissipates it on the other side. And for this, you have a motor, pumping a very a fluid which is very good in transporting, absorbing heat. Yeah. Uh,
Okay.
and for that fluid to be flowing and take heat from one place to the other, you need to run a pump. and that pump is running on an electric motor. It
All right, I'm
requires
sorry. Let
energy
me pause you
to be
there.
while
Let me pause you
working.
there.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
pause you there. You said there's no viscosity, so and there's no containment. I don't see how what you're talking about right now will bring me closer to what I'm asking.
Okay, so with the refrigerator, they are creating the special conditions where you achieve the liquid helium, the superfluid state. It's a very cold place. But if you stop the refrigeration process, then the helium will start heating up and it will explode. It will create so much pressure in that container that it will explode because it will absorb energy from anything. And the superfluid helium will be flowing through the glass.
How is the
Not
superfluid?
all at once in an instant. It is very slowly processed, but it's happening.
Are you saying refrigerators utilize this superfluid? Because that's what I'm asking. What is it used for? You're saying
No,
refrigerators. Oh my God.
no. Refrigerators, I just gave you an example that
Right, an
superfluid liquid
example of
helium
a hypothetical that's
requires,
impossible unless can somebody else am I cutting him off too quick? Am I what?
Not
You're giving
necessarily.
me a hypothetical about something that's impossible. Because you're talking about refrigeration and you're talking about okay, but can you can't actually where is it utilized specifically? How do you use superfluid helium?
well, the third state, superfluid, helium-3, that's actually one of the most rare elements, states of helium in nature, and it is
How do
used in bombs,
you
weapons.
use it?
I'm sorry, how do I use it?
Here, video link. Boom. Understanding the uses of helium. Of course, it doesn't talk about liquid helium necessarily. Hold on. I'm
So,
looking.
or what was it used for, or what was it created for?
How
Oh,
can you
what
create
was
it if you can't
created
store it?
for?
I know.
This is what I'm at. Listen, these are logical questions that if there were logical answers to, I'd have had it 20 minutes ago. Well,
Maybe not.
not necessarily. There has to be someone with that information to be able to relay it. I'm asking you because you brought it up, and you're not telling me.
Yeah, did they create it or was it discovered?
How do you discover it?
It was discovered.
How do you discover it? Let me know.
Well, they were actually boiling using vacuum chambers to boil all these liquids,
Hold up.
yeah, to
Hold up.
see
Hold up.
how cold they can go. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So at the point in which it becomes super, it is no longer. It immediately is unusable. I'm not. Listen. How is it used? Is all I want to know. You
This
posted a
superfluid
video.
is alive and it could power machines of the future.
Yeah, that sounds like a definitely pseudoscience.
It's created by man in a
No.
laboratory for laboratory purposes. That's it.
No, but that's what I want to. No, but that's what I'm asking for. But I'm not getting that answer either. Like, because to be created in a lab, it has to be storable.
No, that's true.
Yes, Elijah, it is storable when you
Well, you
create
told
this
me it wasn't. I'm sorry. That's
condition.
where my confusion is coming from.
Yeah, you haven't listened to what I said.
Okay,
It
fair
is
enough.
is storable in certain limits, not in a perfect manner. When you recreate these not perfect, these special conditions, extreme cold, then you achieve, like you can have superfluid liquid helium in a beaker, yeah, in
And
a
like
bottle of
a
glass,
refrigerator, you can keep it
yeah,
cold enough to remain
yes,
superfluid.
yes.
To
But
utilize it to do what?
that refrigerator is
No,
gonna
no, no,
consume
no.
a lot
Slow
of
down.
energy just to
Slow
hold that
down.
helium. Yeah.
Slow down. I don't want. So are you telling me then ultimately they haven't figured out how to utilize it? Because it sounds like that's what you're saying. Because that's where I'm going next. Okay, so you have some kind of apparatus that keeps it at a certain temperature. Okay, so at that point you utilize it how?
Elijah, what happens to water when you put it in a
Hold
vacuum
on, hold
chamber?
on.
Let's take it this way, because that's how
Oh my
they
gosh.
achieve it.
How do they
Pause.
utilize it?
Pause. Pause. Pause.
Yeah.
All right, Siler.
Ian
Hi.
from Mrs. Moriarty, greetings.
Hey,
Mori. What'd you say? Moriarty greetings.
It was Siler something, and he dipped out. He came in, said that, and dipped out.
So that was like a Sherlock reference.
It was a drive-by. Could be possible Sherlock drive-by.
Oh, all right. Sorry. I was just, it was a quote unquote seem sincere tag. I wanted to see if we might be able to move on to a more productive conversation. Go back to the realm of superfluids and
what it's
So
utilized.
why would we manipulate light? Something that we don't fully understand. But what is the utility of doing that? So that people that are visually impaired can see. Simple answer. What the fuck does superfluid hue like? Because otherwise, why would you be playing with light, right? Why would you be building something to manipulate how the light comes into your eye, right? So I'm like, okay, well, they're freezing this. Why are they doing what you're saying they're doing? Why? For what
Why?
purpose?
Because if you sink a CPU, yeah, in this superfluid, you achieve these superconductivity states, and you can run a microchip at ultra low currents.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, like
And that's
your
what
microchip will. You can use your microchip working at 0.8 or 0.6 volts.
Okay,
Now
so
is this in practice currently?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
So using low voltage.
Is this in practice currently?
Yes, yes. In quantum computers are working at ultra low voltage.
They're using superfluid helium to run quantum computers.
Yeah.
To cool the CPU. So where is this done? Only in specialty places, or is this?
I mean, that's a good enough answer. If I had that 20 minutes ago, I'd have been like, okay, cool. And then I would have went to go do what I'm doing now, which is look up what you just said.
I know.
I don't need all that extra shit, man.
I can't even keep up with it. After a minute and a half, I'm like, I can't keep the focus.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think
I should have said I knew about this like long before. I was getting to it, but I wanted to first explain like the basic, because this is actually everything that happens in that quantum computer. You know, that big black box is actually a special installation, yeah, where you have stages of refrigeration. At the last one at the top, a very small part also, where is the chip, the heart of that computer, is actually where you achieve that state of superfluid liquid helium, superconductivity, that medium, a frictionless medium. And that microchip being in that medium, the current flowing through those wires, you can have a ultra low current, like 0.6 volts or 0.8. I'm not sure what's the lowest that they achieved, but yeah, that research helped us today, like have our binary computers, the normal CPUs, to run at voltages below 1.1 volts. 0.9 volts. And that is a very important thing because it means less heat while you are running much faster speeds of computation, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, when
So
we talk about microchips, it's like nanometric sizes. Those cables inside the microchip, they are nanometric in size. Like before 2010, we had wires inside the microchip like 200 nanometers, 300 nanometers technology. They are invisible with the naked eye. You cannot see them. You know, if you lay them on a desk and you try to look at that tiny square box inside it, you will see something like, oh, it's just nice colors. Light reflects from it and it shows like a rainbow. That looks like a rainbow. It's just like when you look on a CD. Yeah, it's silver, but in the sun you can see all those refraction of light because there are tiny lights and imperfections, very small sizes, and it makes the light refract because they behave like tiny prisms. And yeah, now we went below 20 nanometers, 2 nanometers. Yeah, Samsung Galaxy S22, I think they are at below 10 nanometers, maybe 5 nanometers. I'm not 100%, but I knew a decade ago how, like, what's the latest computer of today, the best microchip, you know, on the
So how
market.
do
And
phones? I
sorry,
mean, because I know phones just have a fan, right? But
yeah.
like, there's no gas in my phone.
Yeah. But there is heat dissipation. They have inside the phone
Yeah.
this special, it's like a foam, but it's very good thermal conductor, you know. And you have those inside your phone. And it's attached, it makes a contact between the chip and the metal body case of the phone.
Yeah, I guess the point I was just, I
Yeah.
guess I was thinking like, that has nothing to do with quantum computing process and using like refrigeration to utilize superfluid though. Like it has absolutely nothing to do with that, right?
No. It has nothing to do. In quantum computers, the extreme cold is for the purpose of being able to run at these ultra low currents. Yeah. And things happen much faster, you know. And electricity, it flows through the wires much. You see, in normal life, when you have
Flow is an
a
interesting
current
word.
running through a wire, you have the resistance in electricity. But
flow is
in
an
the
interesting
quantum
word, right?
computer, resistance is zero.
No, it's not.
Not zero, but like that wire, it cannot burn out. If you put too much current through it, when it's in a superconductive state, yeah, it can conduct any kind of voltage.
There used to be a guy here that explained electricity like super different than a lot of the other
I'm
guys
not
like
very
yourself.
good in.
You
I'm not
mean
very good in
you're not
explaining
talking
electricity, but yeah, I give you that.
you're not talking about how what's it with dielectric, incoherent
No,
dielectric.
no. This person that I remember is vastly different from all of them
Issa,
because
was
they're
it
the
him?
first. They're,
I
no,
think Radwan.
I thought it was Vlad, but I don't think it's Vlad. Basically talking about how electricity doesn't flow.
Oh yeah. Are you talking about the whole like instant transfer and that sort of
I
thing?
I don't know. They just gave examples of if it were flown. Well, that kind of sounds like people saying if it were flat. So maybe I didn't really think about it. I don't know, but
Yeah.
like one of the things was, I mean, because we know what the word flow means. And when you say flow, you have an image in your mind. So you
Of
have
movement.
something going from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to this flow of electricity, it's not like you cut the wire and then you have a flow coming out of the cut wire.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's just
there's
like
such a thing as
flow.
but there's such a thing as arcing and those sorts of. There needs to be a connection. There needs to be a transferability. But there,
Conductivity.
Yeah.
but if you have exposed wires and you make a connection, but they can also sit there and arc. So there's that. Oh
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
Increase volume in living room.
Damn, I wish I'd have recorded that conversation about how the way that we utilize energy is totally not well.
It's
The
probably
way we pay
recorded.
for our power is ripping us off. It is somewhere, but I'll never find it.
Yeah.
Like the idea that we have to pay because we have like a gauge that tells them how much we owe, but there isn't actually like it. Technically, what's going on is not like they flow to like how you have gas coming into your house and you have that amount of gas and then you use it. Like it's not like that. It's not like, okay, we know this much electricity went to you, you use this much electricity, here's what you owe us.
But
because we need to replenish this.
But if you live near a coal plant, for instance, a certain amount of physical coal had to be burned in order to generate the amount of electricity that is being used. So
that's true. That's true.
There's those types of examples that can be used for use of electricity, and coal wouldn't need to be used if energy was just being fabricated spontaneously or something along those lines, if that's what the person was suggesting.
I don't think so. I just think because he gave an alternative. It wasn't like free energy. It was like he was like, we could just do this, and it like costs like $5 a year. You have somebody come and install, and wire your house up. You just pay them in case. Yeah, like you call them in like 6 months or a year in case something breaks down. They just fix it. Like, I don't know. I don't know enough. I can't remember who was talking about it, but it was just some of the most interesting stuff I've heard here.
Yeah.
Well, energy is very interesting. It's, as far as like electricity and power usage. When you think about an AC generator, all it is you're taking some sort of mechanical energy input, right? Energy needed to turn a cylinder or a shaft or something like that, usually containing magnets and coils of copper wire. And what's taking place as those magnets move and interact with the field around the copper wires, it induces energy itself. So you're putting a mechanical input in it in order to get the motion, but the motion of the magnets and the copper wires is what induces energy just from the natural environment. So there is a energy input in order to continue to turn your generator, right? Preferably at high rates of speed. And the way that the magnets are interacting with the copper is how we induce electrical energy that we utilize. But it basically comes from the surrounding environment, meaning the magnets have set up a magnetic field around them. That magnetic field interaction with the copper wires is what induces the power. Even like your power lines that are going overhead, you're never going to see a single power line wire for long range transmission. It's all multiple wires, and it's creating magnetic and dielectric fields around it, and the current is actually flowing not in the wire itself but around the wire. And when I say flow, it's more like an induction. It's not point A to point B.
So I like to describe it slightly differently. One I think you might find interesting, Napalm. Now I can't remember. Are you? Is it you or was it somebody else? You and I were talking the other day. That's the electrician in Pensacola.
It was somebody you and I were speaking with, yeah, not myself.
Gotcha. But the way I kind of like to articulate it is, and I'm not definitely not saying you're wrong. Don't take that I'm at any point. But as time goes on, the electric codes are requiring better and better grounding systems. And truthfully, what's happening is that the generator is merely, if you think of it like a water pump to a degree, it's pumping electrons out of the ground. And because it's alternating current, they change directions. And so, like, I'm looking at the power lines out here, and of course, like you said, there's three phases, A, B, and C, and then you see a ground wire on top, which is also, of course, connected to the grounds at both ends. And ultimately, what ends up happening is that the pumping that's happening through the at the generating station is then causing the electrons to flow in and out of the ground on your end. And so those electrons, they're literally flowing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And with DC, if you had a DC generator, you would be pushing the electron, well, actually pulling, because it goes from negative to electrons go from negative to positive. So they you would actually then be pulling them through the ground rod at the customer premises and pulling it through the wire and then into the pump and then pushing it out into the ground of the generating station. And so interesting enough, that's why in here we, throughout North America, are on a 60 hertz standard. And then that's why they've developed this electric grid, because one of the interesting things that happens is if a wire gets corroded or something in somebody's house, you can actually backfeed electricity through the ground. To say your neighbor can backfeed it into your house and to the power pole, and back and forth and back and forth, and it just keeps like instead of a water pump that's throwing it one direction with alternating current, it's just going back and forth 60 times a second, and so you're just reusing those same electrons more or less. So it's a very 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 fascinating system.
I'm very, very, very fascinated. So fascinated that I remember that I was gonna take up um, being an electrician at some point because I had went out with the guy who we changed a couple of fixtures and just that alone, I was like, yo, what? This is so simple, but so not. You know what I mean? And it's like I want to know what I want to know what you're talking about. Like I want to, and it's good money too. Like I think I might go ahead and
You should.
pick up the
Let me tell you
trade.
what. I still have my Klein tools from when I did electrical work after high school. It is a great, great, great profession, and I used to joke with my buddies that were plumbers. I'd say, you know, it's really cool. You guys run water through a house, and we run fire through a house.
That's good.
Yeah.
You know, but most of what I
What?
did was industrial work. I did a little bit of residential work, but mostly industrial work. And the more you do industrial work, the more you see that like they have complex grounding systems in factories and ground rods everywhere. And uh, that's to me anyway, at least in my mind. We all have different minds that have different interests for good reasons, thankfully. So we can hear and talk, and it's not monotonous. But the if you read about the grounding systems that are required nowadays, plus the telluric currents in the ground, you've all probably heard me preach on that a number of times now. But it's really fascinating, and so I'm convinced that the reason we don't have quote unquote free energy is simply because it's just easier to have a central place that helps your house pull in and out the electrons from the ground rather than you doing it yourself. And that way, with the common frequency they can have, you can go down to the store and buy cheap appliances where you would have to if you had any kind of free energy. When I say free, I don't mean absolutely free, but you know the common
Yeah.
idea that you can get energy on your own, which I think is possible. I just think I think it's impractical because you know if you want to be able to go buy fairly inexpensive appliances, uh, you know the frequency you might get at your house may be 50 or 40 hertz or something else, and though I cannot prove this portion of it. I actually think there's a real reason why they use 50 hertz in Europe and they use 60 hertz here in North America. I think it's actually a geographical limitation or difference or variance in the telluric currents in the grounds. I can't prove that. So if you ask me to prove it, I'd be like going, but I think I've studied it enough to surmise uh, that there's a reason they didn't just do it for grins. I think there was a legitimate technical reason as to why they had to do that, and I think it has to do with purely that it's how the currents in the ground work.
Well, yeah, that makes sense to me. I know
That's
that
interesting.
many times Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower is misunderstood as wireless energy transmission through the air, but actually it was inducing the energy from the air and distributing it through the ground over distance, as opposed to the opposite. So when you talk about your grounding, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, with electricity, I'm not 100% like a nail in the wall. They give us the standard model. When you close a circuit, yeah, positive to negative, uh, tell you, yeah, electrons flow from the positive to the negative.
No, they say the negative and the positive.
Okay, yeah, and actually it should be the other way around, yeah, and direction has been chosen without any empirical physical demonstration that it's happening that way. They are telling us, and they tell us about the electron flow, yeah, like these electrons are tiny beads which are smaller than atoms, yeah, they are components of the atoms, uh, like building blocks, and we have no empirical proof that actually that is happening, because I could say, yeah, it's all about the direction of spin, clockwise or
So,
counterclockwise. So
so if you don't mind me
then,
butting in on you there,
yeah,
I like the direction you're going. Please don't mistake me. I like the
yeah,
direction you're going,
yeah,
but I'm going to say it to you like this. One of the things that I've learned because I've, having studied electricity and radio since I was a little bitty kid,
yeah,
the thing that you quickly become aware of is there's more to the story they're not telling you.
yes,
So, and here's very clearly what I think is the empirical evidence. Uh, and you gotta you gotta take a leap of logic with me to a degree because I'm probably not the best at describing it on a
mhm,
Discord server here while I'm sitting on my couch with the twin
yeah,
sleeping. But ultimately, think of it like this here. So, uh, the electrons flow from negative to positive. So take like the moon. The
hmm,
moon is your negative post on a battery.
okay,
So the electrons are flowing to the Earth from the moon,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it's cooling. So if you notice that the reverse then is the
yeah,
cooling effect.
yeah,
Now, then the electrons come into the ground, they flow through the ground, blah blah blah. Then they go back to the sun.
mhm,
Now, because the electrons flow to the sun, the reverse of that then is heat. And
mhm,
then whatever they do, we don't know what happens between the sun and the moon, but we do know there's a cooling effect of the moon, and we do know that there's an electrical effect of the sun and the moon. That's for sure. And so what they're
yeah,
what they're not saying is uh, they're giving this model of electricity that's telling you that as far as you and I see it, electrons come from the ground. They don't go to the ground, they come from the ground because
yeah,
all life comes from the ground.
yeah,
And so they're telling you a half story. So they're just not telling you the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say.
yeah.
But please continue on.
You know, helium, I I see it very much like this gas has more states. Um, it doesn't have a solid state. That's pure speculation. It has not been really demonstrated. They are struggling hard in laboratories to invoke helium ice, but I'm not 100% sure about that, because it keeps its superfluid state at one fraction above 0 Kelvin, like the smallest fraction you can imagine above 0 Kelvin. That's a positive temperature, and um, the problem of absolute zero is that they call it boson-Einstein condensation, where all motion cease. So there's no motion inside or outside the atom. So all these particles, they stop moving, yeah, and they conglomerate each other. They condensate, you know, just like water vapors in the air. When it's cold, they condensate, they come to each other, and they form a droplet of water. They liquefy, and then they fall down. Uh, say they speculate, yeah, this can form like very dense kind of matter, you know, but we haven't achieved that. They try to research and do experiments, but nobody achieved that. So it's just a story that it's happening, you know. But yeah, because helium doesn't have that solid state, I think it has different other kind of states where we experience it as electricity running through a wire. Helium is rising from the ground. We don't have a special we we don't feel its presence like physical helium or gas touching our skin, you know, like the air. But what it does, it actually makes possible all these things that we call electricity. When we have magnets spinning near metals, yeah, in a certain shapes, like if we make
So
a metal
let me
coil
let
and
me
we
let me
spin a
interrupt you again
magnet,
here.
yeah,
Yeah, let me interrupt you here again because you were. I want to respond to your helium stuff before you, because I'm going to forget what you're saying.
yeah,
You know? Do you know? Because you're actually making a point for me that I have. There's a few different things that I've known that but you just raised a really interesting point. Like you said that helium, like electrons, and helium is
yeah,
number one on the periodic table of elements for whatever that's worth.
yeah.
Right? Is it hydrogen or helium? It's either one or
Hydrogen,
hydrogen. Right?
and then
Hydrogen's one,
yeah.
helium's two. Uh, but anyway, this is interesting here. Do you know where helium comes from?
I would
Like,
say from the ground.
supposedly, you know, in our parlance, we would call it manufactured, but do you know how it's collected?
It's in a rock.
How it's collected? No, I haven't looked into this,
So
to
helium,
be honest.
it's not exactly, but it's viewed as a byproduct from the
Yeah,
extracting natural gas.
yeah.
So it's interesting that you make an interesting point that though this probably isn't the exact way to say it, helium is manufactured or made in the ground and it rises up. And
Yeah,
then does it change state when it goes up into something else and then comes back down?
it
Uh,
absorbs energy from here. It rises up, and there it giving up energy. It goes into a liquid helium ocean, I imagine, and then it will flow to the outer edges of the world, beneath the world. And very, very close to this ocean, you would have a, the water of the ocean freezing at extreme temperatures, that it will create a 100-meter tall ice wall, and beneath it you will find ice 12, which is a ice which is heavier than the water. It's more dense. so it does not float on the water. And the normal ice is sitting on top of that and holding the ocean, not leaking down or sideways.
Yeah, see, the interesting thing is the research I've been doing over the last year that water is not H2O. That I forget just how many different molecule arrangements there are that make water if you accept
Drinkable water, yeah.
But also, yeah, there's like 50 different what they call H2Os, but nobody has still ever proven that there's H2O. But you make a
Yeah.
no, they've never proven that water is actually two hydrogen and one oxygen. But they so it's interesting. You're making a really interesting point that helium. I wonder what helium because like you say, I'm viewing this here that more or less it would go up towards the firmament, come around to the edges, and then do something. So now you've got my interest on that. I don't know exactly where I think that would lead to, but I think that's interesting that this helium cycle, there's something because it comes from the ground, goes up, and so either helium is being continuously made and it's just going up and it's off of a squishy ball and then it just goes out to some sort of vacuum where it dissipates, or there's a cycle that there's some middle grounds, but more or less maybe there's
I
a cycle.
tell you something. Look, now you have learned about gases, not an expert, but basic knowledge about what gases are and how they behave. Now,
Minimal.
yeah, helium gas is rising from the ground. It goes all the way up in the heavens, yeah? So everywhere you go, you will find helium, but it will not be in the same state and at the same energy levels,
Right.
you know? Yeah. uh, at the ground here, it has one certain state and energy levels. It will absorb energy from everything. But now, when we have a magnet spinning next to a copper metal, yeah, it will make this gas like taking a special state where it will be spinning in a certain path, yeah, and it will make feel like it will be what we call electricity flowing through that metal wire, you know. But we can actually detect that when we have electricity going through a wire, that it has a magnetic field, an invisible field. You cannot touch it, yeah. That helium gas is spinning around that wire, yeah, and it doesn't behave like a gas anymore. It's actually a particle, yeah, which is going through you like you know. All matter is like a sponge. It's not a perfect solid, you know, obstruction. Uh, it has holes through it, you know, and paths. And this helium gas, as a particle, like as electricity, it we will call it electron. It would flow through those molecules because they are so much bigger than him, yeah, and it will encounter nothing, no resistance, or it will just go exactly through those, you know, it will be a zigzag path, yeah, when it's going through a material. But and yeah, that material will be, if it's a metal, it will be attracted, ferromagnetically attracted to that wire, as long as there is that magnetic field. And when you stop, yeah, then it's released in the free state as a gas, and it absorbs energy and it rises up.
Now let me.
Yeah.
There was somebody else who commented in there. I didn't catch if that was you, Napalm, or not. But was there something you were wanting to add in?
I don't know who.
Yeah, there's somebody said something there
And
earlier. I just
yeah,
wanted to make
for
sure
this, mhm, for
because I don't
this,
want to
we
just.
had once. I just want to say this and then I'm done. um, we had about a month ago a very good physicist and fresh physicist in quantum mechanics here in the server. He
Nice.
wasn't a flat earther, but he was very open to the idea to listen and learn. And he understood a lot of our arguments and discussions, and he actually confirmed with us, saying about refraction, talking about all this stuff. And he said to many of us that, yeah, that's true. That's what physics and science is, These are the facts. And he said, yeah, we have questions which we don't have an answer to. And people come up with these theoretical physics, which, I mean, non-scientific theories, and they try to patch up science, but it doesn't work, you know. Anyway, I asked him, I speculate that if you are pumping liquid helium through a pipe, like we do with water, yeah, I will speculate that you will have a magnetic field being generated around that pipe, just like when you run electricity through a wire. And he confirmed, he told me that is really happening. When you have superfluid liquid helium flowing through a pipe, you will have a magnetic field being generated, just like in a coil, copper coil. And that's very interesting and intriguing to me, because I speculated that if we are in a superfluid liquid helium dome fountain, then we can experience a gigantic magnetic field which is uniform, like equal in strength over all these vast distances that we have in the world. So when I'm using a compass in Europe, yeah, I see where the North Pole is, then I pull on the compass needle towards the east, and when I release it, it will take, let's say, 1 second to align itself back to the North Pole. Now, I'm traveling 2,000 miles far away from Europe, like south, and if I repeat the same thing, yeah, it will take also 1 second to reposition itself. That means the magnetic intensity, force, attraction is very much the same. But when you put a magnet on your table, yeah, and you use your compass 1 meter away, your compass is not affected by the magnet on the table. But when you come like half meter from the magnet, then your compass will point towards the magnet. If I pull the needle, I will see that it will take a few milliseconds to realign itself with the magnet. But now, if I halve the distance again, when I'm going to be pulling the compass needle, I will actually feel resistance force, and when I release it, it will take not milliseconds, but even smaller amounts of time. Like it will instantly align itself with the magnet.
No. So
Yeah,
here's the thing I'm trying to figure out is in 1925
yeah,
they opened up the Strategic Helium Reserve or National Strategic Helium Reserve, or you'll have to correct me on the name of it here in the United States, that has at least has maybe it's 2 or 3 billion cubic feet of helium, and
yeah,
so virtually all of the helium that's purchased nowadays in the United States comes from that single source. Uh, and so I'm just curious, what did they know about helium back in 1925? Obviously there were dirigibles then, so there was talk of that. But
yeah,
the one question I've never been able to answer is, what did they know about helium 100 years ago as to why it was that important? Because helium, like I say, it can be concentrated very easily anywhere natural gas is extracted. So
yeah,
it's not it's not the what do you say, exact scarce resource, but
yeah,
for some reason they they made this reserve, and it's still being withdrawn from 100 years later. And
mhm,
I'm just curious as to what in the world uh uh what in the world would have prompted that 100 years ago. What did they know that we don't know now?
mhm. Well, I think,
Well,
for
let me rephrase
example, that.
that. Not what did they
Go ahead.
know then, but
Mhm.
what was their rationale that has been swept under the rug? There you go. Please continue on.
Yeah. Um, Tesla, I think Nikola Tesla, uh, he was talking about ether, and in that time, they also discovered helium, and the liquid which Tesla was talking about. Um, Tesla discovered that there has to exist a magic liquid with magical superpowers. Now, they discovered helium. Uh, in those times, yeah, for Tesla, it wasn't easy to actually be uh, updated with all the researches from all the people in the world in those times, you know. Um but these people who are in the government, yeah, because everyone who was making a discovery wanted to go have it register, patent recognition, so they apply their documents, research, inventions and stuff. And these people in the government who get all this information, they can have a much better idea, picture, yeah. And they saw that this guy Tesla, um, he was researching this stuff, electricity, propagation, yeah, uh, coils, whatever. And then that he was talking in his papers about ether, and yeah, then they see that these other guys, they actually discovered helium, yeah, and they knew that according to Tesla, that magical liquid, if we achieve it, yeah, if we can create it, yeah, pull it from the ground, oh, we can actually build the biggest, most powerful weapons. And yeah, they did. But they didn't give credit to Tesla for this. They didn't give credit to not even those guys who discovered the helium.
When was
But
Tesla alive?
sorry,
When was Tesla alive?
in the 1900s, 1920s, 30s.
Apparently 1856 to 1943.
Wow. So
Yeah,
that's
so he lived in the same with Einstein. They were not the same generation, but close.
so he was definitely alive when the
Yeah,
helium reserve was uh
yeah, discovered.
open.
Yeah.
Well, not discovered. It was opened. Uh, supposedly, uh, supposedly they took helium and they put it in underground to these places. I'm sorry, to which I guess was, I think it was a salt mine. I think somebody that's probably already looked it up on YouTube. I mean, Wikipedia could probably correct me on that, but I think it was a salt mine that they repurposed. And anyway, so it would be really interesting to see. And I don't even know what form they're storing it in. I just always envisioned it was storing it in a gas form, but maybe they're storing it in a liquid form. I'll have to do some more reading on it. Twins permitting.
Yeah.
Now, Elijah, are you still there? Did we run Elijah off?
I think he dipped out.
Say again.
Maybe he dipped out.
Yeah. No, I was just going to tell him that if he's considered doing electrical work, he really ought to. It's I have flat feet, so I can't stand all day. So I have to be in a sales capacity where I sit down. Well, I guess or any capacity where I can sit down. But I'll tell you what, it's a great profession. It's a lot of sometimes it's hard work, but it's a lot of fun work.
Yeah. It's empirical.
Yeah, and well, and so it's rather interesting because one of the things I've got to look up. Somebody sent me posted me a video on here, and I've desperately got to go watch it. Where they supposedly photographed the speed of light. I've got to watch that, but calculations like the speed of light were made from observations of electrical and radio systems. And so I'm not 100% convinced that the people who've come up with the models for electricity and radio are telling the full story. I think they're telling about half the story. And so one of those things to me, even when I was, I think I was about like 13 years old when I first learned some of the basic radio formulas. And then about the speed of light, supposedly 300 million meters per second, which the thing that's always been at the back of my mind since then was how do they really know that that number is the speed of light compared to anything else? And so how do you know for sure? Or is
Well,
it that?
actually, to tell you honestly, I don't think that uh, this distance physically exists in the world. 299 thousands of kilometers. 299, yeah. Which the speed of light travels in 1 second. I don't think this distance physically exists. If we take like everything beneath Earth, like, yeah, and go up high in the sky, we are far, far less than
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the one thing that you can do, and you can actually do this yourself. You can take a transmitter and you can get a meter to read the what they call standing wave or the reflective wave that goes back to the transmitter. And you then hook that up to say a wire. Just say you take a hang on a second. Let's see, I got to sneeze. Sorry, 1 second. No, okay, I guess not. Anyway, so you take that wire and say you are broadcasting, you're transmitting on 300 megahertz.
Yeah.
So if you divide that by the supposed speed of light, 300 million meters per second.
1,000,000,000, yeah.
Then you end up with 1 meter. So if you take and you accurately measure out a wire that's 1 meter long, and you stick it out the other end of that wave meter, it'll have almost no reflective wave back into the radio. Now, if you start cutting it a little bit, so say you start cutting that, when you get to half, I'm sorry, it'll keep increasing. So it'll start increasing. So say you cut it 10 inches into it, or or say you cut in, and then you keep cutting until you get to half a meter. What'll happen is that reflective wave will start getting more and more and more, and the closer you get to half a meter, it will go down and down and down. And then once you keep cutting, and you go from half a meter to a quarter meter, 0.25 meter, however you want to say that, then it'll start going up. And then as you get to that quarter, what they call the quarter wave antenna, it'll go back down. So anyway, so it's interesting that you can take that number that they call the speed of light, and you can make that observation over and over again. And in fact, I've done it before. It's a a really neat thing to show, especially children, that you can actually measure this and you can use it. So a lot of times, like ham radio operators, they use what's called QRP, that's less than 5 watts. A lot of times they'll do like half a watt, 500 milliwatts, whatever you want to say, and they'll talk all over the world. And How they do that is by getting on the frequency they want to get on, and they put that transmitter right at where the antenna is going to start. So there's like no loss, and they make that antenna exactly according to the formula, and that pretty well works. However, here's the odd thing: their antennas, like the G5RV antenna, I've never used one, but all I know is I hear nothing but glowing reviews over them, and the models for them don't actually seem like they should work according to the standard model, but they work. So we know that the model does work, but you know, opposed to the official narrative that could only be one model. There's other things that work too. We don't know exactly how and why they work. So I don't tend to think that 300 million meters per second is actually the speed of light. I think it is a constant that means something, but I don't think it has anything to do with the speed of light. Now, I could be entirely wrong on that. If somebody has better information, and I've got to watch this video of where they photograph the speed of light. I've got to get to that. That's on my list. Somebody sent that to me on here, and I've not got to watch it yet. But that is.
Oh yeah, with those cameras shooting like 1 trillion frames a second, yeah, and they actually can see light moving through the medium,
But
like
here's what I would
slow motion.
figure out, though. What I'd want to figure out, though, is are they begging the question? Are they expecting that this is going to do this? So therefore, they built the equipment and they built the stuff to do what they were expecting it to do.
Oh, that's interesting. They just took models, they have the technology, they have the understanding, and they can create these models which do not work, but it looks like this is how stuff functions, you know?
Yeah.
And we are bound to use this technology as we buy it from the market, but we are by default limited, you know?
It's kind of like the Africans with the three bubbles that claim to be one north of the equator, one at the equator, one south of the equator. We know for sure that they're pouring the water in differently. We know that for sure. But and so that way it looks like they're doing three different things. But with the pictures, we don't know for sure. Did they set up the camera and whatever else, or is there a limitation of the camera or whatever else that gave us, that confirmed our bias? That's what I would want to watch and see. I'm not giving judgment before I've seen it, so don't think that. But that is the one thing I would want to know is it confirming a bias or is it legit? So until I see the model, I won't know for sure. But having said that, I think it's very, very cool. Whether they come up with whether they're presenting it accurately or not, I think it's really cool that they have a camera that can shoot that fast.
Well, to be honest, I know there is stuff that we don't understand, but also stuff that we do know. And I know that my father, in his childhood, he told me how he was fascinated about these stones, which you can use them, and you can make a radio that will work. Yeah, you can listen the radio, and you're not gonna use any kind of batteries or anything, you know. And you will actually listening the radio stations, just using a stone. In my language, it's called a galena, but I don't know in English what's the name. Yeah, I think so.
Check, see if there's anybody new here. Anybody wants to talk.
No, y'all ain't done anything wrong. I just wanted to get back on the subject if we can.
Yeah, please. No. Please, certainly.
Yeah.
Somebody
Is
out
my
there
mic
wants to
on?
please kill
My
you.
mic working? Yeah.
I hear
Is
you.
there anyone new here that would like to speak up right now? I'm driving. I can't look at the list.
Hmm.
Back to electrical engineering with Get Me Get and J.E.
Yeah.
Burton. Y'all go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but yeah, that's called.
So,
We call that's a crystal radio, and yeah, with AM radio
yeah.
amplitude modulation, you don't actually need a power source. You're not going to hear it
Yeah.
very well, but you don't actually need a power source to receive AM
Yeah.
radio.
Yeah.
Uh, and actually, what's actually really cool is they actually have a a two crystal version
Hmm.
where you
Yeah.
use a local radio station. You get the power from a local radio station. So you tune the one side to the local radio
Yeah.
station, that you get power from it, and then it'll actually uh, then power the second crystal to
Hmm.
let you tune into even further and further stations away. So they actually did some real. I didn't have one of those, but I knew somebody who did. And
Yeah.
anyway, what they're able to do with those are really, really, really fascinating. And
Yeah.
it just goes to show you that, well, it just goes to show you that far more often than not, uh, things aren't as described. But I do need to
Yeah.
back out of here, my friend. I'd love to continue on, but tell me one more. Let me ask you one more question before I go. Is what language do you primarily speak?
Romanian.
Oh, Romanian. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I tune in on shortwave radio to Radio Romania International.
Oh, really? Wow. Fascinating.
Caloria or Caloira has joined the chat. Caloira.
Hello, Taluria, Coloida. Welcome.
All right, you all have a good day. Thanks for the chat, everybody.
You too. Thank you too.
Okay.
Be great. Have a good day.
Caloira, I have unmuted you. You can say hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Are you here, Taloira? She's quiet, or he's quiet. Well, I gotta run do my shopping. Take care, guys. Family.
Yep. See you.
Was there any response from that new guy? I cut out then for a bit.
What was the question?
Was there any response from the new person?
None at all.
No? No, it's shit.
Howdy, howdy, Miggy.
Hey, what's up, man?
Just hanging out. Things have gotten quiet suddenly.
Pretty active before I came in here, or what?
Well, you missed a 4-hour conversation on helium and electricity.
Or was that an argument, or was it just stated fact?
Well, no, it's just conversation.
Wow, that's good.
Hey, I resemble that remark. It wasn't 4 hours, it was more like 6.
Really?
Yeah, as far as visitors goes, it's been kind of quiet.
Yeah, I just popped in here to see what you guys were talking about, so I was gonna hang out. I'm gonna wash my dishes and probably participate.
Yep. Well, if you want to
I
spark something up, I'm here. I'm just multitasking, but I don't have much input in the fields of chemistry or physics, really, either.
yeah, man, no problem.
Heliumology.
Yeah, heliumology. There you go. I'm more of a philologist and less of a heliumologist. But if anybody wants to talk about philology, that'd be all right. Hey, DeBomb is back for the third or fourth time today. DeBomb, I'm going to give you another chance, unmuting you, allowing you a chance to talk. No need to get scared and run away. Just say hello. I know you're there. I saw you mute yourself. I mean, you're obviously there because you're in the VC too. But don't be shy. Don't be shy.
I'm gonna go on mute.
All
I'll be
right.
in. I'll be hanging around here in case it gets interesting.
I got you. You can put your beliefs to the test, DeBomb. If, for instance, you're believing that the Earth is a ball, you can put that thought to the test. I level up. You're here. It's just quiet.
Okay.
I saw you leave and come back, so I figured you thought, well, maybe something's wrong on my end. Nothing's wrong on your end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was staring at your profile picture, just imagining how awesome it would have been if the real Norm Macdonald had joined us in conversation.
Yeah, it would have been epic.